Every dog has its day, and has those who rule. Everyone should basically enjoy this while it lasts. But it's over.
It's
It's
been
over.
over. Yep.
Okay, it's done. The Giants, sucks for them. The skyline's changed for them. The meteor is here. When we discuss the end of the comic book industry, we're basically discussing the end of the entertainment industry at large, all at the same time. All the movies have started to suck. The music is just intolerable. Have another person here. The music's just intolerable. And as far as how the people who work, the creatives who work for these companies, treat their customers and their clients and their markets, if you worked in any other industry and you spoke to your clients or your potential buyers on behalf of the company that hired you, the way Kelly Sue DeConnick speaks to us.
And if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. Problem solved. You don't like my Twitter feed? Unfollow me. Magic. I didn't come into your house and yell at you. You gotta seek me out. So don't. If it's problematic, if it's upsetting to your delicate constitution.
They took the aunt that whenever she's announced for a family barbecue, everyone rolls their eyes, and they brought her to be the forward-facing entity to address their market. That's one of the reasons why this industry's done. It's over. It's finished, son. You're done, son. You're done. Now, after it's all gonna fall down like a house full of, hold on one second, more people. It's more people than I expected, honestly. After it's all said and done, we have to start over. We do. They had no idea who their markets were. Their markets fell into two brackets, right? The diehard fans and the normies, on the other hand. The diehard fans are the ones who, say in Star Wars, bought that huge Millennium Falcon, that looks like the size of a dog that you've seen on YouTube channels. They bought that Death Star, the size of a beach ball, with the moving parts that you can fill them in like Legos. They bought all that stuff. These are the diehard fans. They made these properties the behemoths they are now. Then you have the normies who they don't really care, but you will get their money en masse. These are the truck drivers, the delivery workers who they come home from work, they just want to watch something, fall asleep, wake up, do the same thing over again. Both of these groups don't appreciate being spoken to like Kelly Sue DeConnick speaks to the market. Now, the mammals are the ones who survive the meteor, and that's who we are. But what should be our goal here? Stay small, but hit hard. You move like Ali, but you punch like Tyson. And that's what we've actually been doing. If you look at who has been making money in comics, literally making money, like really making money, because the other companies are not making money, not with comics. I don't think Marvel's made a penny from comics since, I don't know, Iron Man 1. DC, same thing. They count on the movies and all these different things like video games and the peripheral, what do you call them, paraphernalia, the non-narcotic kind, to make their money, and they make up for the deficit that the comics cause. You can only suffer that massive hemorrhage for so long. Now Warner Brothers is shutting down DC Comics. They've been bought out by, I don't know, AT&T, and AT&T's been bought out by somebody else. Somewhere along the line, when you're going far enough up the chain, somebody's decided, like, why do we need comic books anymore? We have enough Batman stories to tell and retell and reboot stories until our sun goes supernova. Why buy any more slots at the printer? Why invest any more money? We can just keep rebooting this. But when it comes to the indies, we've maintained the level of quality. The level of artistry that I've seen coming out of the indies, specifically through Comicsgate, I haven't seen anywhere else since, I don't know, late or mid 2000s, when we still had the remnants of people who were inspired by the 90s. People like, I don't know, Tony Daniel, Olivier Coipel, Stuart Eminem, Jim Chung. That's what's left, and that's what will take over. I've been personally involved with a lot of these projects, like, for example, Jawbreakers. And the one thing I can tell you is that the excitement is back. People are excited about comics again. It's just never hit the news cycle. That's the other thing. The other surrounding entities that these people, these dinosaurs, used to have control over. All these surrounding entities like Bleeding Cool and Comic Book News, well, I think it's Cosmic Book News or whatever, and all these different places where if the dinosaurs controlled by these SJWs put out an agenda, those are the entities around it who drop article after article. White males don't have to be a market anymore. Why can't Iceman have 3 boyfriends? All these different things that we don't care about. We just want a good story. Why aren't Cyclops and Wolverine and Jean Grey in a threesome? Things we don't care about. Now the X-Men are plant people who throw fashion balls. What they've done, especially with the X-Men, if I may digress for a little bit, I'm a nerd's nerd. I don't like too much social functions. And I do come from a slightly elevated privilege. I'm not wealthy by any means, nor do I come from wealth, but I came from enough privilege to have been invited to these sorts of balls, like galas. Those are places where I come in there with my tux, sometimes owned, sometimes rented, with the cravat, as you guys call it, the bow tie. I can't wait to go the fuck home and strip all that off and read X-Men comics. But they've taken stuff I used to run away from, with all these snooty, disrespectful, backstabbing snakes and those functions. If you've ever been in that environment, nobody says what they mean, nobody means what they said. One guy will be talking crap about a girl. When she walks in the room, the other people leave. He and her talk crap about the people who just left. That's who those people are for. That's the functions. And they've taken that and they stuck it in my comics. When I used to go into places like, I don't know, 7-Eleven, and all these places where when they still had a fairly good amount of reading selection. I used to walk past Mary Claire, Cosmopolitan, Homes and Gardening, what's all these other glossy mags, just so I can get to comics. Now through Sana Amanat making Marvel a lifestyle brand, she's taken all the shit I walked the fuck past and stuck it in the comics that I stand in front of. This is why the industry's dying. They don't know their market anymore. Nobody wants to see Batman get married over the course of 12 issues. It's a wedding in issue 1. It gets broken the fuck up by, I don't know, the Joker, Penguin, or whatever. And then the rest of the run or the story arc is about whoever died during the course of that first conflict. That's your story. Why am I watching Batman and Catwoman sing soliloquies to whatever the fuck was going on in those comics? They don't know their market anymore. We do. And that market is still there. One of the things we should actually start doing, though, is recruit talent. Comics should not be the only form that this particular survival that we're engaged in should take the form of. We should have, and I already see this in the Brain Cage crew, where they have 3D artists, they have video game designers, game devs. They have all these different vocations under one roof. And that's what we should actually be striving to do. One of the things that I've learned being out in Georgia is coastal cities, they give you a mistaken impression of industry. You tend to think, okay, if you need a pair of sneakers, it's Reebok, Nike, whatever. That's not necessarily the case if you go inland. Inland, being a graphic designer, I've done tons of work of people who order generic brands from overseas, whether it's sneakers, t-shirts, hats, whatever. And then I design what they put on there. And those people find a particular client, maybe some local schools or colleges. And now those colleges and schools, for their sports team, they wear those sneakers, they wear those jerseys, they wear those t-shirts. There's a big market out there. Major industries are dinosaurs. So that's why I said this is more than comics. Major industries, it's about to crumble. They're about to crumble. They're already eating themselves up. I don't know why, because it's a burning ship. Even rats know to leave that, but they're eating each other up. AT&T's buying, Viacom's buying AT&T, AT&T's buying WB. They're all gobbling each other up to no end for no purpose. Anyhow, let me actually go towards the panel and start getting some insight here. Tank Ferret, what's going on?
Yes, sir. Hey, thanks for having me on, man.
No problem.
So,
Now, what do you think about the upcoming comic apocalypse?
I think the comic apocalypse already happened, actually. That we're kind of in this post-apocalyptic Mad Max kind of world where we have these dying cities that are reminiscent of Appleseed. They're just like
Great
these
manga,
last
by the way.
holdouts. It was fantastic. I consider it to be legitimate science fiction. Not to diminish comics or anything of the sort, but I mean, just the quality of that story was legitimate science fiction. But I digress. That we have these, we have roving bands of marauders. We got people just trying to stay alive, keep it viable. And, we got Bondage Dude out there who's just trying to tear it all down. And then we've got these mega corporations, which, as a science fiction writer and cyberpunk enthusiast, that's bad, just on its surface, and all the way down to the rotten core of that onion. The mega corporations buying it up, the small businesses are disappearing. We saw this in the 90s with the deaths of so many powerhouse indie publishers, like Malibu and Milestone and the like. We see that these images, we can't count them as indie. They've gone full crazy corporation. They attack. That they're just as bad as any of the others. They attack. They push an agenda. It's a lifestyle brand, like you said. It's an issue of Cosmo in a comic, and that's fine if that's what the comic is about. But if it's about a Dark Knight detective, a person who has the money to fix the problem, but the system is so corrupt that they just be throwing their money away. So they put their money into becoming a vigilante and putting the fear of God into some villains, because this is a popular topic on Twitter. Once again, they attack the Batman. I don't care. I mean, that's fine. Batman and Catwoman get married. It's a quick thing. It's a bonanza issue. If you got to spread it out more than one issue, you make it giant sized and you're done with it. Other than that, you're just going for a cash grab.
Yeah.
Like Batman 400 is still my favorite Detective Comics 400 is still my favorite Batman comic of all time. And that's the one where Ra's al Ghul springs all the villains from Arkham Asylum and gives them the choice. Go on this secret mission without knowing who's in charge of it to take down the Bat, or you're free to go. Bye-bye. It was compelling, and the characters were all there, and Mr. Freeze is like, yeah, no, I got bigger fish to fry. With a cold pun, of course, because that's Mr. Freeze. He's just terrible. It's like, where's his kid? Because he's spitting out the dad jokes. Yeah. He and Poison Ivy had a kid. They called it Ice Plant. Yeah.
You should read Comedy Tank. I think that's what you're calling it.
Comedy Tank.
Yeah, but nowadays it's all about, sitting down, eating their favorite food, which I don't mind, like a shawarma scene every once in a while, that kind of like puts things in perspective. Whereas like they save the day, like the shawarma scene is the only eating scene I've seen in most Western comics.
But the problem is with comics, they open up with the shawarma scene.
Yeah, now they open.
Have you noticed that?
Yeah,
they're all drinking their oat milk and soy and almond milk lattes. Because that's what these people do.
It's the equivalent of when I took writing class in college. The number one rule taught to us in class was never, ever start a story when the character wakes up in the morning. Don't ever start a story that way. It's boring. It's overdone. And that's essentially what that is. When you talk about the shawarma scene, starting with the shawarma scene, that's essentially starting the story as if waking up in the morning, and that's not the way to hook a reader. That's what the instructor told us in class. That's not how you hook a reader. You hook a reader when you put a character in a situation they have to get out of, and then they're vested and they want to know what happens next. That's the key.
Well, yeah, you're absolutely correct, and I like to tell prospective writers that as a general rule, the softer your opening, the harder your hook.
Yep.
So say you do open up with them waking up in the morning. Well, when you get to that page turn reveal, right? So you got page 1, 2, either page 2 reveal, or if you're going to do a page 2 reveal, their apartment explodes. If you're doing a page 4 reveal, which is the second time you're going to be turning a page in that book, that like the whole floor of that building better go up. Not necessarily that specifically, but that level of impact. Like the softer you go into it, the harder your hook needs to be, because you're creating contrast, you're setting up a scene or whatnot. And this stuff that they go into, like you get to the page turn reveal where you expect a hook, where you in comics of past and in good comics, Like take a look at like Alterna Comics. Peter does this. This is one of his criterias. This is why he says, send me 3 to 5 pages, because I know what he's looking for. He's looking for that page turn reveal and the resolution of that page turn reveal. So that inside page after you've turned it and the page facing opposite of it, because that your hook better be in those first 5 pages. Otherwise, no.
Absolutely. Yeah, right on. And that's what's missing in today's mainstream comics. Anyway,
yeah,
is that notion.
And they often get the point of also have a hook at the end.
Yeah.
Right. But they don't get resolution because they never really did anything. They palled around and threw about a bunch of words while doing generic actions. Like it's like these stories, they're so damn dull. And and I'm not dogging on any indie comics. I'm not going to say that all of them have been particularly great.
Right.
But I'll tell you this, the worst indie comic that I have bought in the last 20 years is still better than most mainstream comic. Like I can only think of one mainstream comic that beat out indie, and that was a whole series. That was the Civil War series from Marvel. That one almost got me back. They almost got me back with that. But I see. It was a good thing I waited for the trade paperbacks to come out, because when I went to go see what the sequentials were up to, it would have been a bamboozle.
What a shame.
One of the things that make the comics worse now is that the writers speak, they have a character speak like the conversations they have on Tumblr and Twitter, where everyone's got this Whedon speak or the post Whedon speak, with all the memes, the verbal memes. Yeah. But one of the things that, all right, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater here, where a lot of these comics now, they overdo it with the agendas, but do you guys think that there's room for addressing social issues in comic books?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I believe there is.
Things like
the key is, once again, to go back to my instructor in class. He was probably the best writing instructor I ever had in terms of teaching the principles of writing or storytelling, I should say.
Right.
It's that stuff should always be in the background and not the foreground, because the foreground is the journey of the character. That's what the readers want. They want to identify and connect with the character that they're following. That's what they're focused on. The other stuff, the social issues, that could be part of the story, but it needs to be in the
like a background, like a setting.
Yeah, in the background.
But here,
and what have you.
Here's a difficulty that I see. How do you make something, if it's a background thing, then it's kind of minimized, right? So what's important are what the characters are going through. But how do you minimize something like the border issue, where or antebellum slavery, right? So
right.
Something like massive amounts of people are enslaved. So now you'll have was someone speaking just now?
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I'm super excited.
Go.
The answer.
Okay.
Right,
let me finish it. Let me finish the question then. So something like antebellum slavery, where you have massive amounts of people, suffering under the lash, right? Work all day, all the escapes and lynchings and all these different things. When you have your story, right? How much levity can there be, and how much can you take away from the background and still give it importance?
Can I jump in here real quick?
Sure.
And I have an answer for that.
All right,
one of my favorite words is approach. I mean, Tank will back me up on that. I'm always talking approach all the time. Every time we're talking about writing, I always end up bringing that up at one point or another. What kind of story are you telling is the first question you ask before you even decide on an approach or even start brainstorming approaches. What kind of story are you telling? So if the story is that setting, for example, slavery scenario you're talking about, if that isn't the main story, then you're basically setting the characters in a backdrop of that era and using the advantage of having an era, a time and place that's already established with people. You know what I mean? Like the
Right.
viewers, you can jump right into World War II, for example. We don't have to establish World War II, you know, with World War Hell, our title that's set in that era. We don't have to.
Right.
It's as soon as people see it, they, oh, get it. You know, even the title establishes that. But,
Right.
you know, if you're writing about slavery, then obviously it has to be the forefront. Or there are other approaches you could take is, for example, if it's a personal story of what one particular person went through, you know, it's not going to be a thesis on slavery, but it's going to be a personal story of struggle and oppression and all of that kind of stuff, you know, suffering, trial by fire. And that's the kind of story you're going to tell in that kind of setting if it's not about slavery. If you were to tell a story in that era that didn't at least acknowledge that part of that reality of that time,
Right.
you'd probably be looked at on any side of any of the political circles. Kind of people would be like, "What the fuck?" You know?
Yeah.
Like, how
You funny style.
like for example, like let's say they're even like let's say working on the railroad or something, and
Right.
you don't have any Chinese slaves, you don't have any black slaves, you know. But what's going on here? That's unrealistic. It's just as unrealistic as what Hollywood, like Netflix and different groups have been doing, where they're like changing. They're making certain groups of people diverse, like the Norse.
Yeah.
For
Yeah,
example.
like the Norse gods. Yeah. I mean, we can touch on that later once we've exhausted this particular topic. I do want to touch upon the basic racial demographics in the MCU, sort of like the Norse gods, for example, the Wakandans, for second. And the third group that's going to be coming in are the Atlanteans, who, from what Grace Randolph says, you always have to take it with a huge, you know, what do you call it, rock size grain of salt, fist size grain of salt, whenever she brings something up. But she says that the Atlanteans will be Mesoamerican, right? So, and let me see, Doctor Doom's going to be a European, and he's going to be the villain of the story. So we need to we'll discuss that aspect of the MCU. I think it's very interesting, and we need to touch upon that, but only after we've exhausted this particular topic, though. And one of the things I need to ask, like for example, they're making an Indiana Jones. What was it, 6 now, 7, whatever? And Indy is like 80, you know. But let's say we took him back to antebellum slavery, right? How do you tell a story of a black Indiana Jones without acknowledging the horrors of slavery? Will he be just a freeman, and then he's, you know, he becomes an adventurer? And if he does become that, and people who look just like him are enslaved all around him, and he's like, well, you know, it's all about my, you know, my adventures, yay. How do we empathize with someone who can actually watch stuff like that go around him and not address it?
The only way
You
I
get what
can,
I'm saying?
yeah,
I'm sorry,
off the top of my head, I could think of a way, and this is probably the way Hollywood would go for it because they're very shallow and they go with the first things they think of these days. But
Yeah.
you know, you would have to have, for example, this one guy like slave getting whipped or something like that. Then Indy sees it happening, gets in a fight with the slave guy and gets him freed or something, and now he's traveling with him. You
Right.
know?
Bro,
So now
you just found the whip too.
Yeah,
You realize
yeah.
that, right? You just got.
But then here's the problem, right?
Right. But
Our
I'm
market-
not done yet.
You're not done. All right, good.
So essentially, that way it gives it a chance to the audience a chance to get to know the slave character, and then he can once in a while, when there's a rest in the story, you know, there's no immediate action going on. They're sitting at a camp or something. He can, you know, talk about how bad it was and
Yeah.
how
That
he
makes
can't
sense.
find his sister and his wife, and he's gonna go back and try to find them. Something like that that shows he's like a family person, has character. If you overdo such a story, at one point people will. It doesn't matter what your ethnic background; they'll get tired of hearing about that.
Yeah.
They'll be like, "Yeah, I know."
Unless the story's about that or something.
They'll be thinking, "I know. We've heard it a million times about how bad it was." You know, and things like that. Do we need the 50th movie doing this? That's the way audiences will think, and rightly so, because they're signing up for Indiana Jones.
Yeah, yeah,
not
they're
a
not
history
signing up for it.
lesson
Yeah.
and a lesson in racism.
Yeah, because the thing, same thing. Like, let's say if you have a female adventuress, right, like a pilot, female pilot or something, and then it takes place in, I don't know, Edwardian. When was the biplane? It wasn't Edwardian. Edwardian. That's like 1900. The airplane with Amelia Earhart and all those people. Is that 1900s,
20s,
1920,
20s,
1920?
20s and up,
All
I
right. So
believe.
1920s, women's rights were, significantly diminished, right? I mean, there were people doing things here and there, but what do you think? Because here,
I don't think
oh, you don't
so.
know? Oh,
I
you
don't
don't think
think
so?
so. No, that's not what
Okay.
my studies have shown. It's what is pushed commonly these days, that is. But I've had the opportunity of being able to sit on a porch or in a living room with people in their 90s and even one that was over 100 and ask
Hmm.
them about the Great
Depression.
Depression era and all that, because that's one of the eras I'm greatly fascinated. The eras of great suffering have the most learning to
Yeah,
deliver, to glean from them.
and some of the best stories too.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
So I studied a lot of both World Wars, the slave era of the U.S., and of course global, But anyways, what I was getting at, sorry, I'm getting off point here. And
Yeah, you had the privilege of sitting with a 90-year-old. Yeah.
yes, and this is the general consensus. Two were male, three or four. I got to remember. I think three. Basically, there was about five. Two of them were male,
Yeah.
and what the men regretted was outliving their wives, because they had given everything that they ever earned and had for their women, including their bodies, their health, and somehow they still outlived them, and they felt guilty of that. They missed him,
Wow.
never got over it. The women, every damn one of these women I talked to, these older ladies, had said that their men, they always had everything provided for them. They had to do things at home, like take care of the kids, clean things, cook food, make sure he had a meal when he got home from killing himself on some skyscraper every day or some
Yeah.
a coal mine or some insane shit. And these women were not even told the kind of dangers their men were working in, a lot of them. And they were reading magazines that the fancy highfalutin city girls were reading, or and looking at the expensive jewelry, like, oh, I'd love to have a thing like that. 6 months later, dude brings one home. He's like saved up all, worked his ass off, about killed himself to get this kind of thing. These are stories, the common kinds of stories I was being told by these few ladies, and it got me to study even more in depth in certain areas of that era. And what I've seen was women were offered a lot more responsibility in this country, the USA particularly. They were offered voting and all that kind of stuff. They said, we don't care. That's guy stuff. We're not interested. We want to nurture the kids. We want to take care of our men and make sure they get good meals and the house is clean when they come out, all that kind of stuff. They didn't care. Okay. It wasn't, most of them didn't care. There were some, like my mother, for example, she was born in the 30s, and when she was 20 or 19, whatever, she went to go be a nurse, and she'd really wanted to be a doctor. But she was, for some of the family members, nobody else but the family members, namely the female family members, were telling her she couldn't be a doctor as a woman. Society sure as fuck didn't. Nobody stopped her. And she regretted that she listened to those women and went to be a nurse instead. And still to this day, she's 85 years old. She still regrets that she didn't go to be a doctor and that she was tricked into that. And she'll be the first one to tell you, I was not prevented. I was young. I was shy, and I believed I should have listened to the older women who were telling me this stuff. It wasn't the men doing it. Okay. Really, for the most part, it was not men. I don't think her father was happy about it because he wanted to shelter her.
Okay.
Because that's a dirty, even dangerous, career path to go into. She was sort of gullible, naive, cute, innocent type of person. So he wanted to shelter. He didn't want to see that go away. He wouldn't have wanted to go into the military or anything either like that either, right? But she met a doctor about, I don't know, few years into it, and she was a female doctor, and she said, "How did you do it?" She says, "Like every fucking buddy else did." Why does people keep asking me this? I just went to fucking school. I learned how to be a doctor, and now I'm a fucking doctor. Why? Are you another bitch that had no balls? That's basically what this woman, she yelled at her. And basically said, "Why don't you fucking have some balls? If you really cared, you'd be right here too." I cared. I sacrificed for this, and I'm here. And that's been going on for a long time, my friend. I will never, ever say that there was no systemic oppression against black men and Asian people and Native Americans particularly as well in this country, as well as Irish and Scottish. I would never say that never happened. That was all over. Even in this last century, we see many.
Oh yeah, many of them. But you don't think that extended out to women though? White women.
Well, we've got a different game now, brother. And I'm hogging the talk, but I'll just say this.
No, it's cool.
You know where I stand on all of this, because every one of these topics go back to Agenda 2030. All of it. They're outright cattle.
Paris is like
It does. And I don't need to go into detail. Those who care already know. And those who don't know obviously don't care, or they probably fucking know, or they're just really busy. But I'm busy as fuck every day. And I've still been able to look out there, network with people, probe around, see what so-called experts are talking about, and then look into the experts and see, is this guy a legit scientist, or is this another shill, or is this a whatever? I've been able to do that.
Might be double agents, you know.
Yes, and if I've been able to do it, but I am a networker too. Some of this shit's just dropped right in my lap nowadays because everybody's worried. Like almost everybody's seeing something is out of order.
Yeah.
So,
let me ask you though. All right, so let's say it's not something like the medical industry. They weren't kept out of the medical industry. How do you explain some of the like not even some of a lot of women who had to take on pseudonyms like pen names to be taken seriously as writers because they knew or believed that if they used their real name, their birth name, and it was, I don't know, Jane, Jane Johnson or whatever, that they would not be taken seriously. But
you don't want me to answer this,
John Strauss, sure, yeah. But well, the thing is, I like these kinds of topics where it kind of like unravels different things. So yeah. Do
you really want
there's no wrong answer either.
All right, well,
we're unraveling the whole thing.
Okay, it's real simple. It really is. It comes down to human instincts and human psychology and all of that, and it's stuff that triggers people. For me, that's why I'm sitting here going, "Oh, here we go." Somebody's going to get triggered. I'm a misogynist, male chauvinist pig. What the fuck?
Oh no judgment on this channel.
I know you're not going to say that. I'm just saying this clip will come up later.
Yeah.
Like, look, he's a sexist. It comes down to this. I'll just spit it out. It comes down to this. Men go for it on the average more than women do. Okay. This is the same topic that gets Jordan Peterson attacked and smeared and all this other bullshit. Women have their type, like humans, like psychology works across male and female, the genders pretty much, and all that, ethnic backgrounds and all of that. They're just little differences, and women have some certain instincts, men don't, and vice versa, or at least they're stronger. And it comes down to a lot of women don't have, especially in this day and age with the corporations, first they make them love themselves. Like, you're the most beautiful. Don't matter how fat or whatever you are. You're awesome. You're a princess. You're a queen, a goddess, right? But then they turn right around next commercial. Look how dumpy and shitty you are. Look how awesome and perfect this woman is.
This model is,
look at you. They
come buy this product.
Then they deconstruct, then construct, and then deconstruct. And it's been going on. The pattern's there. It's on purpose. It's conscious. And there's only one reason to do that, and that's to cause trauma, to cause psychological trauma, and to socially engineer people. That's why such a thing is done. It's the only reason. Now, what that does is these women are more insecure than ever. It doesn't matter what men do or say. All the normal people around them is irrelevant. They're getting these fucking social media and TV brainwaves, Ellen,
Yeah.
puking all into their brains, constantly saying, "You're fucking shit. You're awesome. You're shit. You're awesome." So they don't go for it. They don't believe in themselves. Okay. I see this across all of the arts and entrepreneurship. Like if you go to any kind of like new opportunity in your area, like my area has shit for opportunities, right? So when I was out there trying to find local opportunities, you start seeing a lot of the same people going after these opportunities. You understand, like us go-getters trying to get a fucking job, trying to get our lives on track. Man, I lost my job. I got to get it back. Some stupid Karen cunt fired me over bullshit. I need to pay rent, you know?
Yeah.
So it's a lot of the same people. It's because a lot of people give up and they lose that nerve. They lose that will to survive. They just say, I'm done. And
I must say, part of what I agree with, again, I'm kind of middle of the road here. What I do is I extract what may be interesting conversation out of these topics and I kind of extrapolate it to make this an interesting show. But one of the things I do step out of my neutrality to agree with you on is via personal experience. I find it hard to find women who will go into business ventures with me, right? It's always, okay, where's this firm? I'm a graphic designer. And I've always had like male business partners, and we get to a certain level. Maybe they go branch off on their own. Oh, you know what? I want to start off. One guy, he wants to focus on the medical industry. When you see those medical brochures, he's one of the people who do that stuff. I didn't want to focus on that, so we parted ways. Right? I want to be a generalist. He wants to be what do you call generalist and specialist, right? So that guy and I parted ways, but he's still kind of like a go-getter. I'm still a go-getter. But any woman that I've asked and I kind of fished them out the way I fished out guys to become partners with, the techniques don't work with them. They don't have the frontiersman spirit where, okay, let's start something new, let's get it or whatever. Now, the thing is, I'm not saying they don't all have, they all don't have it. But through my experience, I found that it's an easier sell. Let's go out there and conquer. Let's make something out of nothing. Let's conquer new territory. Let's stake our claim. It's an easier sell to another guy. But when it's a woman I approach with this stuff, they're like, yeah, how much you paying me per hour, dude? All right. So, you want to come work for me, or do you want to get this? You want to get in on this with me, and we get it. No, they want to work for someone and then build their portfolio and work for the people who made the Pepsi logo, or the what do you call it, the British Knights or whatever. So that I kind of agree on that, but I'm kind of middle of the road on whether women experience oppression or not, because there's too much complaining out there about them not having had the same chances, like to start their own, I don't know, magazine firms and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But I mean, I don't know. And these things, by the way, I like these conversations because we get to see what the market is concerned about and where the line is.
These topics get me in trouble every time.
Yeah, but I'm more worried about the market. Like, if we come out with our comic and we put a little bit of social depth in there, how much is too much? You know what I mean? So I like these conversations to that end. You know what I mean?
Well, we have sort of a formula for that. We have no current day politics.
No current, okay.
And brain cage continuity or any of this. None of it. There's no douchebags running around with fucking masks. There's none of this dumb shit.
No orange man bad.
There's no orange man. There's no fucking clown world SJW politics. It's super villains and superheroes, man. Everybody's burned on this bullshit. Hey, Robert, what do you think, Robert? I know Robert has views on this. Let's hear what you think about this for sure.
Have you been listening in, Rob?
Oh, you're gonna have to catch me up. I had to boot up my computer.
Okay, we were discussing the apocalypse of the comic book industry, and one of the key pillars of its downfall, which is identity politics, right? But then I asked whether we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater by saying no more social issues touched upon in our stories, even though the current crop of comic creators do that, they, in my opinion, overdo it, right? But if we say like no more, we got to stop this, are we throwing the baby out with the bathwater? Maybe they executed those stories the wrong way, but maybe we should bring in some social issues and these sorts of things, like lightly touch on politics, right? And yeah, go ahead.
The X-Men is, I think, a good example. If you look at the X-Men of yesteryear, I thought they touched on a lot of issues that were probably relevant to their time and place. If you think about even the post-Claremont era and the Scott Lobdell X-Men, I think that and the Fabian DeSouza elements there, where you have the Senator Kelly storyline, and Strife tries to assassinate Xavier. They think it was Cable, and then there's this whole push for from Senator Kelly and everything. To pit the, you have kind of mutant civil rights going on. And I thought that, it wasn't trying to tell you the story of the civil rights movement or anything like that, but it was more of a backdrop rather than this is, we need to change everything in our society. This is just what's going on in the Marvel universe as it relates to the mutants. And so I think it's more kind of a backdrop. Like, one of the reasons Game of Thrones, I think, was successful is because it takes a lot of historical things that you see in real history, but they don't serve as like, oh, we're trying to tell this particular revolution or that particular story. It's more kind of the scenery painting, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. What I had asked Greg was, how much of the backdrop can you minimize without making it seem like you don't care about that issue? Let's say you had a black Indiana Jones, right? Kind of like a black adventurer, archaeologist and adventurer. And the setting is, let's say, antebellum slavery. How much of what's going on during that era do you cover? And how little do you cover and still maintain the fact that, okay, this was important, these were horrible things that happened, but let's focus on the story now, right? Same thing, and we moved on to women, right? If you had like a character that's a kick-ass pilot, sort of like an Amelia Earhart, kind of like World War I, dogfighter, that kind of person, right? But it's during the era of the 1910s, 1920s. How little of the importance of women in society do you cover without demeaning the essence of, hey, this wasn't an important issue at the time, women being important in the workplace, these sorts of things. It sounds like you already have kind of like input or insight into that.
Well, if you take you mentioned, let's do an archaeologist. He's African American, and he's going to be set in you said the mid 1800s post Civil War era. Yeah,
let's go with that.
Okay, well, I mean, if you look at the original Indiana Jones, it hits you with a lot of stuff right on the nose. I mean, that they just didn't care. They were like, yeah, we're gonna have the Nazis opening up the Ark of the Covenant with a Jewish ritual. It's like, like they just didn't give a fuck.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. That was pretty funny too. Yeah. Other people didn't get that joke. They were like, "Oh, it's just an action scene." I got that joke, and I saw it. Wait a minute.
Well,
I mean, if it was a joke, I don't know. They meant for that to be funny, right? Like subtextual humor, perhaps.
No, I think it was the revenge. It was like,
okay.
It was a revenge story more than anything. When you get to that point of it, but they were willing to do that. They were willing. You couldn't do that on screen today. Everyone would lose their minds. It's, oh, this is too controversial. But at the time, it fits perfectly into a Steven Spielberg epic. So I mean, I love that movie. So I just say, if you're gonna do it, hit that stuff on the nose. But you're gonna have elements that are in there that you have a hero, a good represented hero. He can have allies. Whether I guess he gets into kind of the in between stage between during Reconstruction, let's say. And it's before segregation really gets its claws, and maybe the Union's still around. You can have elements like that. So I would just say, be true to it, be true to the history in so many ways. Although, Indiana Jones takes a lot of liberty, of course.
Right.
But you have things that seem genuine. And I think if you're true to history, then you probably can't go wrong in that regard, because as long as it's entertaining and you're not trying to preach to people, I mean, you could have someone maybe who was a former slave owner, but maybe he's like an ally or something. Like you put him into a more unlikely role instead of typecasting everything or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, like you can try to mix it up a little, I suppose.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? So, for example, in Black Panther, one of the things that many people were soured to was the fact that, okay, Wakanda is on par with, even though it's an Earth civilization, it was on par with Asgard, the MCU's Asgard in terms of technology, right? And so it was a thing where people couldn't bridge that gap, or they couldn't make it work in their mind and through morality, that kingdom would have stayed shielded and camouflaged and watched everything around them go to shit. They would have watched, Africans enslaving Africans to sell to, the Portuguese, to the British, to the French, and watch all those things happen. And when they could have stopped it. So many people felt that, it made the Wakandans a little bit elitist and isolationist and non-relatable, because no one else could sit there and watch that happen. It would be as if I don't know what happened with the Armenians, the Armenian genocide with the Young Turks, right? Can you imagine some sort of Armenian-ish kingdom existing around that area, and they saw the Armenian genocide happen and they did nothing? Or like, well, you know what? Those are Armenians. We are, insert Marvel fictional name here, and we're isolationists and we want nothing to do with the open world. We would view them a little bit differently, in a unrelatable way.
Right, but that's what Killmonger made him so interesting as a character, and really gave him a purpose in that as a great villain. I actually enjoyed Black Panther, and so I thought that they, because of that situation, they made it a part of the story, and then they used that to drive the conflict. Between Killmonger and Black Panther. I thought that was actually exceptional.
Yeah, that was brilliant. Yeah,
it was pretty Shakespearean, actually. I thought that was one of the better Marvel movies out there.
Oh, I disagree. I disagree because that's Greg.
Oh, Greg. Okay.
I disagree because Killmonger had no shred of decency throughout the entire movie, and then after the finale, as he was dying, we were supposed to care about him. We were given absolutely no reason to care about that character at all. We wanted to see him die because he murdered people casually.
Including his own allies, right? Like
just random people. He was clearly a rabid beast that had to be put down. Honestly, I could tear that movie apart, top to bottom, production-wise, story-wise. I hate it. It's bad.
I'm with Greg on this.
It's bad to me as Endgame. Guardians of the Galaxy 2 and Captain Marvel. It's as bad as those.
Oh, okay. You didn't like Guardians of the Galaxy Part 2?
No.
Oh, man.
It had a few entertaining moments here and there, but they weren't enough. They weren't enough
they weren't enough to hold
rationalize. My girlfriend and I taking a whole night for date night and structuring it weeks in advance to go see this movie we're excited about. And we go there, and there's kind of like one little chuckle, and nothing else is really entertaining. Okay. It was pretty bad, but I'm just saying those movies. That's the beginning of the decline of MCU. And Endgame sealed it, basically. Yes. But Killmonger could have been cool if they wouldn't have made him just a bloodthirsty, ravenous animal to begin with. If we could have seen him being pushed into the violence and the extreme measures he's taking. Like the Vulture, for example, Vulture and Spider-Man.
Oh, I love the Vulture, man.
Right? Because that worked, but they didn't do that in Black Panther. He wasn't written properly. He was made to be despicable, and then they tried to instantly use cues, different types of Hollywood, like production cues, to try and, like the music and stuff, to try and get us to feel for him. I'm sitting there listening to this music in the scene, going, What? Where's the celebration music like at the end of A New Hope? You know what I'm saying? They just killed the fucking bad guy. You know, where's the Return of the Jedi celebration? You know, like, the fuck is this craziness?
It's a tragedy, though.
Not to me, it's not.
What was the tragedy? What was the tragedy?
Well, I'm saying that the Killmonger story is a tragedy.
Yeah,
No,
by choice.
I don't see it.
By,
Yeah,
I think you're right.
It's a Shakespearean story.
I think you're right, but by choice. And the thing about Shakespeare is that if you tried to write him today, he would be way overblown and melodramatic, and no one would dig it. Because that's the thing about Shakespeare. When he was writing, he established himself as a playwright, you know, in Elizabethan England. Nowadays, though, his stuff would be so heavy-handed, it would get torn apart. Like, yeah, it's a Shakespearean tragedy, but we got a guy here who he found out about Wakanda. He found out about his heritage. He grew up and became a murderous dude so that he could try and get into the crosshairs of Wakanda and get back in and take it over. I don't think that's tragic. I don't see the tragedy in there. I don't see the... he could have been a good guy, but for the bad choices he made. You know, like, that's the thing about a good villain could have been a hero.
Darth
He
Vader.
made a bad choice, and now he's a villain. Look at Darth Vader. Darth Vader's a great example. I mean, he's a shit example in the prequels, but as a villain, he's a great example. He made a bad choice, he gave in to the Emperor, and for that one thing that he made for the sake of love or whatever, he became a villain and did horrible, despicable things because he was afraid and weak. Killmonger's never
don't talk junk about my boy Vader, yo.
I love Vader. Dude, I love Vader. I love the fact that Luke gets to be a hero with Vader by redeeming him, too. Like, these are fundamental elements of the trope that people lose these days. They don't understand that it's forgiveness. And I liked Black Panther. Don't get me wrong. I enjoyed that film. So I guess I'm halvesies on this with Greg.
You're halvesies on
but
it?
I halvesies, because I enjoyed the film, but I agree that the Killmonger villain was difficult for me to identify with myself. I felt like he was way too angry, self-absorbed, and self-consuming for it to be truly tragic, except on a very objective level. The dude didn't think his life was tragic. The dude thought he was going to overthrow T'Challa, take over Wakanda, and go commit genocide on anyone he wanted. That's not a tragedy. Yeah, that's not a tragedy.
No, he's a scumbag. We got to get rid of these guys. That's a good thing to celebrate, the heroes who sacrifice to get rid of these horrible villains. We're not doing this in our society today. Okay, we're allowing them to take everything over, and we're watching and complaining as they're doing what villains do to their toys.
And then I think exactly what you said, Marvel then tried to give us the music. They tried to give us some sort of justification. Oh, I was abused as a child, or I was left behind and abandoned by my people. They weren't your people. You know, they never were. They left you there. So the idea that Marvel's trying to feed us spoonfuls of, bullshit to try and get us to identify with Killmonger and trying to hype up the emotional identification with that, tragic element, I thought just the tragic side of that. Dude, just let him be a stone cold killer. Look, Training Day. Denzel Washington, absolute scumbag, favorite thing in the movie. You know what I mean? Denzel plays an amazing bad guy because we're not supposed to feel sorry for him.
Right.
You can't have a badass like Killmonger be a badass and feel sorry for him. No, he's just a badass scumbag. Let him be a badass. Don't try and drape this it's justified over it. No. But Marvel isn't interested in doing it. They want to maintain the agenda.
Wait, someone just spoke.
That was me. I was saying we felt bad for Vader, though.
We did because Vader's a better villain. Because Vader's actually a villain. He's a hero that made a bad choice. Killmonger never made a bad choice that turned him into a villain. He was just a villain. When did he make that choice? Can you pinpoint it?
No, because they don't show you what his development was as a character. He kind of just shows up. He's the young boy, and then boom, he's Killmonger, and he's already in the.
Then I guess he had shitty character development.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
what do you guys think about
I thought the origin was enough. I think, in a comic book, that would be more than enough. It's like
every
boy, he was abandoned. Boom, he's 20 years later.
Every bit of data that's relevant to the story needs to be on screen, or in the case of a comic book, on page. It just has to be. You can't
Well, like-
expect. You can't do what Lucasfilm did. By the way, these aren't the only offenders of this same exact type of shit. Lucasfilm expected for you to go and get this other series of books to understand how the First Order came into power.
Yeah, I hate
that
homework.
was absurd.
Yeah, I hate that shit.
Yeah,
I didn't like that.
You don't send me to go dig things up. You don't give me homework. I gave you money.
Right?
And
Right,
by the
I give you
way-
money, exactly.
this,
Yeah.
this
Excuse me,
Killmonger.
if-
What's that?
No, I
Oh,
just
sorry. I'm high as fuck. So don't pay attention to me.
Who was trying to speak just now?
I was. I've been waiting for.
Jose, yeah. I've been trying to get your input on this.
No, I was just thinking when you mentioned something about having like an African Indiana Jones
Right.
entering into the times of slavery. Actually, what brought me to think about was the sci-fi series called The Time Tunnel, where you had these two Americans, they get into this device, and then they will go back in time. So, well, my question is, when you're thinking about perhaps like an African American going back through time to the time of antebellum slavery, or you had like a different concept?
Oh no, it was simply a hypothetical to basically get an interesting conversation and kind of deconstruct some of the story. What I call them story elements. Some of the story elements that are very divisive these days. For example, now people who write these stories, obviously they gave us Black Panther, but the guys on this panel see how they disagree with almost every aspect dealing with Killmonger. When the story, obviously, they meant for Killmonger to be someone we rooted for, I guess sort of like the bad guy of the film that you root for. They meant for that to happen. But these guys don't agree with that. I like bringing these sorts of conflicts out to see where everyone stands. I like that kind
Bro,
of
the
thing.
only person I rooted for in that whole movie was Okoye.
Okoye?
You know what I mean? Like she was the only one I was rooting for. T'Challa's just kind of a nerd. Shuri's obnoxious. Killmonger's he's just a big ball of anger and depression. And
Let me ask you something. Hold on, let me ask you
okay,
something.
what's up?
Hold on. Remember the scene with the because Killmonger drops gems like Thanos defeated. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
okay, look, he was at the museum. One of the things that transpired after the Black Panther movie, and some articles covered this, was that a lot of places like Germany, England, places in the UK, and even France, they were told, or they were addressed by African nations, hey, when are you going to bring our artifacts back? Come to think of it, when are you going to bring our shit back? And it seems like that was the catalyst for them to ask the UK, for example, to bring back the Nigerian stuff that they took, and put in their museums. But you remember the museum scene? And then he asked, how do you think your ancestors got these? Do you think they paid a fair price, right? That's one kind of gem that the screenwriters put in his mouth, right? What else?
I could absolutely see that being a gem. The thing is that supposed to make me identify with him?
Yeah. Oh, it didn't.
Is it supposed to?
I don't know.
Because I think what Marvel's
That's
doing
what-
is I think what Marvel's doing is they're picking the agenda once again. I think they're targeting. Because that's not supposed to make some white girl identify with him, is it? Or are they supposed to be a white ally?
It's
Is that
social
supposed to make
engineering.
me identify
Hold
with
on, who's
Killmonger
speaking?
because he's murdering somebody and saying, oh, well, it's justified because a long time ago someone stole this from someone else and killed them to get it? Oh, so it's okay for you to do it. It's not okay
But
for
that's
you
how
to do
every
it. Who the
war
hell are you?
starts.
Yeah. Hold on. Someone else was speaking.
I was just saying that's how every
Wait,
war
was you?
starts.
That's how it starts.
That's how every war starts.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I ascribe to this. I ascribe to the Will Smith school of conflict resolution. Don't start none, won't be none.
Won't be none.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
don't start none, won't be none. We got Killmonger going around starting stuff. So there's going to be stuff, but that's his whole intent. He wants to start stuff, lure T'Challa out, take his throne, take whatever he wants, and go to war. The guy isn't sympathetic. So to say he's a tragic villain isn't correct.
Hold on. Brings to mind.
Can I explain that? I want to tell you what the tragedy.
Yeah, sure.
Every tyrant is a tragedy. they all end the same way too.
So Hitler's a tragedy.
Absolutely, every
Hitler was
a tragedy. Yeah, 50 million people died in that war. Yeah, that's a tragedy.
Yeah.
No, I mean the character himself.
Well,
I guess from an objective perspective, from like a very far out,
World War I,
from a very far out objective perspective,
he was a tragic figure. Hitler was a tragic figure.
I can see that from a very objective perspective, looking at it through the lens of humanity. As a person, that was a tragedy for him to become that. That I could see.
I know.
If that's the argument that you're making.
It's a tragedy for humanity.
Let me sell it to you, though. Let me sell it to you.
All right.
So you have a guy who was a veteran of World War I, and then he sees his people, and mind you, this is a black guy arguing for Hitler, so keep that. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, honestly, I already lost this because I brought Hitler up. So
no. Oh, we bring Hitler up. Yeah. But yeah, all right. So you have a guy who is a veteran of a first war where he sees his country come to ruins. Then he sees all these other nations, and he sees them as vultures coming in, carving up the place, right? And you got to have barrels of money to go buy a loaf of bread. These sorts of tragedies that were happening. Let's not overuse the word tragedy. These sorts of things that were happening. Injustices. There you go. Yeah,
they were unjust to him.
Not just for him. The guy with the wheelbarrow who can't feed his family with, what I'm saying. That's a tragedy for him too, and that's an injustice for him too.
For him,
and the German people.
But like you're saying, I agree with you. Objectively, Hitler, not subjectively.
No, but also for the German people. And then now, when you have Hitler, when he comes to power, and all the horrific shit he did, he still got his country's military up to par, and still got them on an even playing field. Now the thing is, when he starts doing all this shit, like putting people in camps and taking over, annexing sovereign states, all these different horrific shit. Yeah, that's when he loses me. But that's still a tragic figure in terms of he suffered a major loss. If you extract all that and you put it, I don't know, use the word objectively.
I don't think vengeance chosen, revenge chosen is tragedy. I think we're fundamentally disagreeing on the nature of that word. And I'm not trying to be semantical.
No, I got you. But I don't think, was it vengeance though? I don't know if it was vengeance
for Hitler. For Hitler,
yeah. I mean, okay.
Because he saw his country reduced to ruin. He formed the Reichstag. He got a bunch of National Socialists who were like, "Our country's fucked up. We need to make it better. We need to make it right." He's like, "Yeah, let's totally do that by overthrowing the government, jailing our opposition, stealing all the money for the Jews, and going to war." Yeah, I don't find that tragic.
That's being a megalomania. I'm not sure that's
exactly. So I think his megalomania kind of derails his tragic, the tragedy that is his life.
Well, I mean, I think that's why.
Villain. Yeah, I hear you. I hear that.
Yeah, because
he's a total asshole. I mean, Hitler was, he was the worst kind of human being that exists in all of history.
Are we having a disagreement on what the word tragic means?
That's what I meant. I'm not trying to get semantics.
That's why Killmonger was a tragic figure.
I want to know why. I want to know why you think he's tragic.
Because it's tragic like that. That's very tragic.
The outcome tells you what the tragedy is. It's a comedy if it has a happy ending.
All right, let me look up like a classical term. Maybe you're using a classical term. I'm using the colloquial term for like, well, that shit is tragic. But
it was tragic though. But he could have done so much good, and instead he decided to try to conquer the world.
That's the aspect that I wanted to actually bring up, which is if he hadn't done all that horrific shit, and let's say he built the military up, and he didn't have any animus towards these these ethnic groups like Jews and other people that he hated, right? And he just got Germany back up to speed in terms of militaristically, economically, and all these different things. He will be considered a hero because he didn't commit all those things. I think the fact that he did all those things and he could have been a hero, but then yet he's a
I
villain.
see.
That's
You're
not
right.
tragedy.
You're right. We're using the word differently.
Yeah, you're using a class.
We're saying something is tragic or a tragedy. So the Holocaust was a tragedy. It was a tragic event because it was bad for a lot of people and it had a horrible outcome, right?
Yeah.
But when you talk about a tragic character in literature, which is what we're talking about when I talk about Killmonger, I'm talking about him being a tragic character, not a classical hero. You know what I mean? Not an anti-hero. He's not a tragic character. He's not a tragic hero either, because there's very little heroic about him.
Okay.
When you're talking about the events surrounding World War II being a bad thing, yes, that's a tragedy. Absolutely, that is a tragedy. But Hitler isn't a sympathetic character, which is what a tragic hero or a tragic character is.
I see.
It evokes sympathy. So I didn't find sympathy with Killmonger.
Yeah, because I mean, for it to be a tragic figure, there has to be a level of sympathy and relatability in there. But then it ends badly. I got you. Yeah,
and they tried to do it. They did. They tried to do it with the whole "bury me at sea with my ancestors." That whole line.
Yeah, that's another gem, though.
It's a whole great
gem. He dropped the gem.
But it's dumb. but it's fucking dumb because they're sitting there in the middle of the most technical. They're sitting in the most technologically advanced civilization that's ever been. He could have had nanites put in his body. They could have repaired him, and he could have done better. He could have amended his evil ways. He could have gone straight. He could have done the right thing.
He'll probably do that because, Chadwick Boseman, rest in peace, he passed away. So they need a new physically able person. I don't think...
Only because Shuri's an anti-vaxxer.
No,
come on. They were just going to cast her, but now they can't do it because conveniently that's anti-PC. So they're left with a real-world consequence.
So someone was interjecting, and I didn't see who it was. Was that you, Jose?
It was me. I just want to say a couple of things before I leave.
Sure, yeah.
Also, one thing to bear in mind, militarily, Hitler made some mistakes. Okay, like for example, him invading the Soviet Union. Now, Napoleon tried to do the same thing like almost 150 years ago. And we all saw the results of that. He conquered large swaths of territory, but the problem was that he made a nightmare as far as logistics. And also the Battle of Stalingrad, where his generals were begging him to allow him to evacuate and leave, and Hitler said no. And what he did was he made Paulus a field marshal because with the belief that no German field marshal had never surrendered. And then dealing with D-Day, Hitler made some mistakes. So just think, if Hitler was acted more rational, the turnout for World War II would have been different. But he made some real big mistakes.
Yeah.
And we're fortunate that he made those mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, history will have a different outcome. I just want to thank you, Bill Tech, for allowing me to be here.
Absolutely.
I'm just getting ready to go to bed. And believe it or not, today was the first day I actually went to the gym in months.
All right.
Congratulations.
Chest day, leg day, what'd you do?
Don't skip leg day.
Yeah, don't skip leg day, man.
Always, Bill Tech, I'm going to end it by saying, everybody, please be safe.
Yeah.
Because we are in the middle of a pandemic, and there are crazy people who want to do us harm. And let's do what we can to avoid contact with the slow taps, or else we might infect their stupidity. Now, I was in Christina's live stream last night, and it was based on the topic was supposedly beta men. Somehow it got sidetracked into the issues of the Dominican Republic and how the Haitians are basically overtaking the country.
Jesus.
What's up? And mentioned regarding resident psycho Antonio Batista.
Wow. Wait. He was mentioned or he came in?
He was mentioned.
Oh, all right.
So when it got to stuff like that, I just said, you know what? I'm just going to stay away from Fred and let them argue to their heart's content.
Yeah, hey man, I keep it nerdy. I don't get into these sorts of things. The way we had it hashed out tonight is as far into identity politics as I'm willing to go now, where we discuss it in the context of storytelling and understanding the complexities of characters and plots and story development. But as far as like these guys and their political opinions and I'll set that one out.
Well,
they can have fun.
I'll say this much: everyone in this panel at least have an active brain.
Yeah,
I will say that much. They know how to use their gray matter. Unfortunately, with some individuals, their gray matter has become mush.
Yep.
Vortex knows about my sense of humor.
Yeah.
And actually, if you go into my page in Instagram, you're going to see a lot of humor stuff that I attribute to the slow taps. So that being said, everybody have a good night. Please be safe.
All right.
Good night, Jose.
Night,
All right, Jose.
Always a pleasure, Jose.
Anytime, bro. Yeah, always a pleasure.
Take care. Bye.
Later, Jose.
But yeah, that's why I like where we're going here, where I have people with actual brains. For those who don't have the provided context for what he just said here, there's another sector of this particular YouTube community where, it's not, they're not the cream of the crop. They're kind of like, the Marvel movies that are made right now, they totally enjoy it because they don't see anything past that. And they don't enjoy comics anyway. So they'll laugh at it and then they'll be like, well, this was nerd shit anyway. Who wants to watch nerd shit? Yeah, well, you just watch nerd shit. Yeah, but there was nothing else to do. But you guys are actually sitting there on your channels and you're reviewing comics. That's that gay shit. All right, man. So was that all? I was called gay because I review comics. That's the level of intellectualism we're dealing with. But hold on one second. We got Radical Latino on the panel.
Yo.
What up? What up?
What up, Brad?
What's going on, guys? Thank you.
What's up, Latino? How's it going?
What's going on, bro? Listen,
chilling.
I want to start off by saying is I love the fact that we can have a good and evil conversation without mentioning Hitler. It's such a beautiful thing, because once you mention that name, the whole conversation gets derailed into some other stuff. So I just wanted to say that, you know what I mean?
I had to bring up Ultimate Evil. I know it was bad on me. Poor form, first time, I get it, yeah.
No, now, let's not do that. No.
I blame Greg. Let's just blame Greg.
Yeah.
Blame Greg, man. Blame Greg for
what I would say is some people, and this is a very small sector, some people with hoods and certain tattoos will consider Hitler's story to be tragic.
Yeah, it's a tragic hero. Yeah.
That's a good point. No, you're right. That's a good point. And that's what we were talking about, subjective objective,
Yeah. And I really like that angle also, subjective because it takes an individual to see it from their point of view and understand why they're seeing it that way. So I got that. Now, what I will say about the whole Marvel movies going into this woke space, you know what I mean? I don't want it to feel forced. It feels like it's going to go into the whole pandering type of thing. It's like, for example, in the Heights, there was a lot of liberalism type of talking points that felt extremely forcing and didn't feel organic, where you like, ugh, it felt cringy. With Killmonger on Black Panther, it didn't feel forced. It felt organic. It felt like he was a black militant person who actually decided, to do and had a plan and everything, drawn out, and wanted to do what he needed to do in order to achieve his goal. Again.
Yeah, because I gotta ask. Yeah, I gotta ask. Here's the thing, right? To basically set the field here so that we can have an even distribution of this thing. All right. So we had when Killmonger was at the throne room and he was shackled as a prisoner after bringing a claw as his entry point back into Wakanda, and he said when T'Challa said that's not my problem. When he mentioned, all these people dying around you all this time, and you guys stay hidden, he's like, "That's not my problem. I'm not king of all people. I'm king of Wakanda."
Yeah.
And Killmonger says, "Well, life started on this very continent. So aren't all people your people?" That's a gem. Now, they chose to put it in the mouth of a villain, but that's a gem. They do that a lot with they put things worth considering and they put in the mouth of villains. I don't know why they keep doing that nowadays with the screenwriting. But another one was what was the other gem? When he said that he wants to get he's like, you guys are sitting on all this vibranium with all these ships and all these exploding warhead spears. You could free all our people from across the globe, but you're sitting on here, having your little meetings and basically stroking yourselves off. Yeah. That's another gem, but they put it in the mouth of the villain.
Yeah, but I got to time out. Out here. You just said before Radical Latino, and I agree with you. Some people with certain tattoos and hoods would say Hitler's story is a tragedy. Mm-hmm. Then y'all said that we have Killmonger making a plan to do what he wants to do, what his agenda is. He's gotta figure it out and get it done. Mm-hmm. Those same people who empathize with the plan that Hitler had see his story as tragic. So what you're telling me is that Killmonger had a plan that he was trying to carry out, and his failure is seen as a tragedy. But I don't empathize with that plan. See, I don't understand when he says you could free all our people. Free them from what? You want to go blow up Wall Street and think that that's going to free people? You think that's going to free the people in the Bronx or in Brooklyn? What about all the black people on Wall Street you're going to kill? Let's be real. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's very poetic. It's incredibly hyperbolic to say that, oh, you've been sitting on all this vibranium. You could liberate us. Liberate you from what? That's my point. Your plan is to go around and kill everybody in the world? Come on, bro.
Actually, I'm not trying to go into no critical race theory BS right now. But when we really look at what race has going on and the systematic oppressions of certain amounts of people, it tells me why you will look at it like that and say, what do you mean? When I hear something like that, I understand exactly what he means. And when he says, free them from, and you're saying from what? Well, there's plenty of evidence when we look at systematic abuses of government officials, such as the police, redlining.
Redlining is a fucking fucked up thing. Absolutely.
Since you agreed, then you already know what.
So my question is, what would he do to free them? Time out. No. I got this. Back off.
Is a terrorist.
What's he gonna do?
A perfect example of this type of character where he's a terrorist and he's gonna have Stan Lee wrote that the villain doesn't believe he's a villain. The villain is a hero in his own mind. And
everyone's a hero in their own story.
Right. So Magneto wants to liberate the mutant people, and bring them to prosperity. Him and Xavier, they're supposed to have the same goal, but they had different means. Xavier wanted peaceful coexistence, and Magneto said, no, we're the only way we're ever going to be peaceful is if we're in charge. And that was the dichotomy there. They were two sides of the same coin. They were best friends. And so I thought that actually the Killmonger character is basically your Magneto for that universe, or for Wakanda.
That's fair, but you're drawing it on racial lines, not on the lines of humans and mutants. And my problem is, I agree with you. Redlining's fucked up. There are racist cops who profile people. There are all sorts of testaments of racism that still exist in this country. You can't defeat that with vibranium. You can't punch racism in the face. You can't shoot it with a gun.
I disagree.
So how are you going to beat
Get out of racism?
like how are you going to beat racism? Not racists. Racism. I don't think that you can do that.
I could think of something. Hold on.
There's plenty of ways to do so. It's called justice. Once you start replacing the system of white supremacy, is what I call it, system of white supremacy, which is racism, that's when, and replace that with the system of justice, that's when we'll start defeating racism. There is no such thing that we should be looking at certain people and in certain positions and actually decide to say, okay, I see this person as subhuman and I'm choosing to put them in a position lower than me. Once we start actually putting these people, getting them accountable for their actions, that's when we'll start defeating racism.
But you're going to need help.
Well, yeah, of course we're gonna. Of course.
No. Killmonger doesn't want help. Killmonger doesn't want help. Killmonger wants to do it himself.
I'm not saying.
Hold on, guys. Give me a sec.
I'm not saying that you're not gonna get help. We're literally talking about a real thing that happens in the real world to something that's fictional. Killmonger, again, and something fictional. Killmonger, I don't know how he was going to approach it whatsoever. We don't know. You know,
we do. They had to shoot down the planes.
Yeah, wait, hold on. We could just go by.
I don't know where the planes were going though. Where were the crafts going? But go ahead, Rab. Finish your point.
But we didn't know the whole overall arcing plan that Killmonger had, but we knew some of it. We knew that he wanted to militarize Black America. He wanted to at least have them, in a fighting chance with Black America, to America in general. So that's what I saw it as. How he was going to achieve that goal is beyond me. But again, like I said, he was for what I saw, and it might just be my perspective. For what I saw, that Killmonger was going to actually militarize Black America and have them in a fighting chance with whoever.
That's an idea. I mean, I think arming yourself to protect yourself, to exercise your Second Amendment here in the U.S., that's a great thing.
That's why I'm a very strong component of the Second Amendment.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't personally agree with arms traffickers coming into neighborhoods and saying, hey, you want to fight for racial equality, here's a gun, let's go get it from people that we don't like.
Well,
I just don't see that I don't see that ending well.
What?
Well, the thing is, we have to understand that some people will come with prejudice type of means, and that's not something that we should be even looking towards as a positive message. If certain groups of people are coming together and they're forming a union based on just hating a certain group of people, then we're back to square one.
What do you call intersectionality?
I don't like it whatsoever, but intersectionality is just another play on word that liberal people just made up just so
it's a bunch of people coming together and hating on a group.
No, not at all. Intersectionality has a whole different type of meaning, but I'm not going to get into that right now. My point is, when you have a certain group of people getting together and their whole unification is based on hating one certain part of one group, we're back to square one. So what I'm saying is replacing that systematic oppression with justice. when you see somebody getting killed unjustly because a person has a badge, they need to get punished justified.
Yeah,
Need to be
absolutely.
punished when a certain person calls the cops just because a black kid or a Latin kid is walking down the neighborhood. They should not be just saying, okay, here's a slap in the wrist. No, you should be punished. You shouldn't be just calling the cops out of nowhere just because a certain person, you think they don't belong there. You feel what I'm saying?
I feel what you're saying 100%. I agree with you that there should be the same standards of treatment for everybody. If a cop is gonna, if a cop's gonna step over the line because it's a racial thing, that cop needs to be told, look, that was a racial thing.
Exactly.
You know, cop pulls a gun on somebody, shoots him, he's got to be treated. I know, I completely agree with you.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about.
I differ for you when we talk about invading countries. That's the only time that I leave this conversation and stop disagreeing with you. I'm with you 100% in just about every other way.
But I'm not
I
talking
agree
about
with you.
I'm not talking about militarized black folks just killing white people out of nowhere. I'm not for that whatsoever either. You know, this is something that we got to understand. This is something what I'm saying is replacing that systematic oppression with justice. That's all. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to when it comes to that type of conversation, that's what we need to have. For a long time, white America never wants to have a conversation about race. We have to be honest. We have to be honest. White America never wants to have a conversation about race. It's always ignored. It's always, well, why we gotta always talk about race? Let's talk about something else. You know what I mean? But yet, for some reason, when Karen goes out and she's part of a jury and already has those pre-negative notions about a black person, she's gonna vote guilty instead of innocent just because the person is black.
I mean, if that person that you just said exists, absolutely. But that Karen,
they definitely do exist.
Well, let's time out. That Karen, that white lady with her preconceived notions about race, who's automatically going to vote to get the white dude who did the bad thing off, that's as much of a stereotype as the angry black dude who wants to mug her in the alley. You know what I mean? So until we start dismantling these systems of stereotypes that have infested our minds and tell us who it is we're looking at before we actually know who we're looking at, then we're not going to get to justice because we're fighting straw men.
What I'm going to say is it's a lot more common for white women to actually put us in jail than angry black men mugging a white woman in the alley.
I can't run the numbers on that, bro. I would love to agree with you or disagree with you, but I can't. I don't know the numbers.
We can run the numbers. Let's look at the judicial system. That's it. Those are numbers right there. We could even look at FBI stats of robberies based on race.
But no, because not all of those go to trial with white women on the jury. That's what I'm saying. And I'm also not. And like, if we were gonna talk about it equally in an equivalent fashion, we would have to take every incident of armed robbery or violence or anything and tabulate those FBI statistics and then weigh those statistics against each other. That's a waste of time. Honestly, I'm not trying to argue that. What I'm trying to say is that we have preconceived notions about people. You don't know if Karen is a bad lady.
You're right.
She doesn't know if that dude is a bad dude. We have what you call unconscious biases.
Yes.
So we talk about race, I'm all for it, but we got to dismantle that other stuff too so that we can be honest about it. I want Karen to see people equally and to treat people equally.
When you talk about honesty, what do you mean by that?
About honesty, like the true human element of the conversation.
Like what?
Give me an example of what it is you want to be talking about.
You put it out there. I don't know.
When you want to talk honestly, like if we were going to be talking about Karen and John, the black dude who's on trial, Karen doesn't know John. John doesn't know Karen. If they wanted to talk honestly, they would have to break down the barrier between them that's been put in place by whatever cultural system that has reinforced their image of the other. It's this existential philosophy called seeing the self in the eyes of the other.
And what you're just saying right now is basically white supremacy. That's basically what you're saying right now. So if we really want to, like I said before, if we really want to have this conversation, white America needs to open their doors and actually have this real conversation. For a long time, White America has not. They have ignored it. And we've been out here marching and actually screaming from the top of our lungs to talk about the racial inequality that we're having right now and the systematic oppression that we're experiencing.
Have you ever been arrested?
I've been arrested.
Have you ever been arrested? No, but like for real though.
What do you mean for real? I got arrested for fake?
No, I mean like.
Wait. So
he's got a point, Spycho.
No, I mean like.
Cops just came after me, arrested me, and they said April Fools. What?
No, I think what he means is like. Yeah. Did you go to beyond holding? Did you get processed and put in lockup?
Yes. Plenty of times. Yes.
So my man Radical Latino has a record.
What the hell you scoundrels are talking about? I'm a good boy. I never been arrested.
Wait. Okay, wait. What's your point on that?
Well, you see, a lot of people that I've met that talk like that, they ain't never been arrested. I've been arrested a fuck ton of times.
Okay.
I've been arrested so many times you wouldn't fucking believe it.
Yeah.
And I've been arrested for some pretty bad shit.
Uh-huh.
I've hurt people when I was young. And the thing is, I fucking hated the cops when I was a kid, especially where I grew up, because I grew up in a relatively nice place where, the cops are known back in the day for if they had a problem with you, they take you over to one of the bridges, they hang you upside down, they say you ever fucking do it again, we're gonna drop you next time, and that's how they dealt with it, right? But here's the thing is, I hear all this fucking talk about how the cops hate this kind of person or they hate that kind of person. When the riot started, I was like, yeah, well, it's about time that the cops kind of get put in check because they're getting a little bit too out of control.
Yeah.
Right? And then I instantly hear that it's about black people. And I'm like, what the fuck? The fuck why? Oh, because they're so horrible to black people. No, they're fucking horrible to everybody. Yeah. Okay? And I sit there when the riots start, right? And I sit there watching this black lady standing up talking about how the police treat her and they wouldn't treat a black person that way. And I'm sitting there going, I've literally been treated that way. Exactly verbatim what you just said.
Yeah.
Okay?
You all remember Sublime? The song?
No, I don't remember the lyrics. But look, so the thing is though, you say it's about equality and racial justice, and it's not about any of that. It's about good people and bad people and rich people and poor people. And you know what the rich people want? You know what the rich people want more than anything? They want people like you fighting with people like me, because as long as we're fighting with each other, we're not fighting the rich people. So you're sitting here, and I have a lot of respect because you must really care about what you're talking about. Why should we be fighting rich people? No.
What's all this?
I'm not saying we should be. Whoa! I never said anything about fighting rich people.
Robert's going to later on, yo.
We're not even. I'm going as far as not even paying attention. No, because I'm talking about not even paying attention.
Some people want to watch the world burn, but some people want to raise families.
Let him finish his point, please.
Send their kids to school and watch them get married and see them graduate.
Robert, that's not the rich he's talking about. That's not the rich he's talking about.
I'm not saying I'm rich. I'm saying like why would we want to see the rich people
I never said
lose everything?
No, I didn't say I want to see the rich people lose everything. I'm talking about bad people being able to do bad things because nobody's paying attention. Okay, because I'm not even going to, I'm going to be honest that there is a side of my family that's really fucking rich. I'm not part of that side. Okay? I'm not. Like literally, like my uncle, multi-millionaire doctor. His brother, because we live in the United States and the United States works the way it does, and white privilege is a fucking lie. They both grew up in good circumstances. My uncle is a multi-millionaire doctor. My dad lives in a fucking apartment that looks like a homeless
That's
camp.
also not the rich people you're talking about. The rich people you're talking about are Klaus Schwab and Jamie Dimon and international banking consortiums.
Listen, I get it. You're talking about the 1% that literally go to IY shop parties and have like sexy time.
The World Economic Forum.
I'm not even talking.
Just point it there.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about.
I want to go to them parties, yo.
There's really rich people. But there's also really rich people that are.
I understand the rich people that be shitting out gold and pissing out perfume. I get it. I understand that the ones that be, you know, wearing the black robes, and one time they have to bring in a virgin to sacrifice, and now you get to wear the go head. I get it. I understand. Those are the ones that I get it. Now,
No, here's the other thing. I'm
Finish your point.
Jewish. I'm Jewish, right? And so you know what? I'm gonna be completely straight with you. When I was growing up, you couldn't say bad shit about black people. Oh, because you know that's a sore topic. Oh, but I'm white and I'm Jewish, so they could say whatever the fuck they wanted to me. And I literally, like, my best friend at the time, right around that time, he found out that I was Jewish, and he found out that he was popular, and because he liked, you know, telling jokes and making people laugh, and racist jokes were funny, and he's not even fucking American. He's goddamn Canadian, right, in the United States, right?
Damn Canadians.
And so my point is, though, it's some kind of systemic, you know, American thing. He's fucking Canadian, right?
Yeah.
So apparently it's not a systemic American thing. No. And then it got so fucking bad that I am on the daily hearing people walk past me in fucking passing period, be like, "Hey, what's the difference between a pizza and a Jew? Oh, one doesn't scream when you put it in the oven, you know." And then all this sheeny shit, kike shit, all the time, right? No. So it's something about the fucking color of my skin. My color of my skin doesn't fucking matter, because at the end of the day, I've seen Mexican, when I worked for the state of California, I seen Mexicans do bad things to other Mexicans. I've seen Mexicans help out white people to help them promote.
Right.
I've seen black people help white. You know what? I had a black person sign me up for the most difficult class that you could take as a Caltrans worker without even fucking telling me, because he thought I had the potential. And then I proved him right in the eyes of his bosses, who were like the highest bosses in the fucking district, by getting the highest grade in that class. So black people do good things for white people do good things, you know, and then they do bad things too. And it's got nothing to do with the race. And if anything, you know what it has to do with? Fucking culture. Because there is a Hispanic culture, and then there's kind of a white culture, and there's kind of a black culture, but then there's mixes too, because I know white people who were raised in this white, quote unquote, white culture, and then they get into the drug culture, or they get into the racing culture, or they get in this culture or that culture, the other culture, and then they're a person that their parents can't even fucking distinguish anymore, and they're completely different. So culture, I think, has a lot to do with it. But what people do is they put the skin color on the culture, and the culture and the skin color are different.
Can I
Hold on, Rad's got a rebuttal. Go ahead, Rad.
Can I answer some of your points?
Yeah.
Okay. Before I say anything, are you a white guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
White,
so you're
Jewish.
So okay, all right. Cool. Well, Jewish is not a race. That's your religion.
But
so,
I am.
That's not true, actually.
Yes, it is.
I could turn Jewish right now. So let's stop.
I actually always believed that too.
Can you become?
And then I found out recently there is actually genetic element to it now.
Wait a second. No. Wait a second. The Semites are the Semites, all right?
Yeah.
Like, just look it up. Like, oh wow, that's where that's.
If
it was true, the Jews could have just been like, "Oh, we're Christian now, Hitler. I'm sorry, you can't hurt us."
Listen.
Come on.
If you do the,
Listen.
I think that
if that was the case, Jews would have never be wearing stars, because they know that they could blend in with whiteness. So let's cut the bullshit. Now,
there's a unique culture there. They have their own country going back 2,000 years.
Which one is it? Anyway, so
nationality, religion, and race.
Now that we established that one thing, I don't see you as something bad. I don't see white folks like that. I've always said there's white supremacists and non-racist white people. That's it. It's either between of that. Either between. That's it. Now, this is a thing. The fact that you even said there's no such thing as white privilege, there's plenty of examples of white privilege.
It's rich privilege.
No.
Rich
there's
privilege.
Listen.
No, because if you don't have money, you have no fucking privilege anymore.
Let me speak. There's a lot of examples of white privilege happening literally on a daily.
Give me one.
Even
right now.
Even when it comes to rich or non-rich. For example, Brock Turner. I don't know raped somebody.
I don't know who that is.
Well, you can look it up. Brock Turner raped somebody, and he literally got a slap on the wrist. There was another college dude that raped another girl, got caught doing it on video, slap on the wrist because he was part of a fraternity. Oh my God, that's insane. right? So we have situations of white folks actually getting benefits from being white. Even there's been a study of black college graduates not getting jobs that white high school dropouts got. So when we actually come to that type of there's no such thing as white privilege, to me that really tells me that you are aware of it, but you're just ashamed that you're getting a benefit that you don't deserve.
Maybe
This
you put too much on that degree.
No,
Maybe
there are other
that
examples.
guy went through that school, got that degree,
No, there are
and
other
still
examples.
sucked ass. Well, then give me another example.
there's
I can
plenty
give
of
you
examples.
military examples. There are black generals. Do you think? Well, this is recorded already. Back in the day, when blacks first got into the officer ranks, do you think they were respected as their white colleagues? The answer is no.
No,
So
I don't.
of course not.
So
there was a black 4-star general that was his name is Daniel Chappie James. He's the first black 4-star general in any of the armed forces. And do you think he was respected as his peers, his white peers?
Yeah,
There were
yeah,
colonels.
but those
who were
inequities
outranking
were.
him.
Yeah, but you know what?
I know over time those inequities were remedied. If we talk about now, what are examples of white privilege now? Now, for me, I've been involved in levels of the corporate, corporate workplace and stuff like that. So I have seen examples of whole resumes with names like DeAndre Thomas and fucking Devontae Jackson get tossed in the trash after the applicant leaves. I have seen that kind of thing.
Exactly. I'm
saying examples like that must be brought up, not something like with the military in the past, because that stuff's been remedied.
Hold on. It hasn't.
You don't think it has?
Let's look at it like this though, because
I just want to make a point. I want to make a point real quick. My thing is, when we try to have conversations like this is not trying to make white folks feel bad or whatever the case is. That type of mentality, talking about there's no such thing as white privilege, that type of mentality is dangerous. Believe it or not.
I think there's white privilege. I think there's white privilege, but then I think there's black privilege and Mexican privilege and gay privilege and Asian privilege.
It's not the same thing.
No, they're not the same thing. They're all different kinds of things.
Last time I checked, Eric Garner's privilege didn't stop him from dying. Last time I checked, Tamir's Wright's privilege didn't stop him from getting shot up. Last time I checked, Breonna Taylor's privilege didn't stop her from getting shot up by the cops. So please let me know what type of privilege. What, because black people can say the N-word? That's the privilege? Come on now.
No, he's committing a fallacy here. Just because there is some privilege, that doesn't mean all privileges are equal. So yes, there could be Mexican privilege, but it's not equal to your white privilege.
The only Mexican privilege that I see is that they could actually stand.
Oh, baby,
you know what I'm saying?
The way I see it.
It doesn't burn.
No, but here's the thing: the way I'm gonna be honest. I know a lot of lazy fucking white people. A lot of them.
It's not that
you
they
don't.
don't exist.
Can I bust in here for a second?
I say one word.
Wait. We were discriminated against. You know what they did?
Let's slow it down. Let's slow it way down.
Let Robert Romano speak.
My family are with immigrants. They came to this country over 100 years ago. My grandmother Flavia, she came on in USS Europa in 1917, 1918, and they were poor. And everyone who was fleeing Sicily, and my whole family ancestors, they all come from Sicily. They were fleeing abject poverty. They were very fortunate to be able to come here, and didn't have much when they got here. And they worked for what they got here. About half of the Italians who fled that exodus. A lot of them went to Argentina, but half of the people who immigrated, they went back to Italy because there weren't any jobs here either. And there was a lot of struggles there for a couple of generations. My father's side, they did a little bit better, and I think my grandmother, she ended up owning a building in her neighborhood in Brooklyn. They weren't born with it. There was no privilege for it. The story was that they came in, they were poor, they worked hard, they saved their money, and then they someday they were able to actually pass on something to their children. And my grandmother, she had like she got to see many great grandchildren. They raised great families, and I think that's the story. For me, that's the story of America. It's not about race. It's about hard work. It's about family. Mostly it's about family to me. I think America's been very good to a lot of people. We're all very fortunate to live in this country because there's a lot worse countries. I'd rather be here right now. And I was born with a house. I went out and got a degree, and then I went and I married my college sweetheart, and then I got some kids. But I had to work for all that.
Let me ask
you. It's a privilege.
Let me ask you then. So if it's not about race in this country, why were there laws just to benefit white folks?
There were laws that didn't benefit Italians during World War II, or Germans, or Japanese.
Don't dance. Do not dance.
Wait,
I said something very specific. If this is
why was there segregation?
Let's
tell the story of America now. We're going to go through history now. My family wasn't here, but I'm privileged for it, I suppose.
Let's not dance.
Were Italians discriminated against when they came into this country? Were they not?
I'm gonna give you a history lesson right now. Before I do, please answer this. If this country was not based on race, please show me a law that benefited black folks and discriminated white folks.
There wouldn't have been.
Thank you very much. So basically you just proved
the 13th Amendment. How about the 13th Amendment? There's a law that benefited black people who were enslaved. Wait, what about the 13th Amendment? What about the 14th Amendment? I am not.
Wait, hold on.
I am not oblivious. There are no laws that benefit.
I am not oblivious. Sir, hold on. I am not oblivious of the tragedies that the Italians and Irish.
Hold on. Take turns, guys. Don't talk over each other.
I am not.
Guys, hold
on. I am not oblivious. I am not oblivious of the tragedies that Italian and Irish people face. I am not oblivious about that. There's plenty of evidence, historical
evidence. Are we privileged now?
Wait, hold on. There's plenty of historical evidence that even shows that Italians and Irish people were even made fun of and depicted all crazy. Even Italian people got hanged in Louisiana. This is the thing that separates Italian and Irish from this whole race topic thing that basically doesn't even prove your point. When Italian people got hung, Italy almost went to war with the United States to the point where they had to give reparations to those families. Now, later on, Italians and Irish people, Italians and Irish people then later on got the privilege to mark down whites. And now they're in that white status ever since then. And for some reason, them same Italians and Irish were the overseers of slaves. So again, if you said that this country is not based on race,
my family came here in 1900, and their slavery was already abolished.
Then please
it's about wanting things. It's about wanting things or not, or haves and have-nots. Look, I have a friend that's not my friend anymore. Well, I had a friend because during this COVID thing and during the riots, we got into a huge fight. And I've known this guy for like a decade. And now here's the thing about this guy. He sits there and he smokes weed all day long. He talks about how his back won't hurt. It may have about how his back hurts so bad he can't work. Except I've watched the guy go pick up a refrigerator and move it from, 25 miles from where he picked it up to somewhere else in the back of his pickup truck for $10. So I think he really just doesn't want to work. But here's the thing. So he's like almost 40 years old now. Doesn't have a job, hasn't had a job in like 12 years. And the reason why I've always been friends with this guy was because, you know what, he was a good person. Whenever I needed him, when there was something wrong, he would always be there to come pick me up when my bicycle like got broken or something like that when I'm riding and I'm 12 miles away, 20 miles away from my house. But the thing is, he really is fucking lazy. He sits in his garage all day long and he just smokes weed. And he lives with his mom, who makes like I think $30,000, maybe $40,000 a year, and she's an illegal immigrant, and she's been here for like 40 years. As a matter of fact, my friend actually shouldn't be alive because his mom already had her tubes tied, and somehow she had him anyway, like almost 20 years after his next youngest brother. So his next youngest brother's like 58 or something like that. And we were having this argument and going
That's
back
that
and
super
forth.
sperm, bro.
Yeah, so shit. And
That's super
we're having this argument, and we're going back and forth. And he turned to me and said, nobody makes it in this world unless they get a lot of help. And I turned to him and I said, you know what? That's fucking disrespectful to your own mom, because you know what? Your mom struggled and came here, crossed the desert, crossed the border, made it into this country. She still doesn't even speak English 40 years later. And you know what? I don't give a shit. I don't care at all. Like, I'm not like one of those, oh, you speak the goddamn language. I don't care. You know, like, I respect what she did. And then she raised those two kids, right? And it was hard because I know they got arrested and all this other shit went on, right? But then here he is, not putting in any money to the household, right? And not doing anything. And she's paying for his living. And he says, nobody makes it in life. And I said, what about your mom? And she said, well, she got helped because, women's rights, and they were forcing women, companies to hire women. And I said, yeah, just because they were forcing companies to hire women doesn't mean that your mom was just going to get a job because they called her up and said, we're giving you a job. She had to go get the job and do the job and be good at the job. And his mom is actually a machinist. She's a 70 years old little Mexican lady who's a machinist making aircraft parts. Like, a fucking incredible person, actually. I know something about machining, and that's not little shit. And so she has struggled and she has fought throughout her life to give my friend the best life he can. Such a good life that he doesn't have to do anything except sit on a fucking couch, watch TV, and smoke weed all day long. He doesn't have to think about anything. And I say to him, God forbid your mom dies. What are you going to do with yourself? But you know what? He turns to me and he tries to say, oh, it's this black privilege. Oh, everything you've ever known in life. And it's okay. You wouldn't understand because the way you were raised, it's racist. And your grandfather fought World War II for a racist country. And it's all this indoctrination. I say, how fucking dare you? Because your very mom struggled and fought, and you don't do a goddamn thing, and you say it's everybody else's fault. At some point, you gotta push. And you gotta like make the effort, and you gotta struggle, and it's gonna be hard. And you know what? There's a lot of college kids out there who should never have fucking gone to college, but their parents told them to, of all ages and whatnot. And then there's a lot of traits. My brother went to school to become.
Welcome to the wonderful world of debt.
Yeah, my brother
That's
went.
us all, man. We're all in it together.
My brother went to 2 years of aircraft mechanic school. Okay, he spent a total of $3,000 on schooling. $3,000 on school. He spent more on fucking tools than he did to school. Okay, and now he works for FedEx. And the job that he works at FedEx, now he had to be good in order to get in, because FedEx is like the top of the top of the top of being an aircraft mechanic. He's going to top out at his basic low end job at $75 an hour.
Congratulations,
okay.
That's great.
But the thing is that there's a lot of people that go to this college because they're promised that job when they come out. And they think that just having that degree, all I have to do is go to school, go to college, get that degree. And then as soon as I get that degree, degree profit. But that's not how it works. The degree isn't a promise of profit. It's the opportunity for it, but you still have to be good at what you do. And I think a lot of college kids went to school because their parents told them to. They said, here, kid, this is the course, this is what you do. But supply and demand. And if everybody wants to go be a fucking programmer, there's going to be a shit ton of programmers. And if you're not the best at being a programmer, then you're not going to get picked and you're not going to get the good jobs. And that's how it works. College degrees don't equal money. College degrees equal opportunity to get money. Okay? But
there's caveats to that, because depending on the degree and depending on the school can hook you up with job opportunities, which you wouldn't have had you not gone to that college, right? So if you graduate Johns Hopkins University, which is one of the top medical schools in the world, they're probably going to give you some opportunities.
Yeah, but you also made it into one of the top medical schools in the world in the first place.
But I'm saying if you went to like Queens CUNY Medical School, you're probably not going to get those same opportunities. So there are opportunities because you were at the right place at the right time. And you also have to put in there that everybody doesn't go to college that is paying for college. Some people
didn't need to
get scholarships.
But some people shouldn't have to. Like I said, like with my brother. My brother didn't have to go to college. And I think there's a lot of people that don't have to go to college. Electricians make a shit ton of money.
Yeah, but you say
plumbers make a shit ton of money. Oh yeah, $3,000.
Not everybody's paying money. There's a lot of people who go to medical school that don't pay money at all. They just got the privilege.
We need more doctors. There's a reason why that is. The way the scholarships are set up for medical school, for example, there's a massive shortage of healthcare workers, especially with the baby boom going on right now. My wife works, she's a social worker. Her family, they're also immigrants. They came from Moldova. After the Soviet Union fell, they moved to Israel, and then they won the lottery and they were able to move to America. And they didn't have shit either. Her father, he's in his 60s now, and he's still building staircases. And her mother, she works at a floral shop. But she's not doing, she's getting sick now, so I don't know if she can still do that now. But they struggled. Boy, did they struggle.
Well, I get it.
But I am talking about
a great Jewish family.
I am talking about the ones with the.
But they're not privileged. They got everything they have. They made it for themselves.
Privilege is being used in more than context here. Privilege doesn't mean you're rich. Privilege means you have an opportunity that other people are not able to have, and not necessarily
they're lucky. I mean, you could say they're privileged, to have won the visa lottery to get to America, but they're privileged as hell to come to America. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's better here than it is in Israel from their perspective.
Yeah, but other people did not have that same opportunity. So the privilege is you had the opportunity.
Not everyone can win the lottery.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that everyone who, by virtue of their color, is privileged.
The people who get to go to college for free on any scale, it's a very small portion. Very small portion of the people.
Can I say something real quick? Who was the one that said the story about the lazy friend smoking weed, mom?
Spica.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay. See, the thing is when me, myself, or anybody else talks about these systematic oppressions and racism and blah, 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 we're not talking about them type of people who are lazy, who just want to say, woe is me, and just blame everybody.
But who's who?
That's not who we're even talking. They shouldn't even be part of the conversation.
No, but who's who? How do I know? See, I don't know you. So I don't know the way you live. And so for all I know, you're just like him. I'm not saying you are. Look, let's be honest. I'm not saying you are.
No, of course.
Right. But I don't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
and the thing is that
that has nothing to do with my point. What I'm trying to say is, for a lot of times people want to discredit, when we talk about systematic oppressions and replacing it with a system of justice. They want to discredit it by saying, well, I have a friend and I have an aunt and I have an uncle who just stays in a hammock all day, just smokes weed, and they don't get, you know what I mean? So people, I'm not saying that's what you're doing. I'm just saying usually those are the same talking points, and they discredit it by saying, well, people who talk about race, they're just lazy and they want a handout. Nobody's asking for a handout.
I'm not saying they all. No.
We just want justice and equal treatment. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
So usually that is the talking point. And I just wanted to just bring that up. That's all.
I understand what you're saying. And it was a particular example because from my point of view, I don't in my personal life run into too many of these radical people like him, like my friend who I no longer talk to, because everybody, like my father and I, would go eat with him. Dude, I would give this guy when I was working for the state, because he was always there, and always on deck when I needed him, and he was a good friend, and I know that he never had any money. So like if he had to drive me down to if you know, sometimes I'd have him drive me down to the bank because I hate fucking driving because that's all I did all day long. And dude, okay, it's 5 miles here. Here's $20 for gas. Oh, you want to? Then after that, hey, you want to go grab some food? I'll buy. You know, and I never said nothing. You know, I never said nothing. Like I never.
Listen,
But the thing is that like I know, like my dad and I would go eat with him, and he'd just be sitting there talking about how he can't get a job because of reason X, Y, and Z, and every time he tries. But the thing is, he's fucking mopey, and he had a bad attitude about things. So
well,
you wouldn't want to hire him.
When you have
I think that all of us on this panel are conservative.
well,
right?
yeah, I'm pretty conservative myself.
Yeah, the go get 'em, you know, ethos is something that we have strong beliefs on. I think each and every one of us here.
Now I want to just say
oh,
one
I'm sorry,
thing.
yeah.
I want to say one thing that Brotep can actually vouch for. I've said this story plenty of times, and I'm gonna say it one more time for the people that don't know it. I used to own a gym for 6 years. It was a franchise gym, 24-hour fitness. I used to own it. And in order to acquire such franchise, I decided to go get a loan. And Brotep knows this story. I don't know if he remembers it. But did I not get denied for the loan and I had to hook up with a white business partner and then I got accepted? Did I not?
Yeah, similar stuff happened to me as well.
So
I think it's possible that two things can be right at the same time too. Like it can't. One thing does not exclude the other. But all right, go ahead.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But when we talk about, oh, what was me, and oh, you just
that's
complaining about everything. The thing is, there's people with legitimate complaints. I could have simply just said, okay, you denied me. Let me go to another bank. Oh, they denied me too. Oh, let me go to another bank. Oh, they denied me too. And then I just go to a friend and say, well, they keep on denying me. Whoa, why don't you just pull yourself up from your bootstraps? That doesn't make any sense.
No, that I understand.
That doesn't make any sense. So
you're right.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the people that don't want to work with. They're gonna do them. Let them do them. That's not who I'm talking about.
I do think that's
I'm speaking of specific things that actually happen. Now, for an example, in my situation, the reason why I got denied a loan was, check this out. I didn't have enough credit. Last time I checked, I thought 730 was good. Last time I checked. So to that bank, I didn't have enough credit. When I hooked up with my white business partner, that he actually showed that he's actually loaning me a certain amount and he needs the loan, which we actually had to make an LLC together to legitimize the business. They said, oh, okay, let's check your credit. You're fine. Guess what his credit is?
But here's the thing, and that's really good. It's really good, and I actually really appreciate that a lot, because what I want to say right here is that you're right. And then if that bank did this because of race, and then you had to go get your white friend to fucking pull out the loan and then loan it to you, like that's fucked up. But at the same time, your white friend did that for you. Right, because you guys had each other's backs, and you guys were a coherent force.
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. Sorry.
but you're a coherent force, right? You and your white friend that was like, well, fuck this shit. Then I'm gonna go pull the money out, and I'm gonna give it to you if they won't give it to you, right? Like he shouldn't have had to help you, but he did. Now I'm gonna say my only concern is this. Is that what's going on in the world right now is dividing the races. It is. It's making white people walk down the street and be afraid of black people. It's making black people walk down the street and be angry at white people, right? And you will start running into an incident, but you'll start running into an incident where people whoever's fault it is, it's not my fault. I didn't do it. Your friend didn't do it, but your friend is will suffer for it, right? Like people who didn't do anything wrong are gonna get caught up in the net, and they will suffer too.
What good is coming of it? What laws have changed? What justice has come from the riots?
I could actually point out and say that it's white supremacy's fault. I can say that.
But it's not. But your friend is obviously not a white supremacist.
Of course not. And I never said all white folks are white supremacists.
Of course, but there are people out there. I'm not saying you, but why it's really important to have these conversations, right? Like I'm just saying, and like why I made the comment about my friend first and saying these things is they have to be said so that way we'll be on the same page about things. Yeah. And the fact that you own a 24-hour fitness right there on itself, I fucking get. I don't care what color you are. I don't care where you're from. I don't care what geographic region. I don't care what color your fucking hair is. Bro, you did that shit and you had a franchise. Dude, that's legit. And like it takes all that's beast as fuck, right? So like, all right, we're already on the same page. Now that being said, you don't feel that all white people are white supremacists, but there are people, but they're out there in the world right this instant. There are people preaching the message that all white people are privileged, whether they know it or not. They're teaching it to children in classrooms with a CRT. That they're forcing children to either look at themselves as an oppressor or an oppressed, and they're too young to be anything except fucking children, you know. And so the problem is that, look, I agree that we should all be colorblind. Like we shouldn't be having race discussions because it shouldn't fucking matter. Like when I grew up in, I grew up in a Jewish atmosphere. Okay, look, there at my temple, there's a gay black Jewish guy who's one of the nicest people I ever met, and every time we go there, we end up having these long conversations about bicycles, and he works for Google as a programmer. Like, this guy is incredible. And then at the same fucking table, there's this white asshole who bitches, always talking about how he's always right, and I make $250,000 a year and I graduated from Carnegie Mellon, and he embarrasses his wife. Nobody likes him, and he's a sad, fucking pathetic person. I don't look at his color of his skin. I look at his attitude.
This is exactly my point. White America does not want to have this type of conversation, which we should.
We're having now.
Yeah, you guys are having it now.
You just admitted that
that's a supposition, though.
You just admitted that CRT is making white folks look some type of way and making them feel bad. Exactly. You know why? Because it's accusatory.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's accusatory, and it's putting your ancestors and the privilege that you hold in your face, and you don't like that. I get it. You don't like that. It's a bitter.
But how can you lump all of the white people together? What's white America? Define white America.
Hold on. What
the census says is white.
It's a bitter pill to swallow when you know the privilege that you hold that you don't like to accept.
Well, what privilege do I have? What privilege do I have? No, but
white on the census.
But compared to a mirror next to you,
but what about
Oprah Winfrey? It doesn't make sense.
What about Oprah Winfrey and Shaquille O'Neal and Samuel L. Jackson compared to me? Not compared to other.
Oh, wait. Here's the difference. Here's the difference. They were picked tokens that were qualified. What's your point?
Do you think that? Do you think if you said that to them, do you think that they would agree with you on that?
I could care less what they agree with.
What I'm saying is like, do you feel that every struggle in their life amounted to nothing, and being picked is what all that matters?
Why did they have to struggle?
Because everyone has to struggle if you want to succeed.
That's not true.
You don't think that they have to struggle a little bit harder?
Royalty doesn't have to struggle. They're born into it.
Wait, hold on. Do you not think that they have to struggle a little bit harder?
20, 30 years ago, I'd say yeah. You know what? I'd say yeah.
So when did racism end?
But race doesn't define every person's life.
I'm sorry.
Right. You're talking about a country with 300
you said 20.
Wait, you said 20. Defining things for every single person. Not even every single.
You said 20. Not even
20. No.
You said
maybe
20,
like
30 years ago.
Because
hold on, guys, pause.
Last time I checked, They literally called the cops on Oprah up in Paris because they thought that she stole the bag. Last time I checked.
Well,
So
that's Paris.
But hold on.
It was France or
Hold,
something like
hold
that.
on, Robert Romano had an interjection. Go ahead, Rob.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, I don't agree with I believe in equality, number one. I do believe in the Constitution, and the story about the redlining you tell, that's illegal. Like that definitely violates federal law. I worked at a public policy organization, and the Congress will convince themselves they defeated redlining like 30 years ago or even 50 years ago with all the various changes to financial laws and regulations that have been put into place. And then when it comes around to enforcing that stuff, it's a fucking shit show because you've got hundreds of thousands of local bank entities. And the federal regulators are only able to really scratch the surface. And so you have targeted enforcement actions and all sorts of problems that arise from that, from just the complexity of governing such a large amount of wealth distribution and loan giving and that sort of thing. But that's definitely illegal. So I hope you reported those people.
Well,
I
the
know
thing
that.
is about redlining and actually getting a home, and racism when it comes to that. Now it's so under the table. You could literally deny anybody for just saying, "Oh, you don't got enough credit. You don't make enough." And they could just go on that basis and not say it's race related. So let's really keep it real, because I've seen it happen.
Well, the problem is
white people get denied loans too.
Hold on, everyone pause for a second. I respect that everyone's having a spirited discussion, but let's not forget why we came here. Greg Levitre just left, and I didn't get a chance to promote his. Hold on. I mean, we can continue it. Give me a second. Let me just plug Greg's work right here, because his book is collecting what do you call it, the signatures, and I don't know when he's gonna launch, but here's some of the art. Anyone who's here, I need you to go, especially if you're into comics. I know you are, since hence you're on this channel. Well, one second, everyone. Wait, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I said that's hard. That's actually pretty nice.
Yeah, it's freaking beast. I was looking for the other Frankentanks that he had on because I'm a Discord virgin, man. I don't know how to navigate through that stuff, and I saw a bunch of these Frankentanks, and I wanted to ask him, if those are cleared to show, or if that would be spoiler territory. But definitely, we do want for everyone here to go check out Gun Demon. Hold on one second, please. Gun Demon, #1, Devil's Overture. That's where they're collecting. Go ahead and put your email so that you can get updated as per the development of the book and when they drop the book. All right, sign up and back for a rare trading card. So they also have rare trading cards here. By signing up, you will also receive the latest updates and news from the campaign. An action-packed, superpowered throwdown. Born in the spawning pools of planet Hell, flesh torn and shredded in boss Garuzarog's.
Sound it out, bro. It's okay.
Right? When in doubt, sound it out. Garuzarog. Born in the spawning pools of planet Hell, flesh torn and shredded in boss Garuzarog's training pits, only 3 of 100 survived to be sent to Earth to raise hell. 1 of 3 found joy and became something more than a weapon. And this is right here. I have no idea how to expand this to fill the whole screen, but you guys should see this. Let me see if I control plus here. Can you guys see it?
Yeah.
No, it looks great.
It's freaking beast, dude.
Yep. Hell on Earth has never been this fun. Yeah, it's fucking Hell on Earth has never been this fun. Perks include a collectible trading card game. So you get a trading card game with this. Custom deck. I think the custom deck will be like 3D work. They haven't cleared me to show the pieces yet, but once they do, I'll show the 3D pieces, actual figurines and stuff. Stylish apparel, 2 variant covers, and an original poster print. I hope one of these is an original poster print because this is sick. All right, so just wanted to say that because Greg had left, and I wanted to interrupt you guys, but your discussion was so spirited, I couldn't find a way in, like the jump rope. But go ahead and continue.
Well, the only thing that I'm gonna say, because I'm gonna have to actually dip out. It's been a good discussion. I wish we should have more discussions like this.
Yeah.
I really do wish that we actually white society opens their doors so we can actually have real discussions, because literally historically white folks don't want to have a discussion about race, about something real. It's always ignored. It's always gaslit, and it's always flipped on its head and say Black lives don't matter, all lives matter. You know what I mean? With that being said, I am not a liberal whatsoever. Nor am I a conservative. I'm pretty neutral. I'm pretty in the middle, but I hold a little bit more conservative views, to be completely honest. I do hold a little bit more conservative views, but that's the only thing I'm gonna say before I go. That's it. That's all I'm gonna say.
I will say in so many ways, I deeply disagree with you, but I have the deepest respect for the fact that we are able to sit here and have this conversation.
Yeah.
And that I am able to say things which you stop and say, you're right, but how about this? And I hope that I've in turn been able to do that.
We didn't have to name call. We didn't have to do nothing.
Right.
And we were having a respectful conversation.
Yeah.
And that's how it should go. That's how it should go. And if anybody,
that's what America's all about.
Yeah,
yep.
Yeah, pretty much. If anybody takes anything away, take that. Let's have respectful, real conversations without getting emotional about everything, and let's talk it out. That's all it is.
100%.
So with that being said, thank you everybody. Bro Tap, thank you very much for having me. Everybody, thank you very much for having this dialogue. I wish I could continue, but unfortunately I gotta go. It's really late right now. But thank you very much.
Problem.
Hopefully we're able to have this conversation a little bit more in the future.
Cool, man.
All right, peace.
Yeah.
Good night.
No doubt.
Well, I thought the conversation started because we were comparing what Killmonger did also, so that's why I guess.
Right, I came on to clarify, because I'm Jewish, and I wasn't saying that Hitler is a protagonist in any way. But if you look at his life,
neither was I, by the way, just to clarify.
Dude, I needed to clarify that shit. I need to clarify.
I was I'm not saying that. The word tragic, like tragic figure.
Yeah, I don't mean protagonist, but what I do mean is that, like, if you look at his life, it is a sad, like, downward spiral, like in Breaking Bad. Like, he just gets worse and worse. And like, if you know anything about Hitler, like, every single time, like, you look at his life and you go, don't do it, and then he does it, And like, he was always kind of a depressed person, but I believe, if I remember correctly, he wanted to be an artist, and he just wasn't good enough, and he got offended. He got upset by it, and he joined the military, and then I believe he ended up getting the Iron Cross or whatever. I think it was their version.
You're correct. That's correct.
Yeah, the Iron Cross, and he got injured in World War I, and it fucked with him, and then he started getting kind of angry the same way Lenin was getting angry in the early 20th century. Lenin, you kind of getting more radicalized, and then they went off and they needed a way of bringing the people together, and they decided to use the Jews as the scapegoats. And you're like, oh God, why you do that? And then you start looking at, as he was in power, and the drugs that his crazy ass doctor, who I can't remember the name of, started giving him all these crazy drugs and giving him stool softeners and stool hardeners and all this,
giving him drugs too,
amphetamines and all this stuff. And then it started getting worse and worse, and he just started diving more and more and doing crazier and crazier and crazier shit, and justifying the crazier and crazier shit that he did. And the whole thing, starts off with a human being, as a kid, a human being. No child is born evil, and it ends by him taking his life, and everything in between that is is a tragedy, because how did you get to be this way? How did you become such a fucking horrible person? You know, where could you have stopped? Where could you have changed?
There's details that could be filled in there why he did it, and I'm not
Well, of
saying
course.
it's true.
And for the sake of storytelling,
he did it.
For the sake of storytelling,
for the sake of storytelling, he didn't kill himself. Let's just keep that in mind. For the sake of storytelling, he never killed himself. All right.
Sure.
For the sake of storytelling, the reason why he went
Yeah.
against the reason
Oh,
why
I'm sorry,
he
go ahead.
came, the reason why one of the stories, you know, and I'm gonna say allegedly.
No, I'm talking about so we could make some badass stories with like some sci-fi villains, man.
Yeah.
Although I think Futurama already did that to death, right? Like a dismembered
They did
Hitler
that to
head or
Nixon.
something like that.
Yeah.
That was Nixon.
Nixon.
You know,
Okay. So we could do a Hitler. We could do a Stalin. Oh, no one did Stalin. No one did Stalin. Let's do Stalin.
Oh yeah, you got to do Stalin, dude. Stalin was worse than
A Stalin
Hitler.
head.
Well, you know, you put Hitler's
Yeah, he killed. Oh, he had way more bodies, man.
Yeah.
Well, according to Hitler, the reason why he went on a rampage was that he was, and it's similar to the Killmonger story, which is why
the girl, right?
I thought that's what you. No, it wasn't a girl. It was because allegedly, when he became chancellor, when he first became into power, he was elected chancellor. That was
He was never elected. He was never elected.
No, yeah, he was never elected.
President Hindenburg appointed
no,
him.
he was elected
He
chancellor.
elected himself. How about that?
No. President Hindenburg appointed him chancellor after the Nazis won the election in 1930. It's a parliamentary system. It's not like the United States. So he was appointed chancellor by Hindenburg as a compromise, because they thought they could placate the Nazis. And boy, what a mistake that was, because just a few years later, the Reichstag gets burnt down. They do the Enabling Act, and then there's no more free elections. And it's just a shit show for the Jewish people, but not just the Jewish people, the Slavs. The war he started, we think about the Holocaust, 11 million people died. But in the war he started, 50 million people died. 20 million people.
Talk about racism? You want to talk about racism? I mean, that is an example of how race does not mean everything. Right, because I think, and I'm not talking about the radical. What was his name? Radical Latino.
Radical Latino.
Yeah, Radical Latino. I'm not talking about specifically what he was saying, because I feel that his viewpoint, although is very closely mirrored to some of this very socialist critical race theory stuff, I believe he actually has his own personal opinion on it. But in essence, the big people out there who are talking about critical race theory and racial equality and whatnot, they say that everything throughout history has always been based on skin color. But you look at the Jews, and they didn't care what the color of your skin was. They cared that you were blonde hair, blue eyed, that you weren't Jewish. If you were a gypsy, they didn't care. You were going to the camp. If you were black, you were going to the camp. If you were anything else,
if you were a communist, you were going to the camp.
Yeah,
There were war crimes. There were political prisoners. Those were the first people who were shipped away.
And it had nothing to do. It had nothing to do with skin color. Although skin color got caught up in it, it had everything to do with not being Aryan and being against Hitler. And it didn't matter what the color of your skin was if you were against Hitler.
Allegedly, the story was the reason why he went on that rampage was because he had
pause, fellas. Can I get a pause? Let's not forget why we're all here. If anyone has work to plaster on the screen, like my man Tank is hammering away at here, please let me know. That looks insane. That looks insane.
I'm doing. My protagonist Scalpel Zero versus its ma'am She-Hulk.
Oh, okay. So that's who's under that. I thought it was some sort of demon. All right.
Well,
awesome.
You wouldn't be wrong.
See, that's all right. Let me not interrupt the conversation you guys were having. Go ahead, Robert, Spiko, and Roy Chescott.
I was saying that allegedly the story is that he had a military project that he wanted funding for, and that when he went to the government, they went to the banks, which happened to be owned by the Jews, and it's kind of obvious what happens here, that they deny the loan, and then he just went berserk because they had the money and they denied him. So I relate this story to what you guys said earlier, to what Killmonger said to why he was doing what he was doing, that, with all this stuff, you could free the people. Well, you're withholding resources is the concept here, that you have all this resource and you're not using it. You're letting people just, live any kind of way when you have resources. It's sort of like one of the guys said that he has rich family members, but he's not rich, when they could share the wealth. So the concept here is not about race per se, but it does come into play because the people in charge happen to be white. So that's probably why it comes into play.
I don't know if that, I hadn't read that, but I do recommend, if you guys are interested in kind of what happened in World War II, Hitler, A Study in Tyranny by Sir Alan Bullock. He was a British historian. And he really gets into what the rise of power, how he failed, it's a book. We read it in high school.
No. What's it called?
Oh, A Study in Tyranny.
A Study in Tyranny.
Yeah, it's a you could probably find it on Amazon. It's probably very widely distributed, but it's considered one of the foremost biographies, basically. But it just tells you exactly what was going on with the war. I don't remember a part about him being denied a loan, though. I don't know. I'm not sure that's true.
I don't particularly remember that either. But what I will say is that
before he became dictator.
Hitler was able to become dictator because essentially the whole thing was that a lot of people didn't know. And the first time I found this out, I asked, why the hell don't they tell people this? During the intermittent period in World War II, between World War I and World War II, the Treaty of Versailles, the Allies forced the Axis, or the Germans specifically, to not just pay back all the money that the Germans spent fighting the war, but the Allies also said, you're going to also pay back all the money that we spent fighting you. They put them in this crazy, horrible debt to the point where their money became so worthless that the only people that could survive were union workers who had their wages tied to inflation.
Hey, I argued that earlier. Where'd the other guy go? I argued that against the other guy who was here. I forgot his name. He had a black baseball cap and a T-shirt that I forgot. But I argued that in reference to the tragic figure. What you say? Let me not interrupt. Nefarious. You left without plugging your stuff, bro. At the time, we had something like 20 something, viewers.
Oh, yeah.
So if you're still watching Nefarious, please let me know what you want me to plug, bro. Like, that's the point of the show. Even though the conversation is very intriguing and I like it, but the whole point of the show was to basically, because we are the survivors. That meteor is about to strike these giants. We are the survivors. We gotta pool our resources together and do what we gotta do. But nature abhors a vacuum. So once these giants tumble, all the AT&Ts, which own Warner Brothers, which owns owns DC Comics, once these guys fall down, they all fall down. It's up to us, because if we leave that hole open, remember, these guys who are responsible for the giants being sick and falling down, they're not going anywhere. Remember, they went from organism to organism. Didn't they go to games first, and Gamergate had to pop up? Then they went to novels. Yep. They even made a stop over at heavy metal. Well, I mean, apparently, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. Oh, I was going to say, like, the reason why I brought up the argument in the first place, because, like I said, I only even just came on to clarify what I meant by the Hitler, because I think really when you're talking about Hitler, it's best not to do it over text, because you're going to get misunderstood.
Yeah,
right?
You're going to get in trouble, man.
Very fair. And I think Nefarious was making a good point about the distinction between a tragic figure in literature, as we think of it in the modern sense. I was thinking more of tragedy along the lines of a Greek tragedy or a comedy. Yeah, in terms of it's either a happy ending or a sad ending.
But what I said made sense, right? Like what I said made sense, though, right? About how I said it, how I was describing it.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, cool. So,
what outcome tells you.
Yeah. What I was getting into, though, was like why I ended up getting into that argument about race and whatnot is because I really do feel that, like I was saying the other day, is that if racial equality was happening in the world, there are people out there who make money off racial disparity. The same way that there's people that make money off criminals, you know, the criminal justice system, et cetera, verbatim, right? And so the thing is that these big corporations, when I said it's not about race, it's about rich people and poor people. And I didn't mean individuals necessarily, but what I do mean is if I am the CEO of AT&T, I am beholden to my investors, and it's my job to make sure that my company keeps profiting. And that's, you know, because that's they literally have to like sign some paperwork that says I basically have to do whatever is most financially right. And so the thing is that it behooves companies like AT&T and Disney and all these quote unquote rich people. They end up being rich people. They're in these rich positions. They went to the colleges, et cetera, et cetera. We're not talking about individuals. We're talking about people in charge of corporations, right? People making the decisions. And they're going to try and step on everybody in this panel if they can, because they have to stay on top. Rich people don't stay rich by giving away their money. Okay.
Listen, I hear what you're saying, but I'm really glad that they have to follow that model, because that's the model that's taking them down anyway. There are too many things that they're beholden to, too many laws and and I think that's working in our favor. I think we're not held back by those restrictions and those
greed. They're forced to be greedy, even if they didn't want to be. They're forced to be greedy because they're beholden to the investors. So maybe the individuals aren't even, maybe they're not bad people. And maybe we're looking at them like they are bad people. Because I don't know, man. I think we're going to have to agree to disagree. No. But I look, I'm talking about hypothetically, because I don't know these people. And throughout history, you look at any history, and almost all conflicts, like not almost all conflicts, but like a large portion of conflicts throughout history occur because of misunderstandings.
I agree with that.
There's no misunderstanding.
Past one another.
Listen, there's no misunderstanding about this.
And if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. Problem solved. You know, you don't like my Twitter feed? Unfollow me. Magic. You know, I don't come into your house and yell at you. You gotta seek me out. So don't. If it's problematic, if it's upsetting to your delicate constitution.
Somebody like that, I don't want to be anywhere near an industry that's near an industry that she's involved in. Like zero.
Oh, totally.
And they're filled with that. The place is filled with them. Heather Antos. I mean, their names are way too many. Gail Simone, all of them. And I don't know, man. I think I'm happy. I'm happy that they exist.
I mean, like CEOs and whatnot. Like
you're talking about the CEO? Oh, my bad.
The people well, I'm talking about the corporations that go out of their way to make sure people like you aren't making money because they need that slice of the pie because they're beholden to their investors.
I don't think those guys
why
are.
they fuck people over. Well, but that's the thing. Is it no? Some of them are for sure, right? But
I think they have a different ideological agenda. I just did a video recently on Disney specifically, and it was looking at the kind of wokeness, but more so their diversity and inclusion. And like on the page 1 of their corporate annual report, it's all about diversity and inclusion. And I think you're seeing it, that this agenda being implemented in every aspect of their company.
My best friend
in terms of hiring, in terms of the movie decisions they're making, all the story decisions that are being made, everything down to a very granular level is fitting into that ethos. And people are noticing, of course. And I think that's why, responses like Comicsgate and the Fandom Menace are so prevalent right now. And people want to see more story and less, preachiness.
Yeah.
And I think, and just fun in comics, but just also movies. But it's actually a wider kind of struggle I think the country is going through right now, because those same forces, they don't want to just take over, the entertainment industry and and comic books and the funny pages. They want schools, they've got them. They've got schools. They've got the bureaucracy. They've got many of the key institutions there. And so I think it's kind of a bid. It looks like a bid for total control. And I think people individuals are saying fuck that.
Well, and I think it is, but I think that that's the point is that they got too big, and we live in a world society. Like I need to remind my own father, who is a lifelong electronics engineer, literally built computers from scratch for a living for a large portion of his life, right? And matter of fact, my mom and my dad met each other working at because they both worked in the TV and in the news industry. They both worked at Paramount, and my dad built cameras. And my dad always said, well, everything old is new again. And to a degree, he's right. But there are certain things that have significantly changed, like the internet, which is because I've found that throughout history, the things that really change society the most are things that allow the transmission of knowledge. So scrolls, books, the printing press, the internet, these things really do the most to change society.
I think that every time those things happen, society gets a huge boost, like whatever the civilization is. That's true.
There's a difference. There are differences going on today, and frankly, like I try to express to people, having grown up around a bunch of computer engineers my whole life, built my first computer when I was 13, and unlike most people, I actually had to be taught how to do it before I was even allowed to touch my own computer. Where back in the day when I learned how to do that, most kids, they handed an old computer and their parents like, oh my God, Johnny is so smart. He took the computer all apart and put it back together, and I have no idea how those things even work. And my dad be like, look, you're not even allowed until you know how to route, do wire harnessings and shit. But the thing is, the internet is very young, and it's going to change humanity forever. And we're in such an infantile state that we were all alive before the internet was a big deal. I mean, it was still there, like for me, but we were all alive before it was pervasive in everyone's lives.
Yeah,
and
that's how quick it sprouted.
I remember being a kid, and none of the chicks liked gamers. We're all nerds, and we're all, all the jocks would talk shit, and oh, you fucking computer, you gamers, not you computer gamers, you gamers, blah blah blah, you nerds, you geeks. And now the nerds and the geeks are the popular kids, and all the jocks be playing Call of Duty, And I grew up I remember when the world changed, and it's going to keep changing, and things are going to be different. And so now we live in a global world, because we can. I talk to my friend in Australia regularly, and I've known her for like 15 years now, and we're just friends. But I've known her for so long that we're just keep being friends because we've known each other so long at this point. And we could do that for the first time in history. I can regularly talk to somebody in Australia for 15 years, and so these we're coming up on the day where total control will be possible. Matter of fact, back in the 70s, the guy in charge of the NSA said that our capabilities back in the 70s said our capabilities are so incredible that God forbid the United States ever be taken over by a totalitarian government, because the people would just have no chance. We have the ability to find anybody in any situation, no matter how hard they try. If they want to talk to each other in any other way but personal face-to-face communication, we know where they are. We know we can know what they're doing, and God forbid that ever gets used the wrong way. And if you look at China right now, it is being used the wrong way. Now, further on that, I've talked to a lot of older people, and even 10 years ago, if you would bring up socialism to them, they would get angry and they say socialism is dead. So we defeated it.
Yeah,
everybody knows communist socialism doesn't work. Yeah. But you can't defeat an idea. You have to continue to be diligent. And the world stopped being diligent against socialism because we thought we beat it. We thought we beat an idea. We were so naive. We were so cocky that we thought that we beat an idea. And now we've gotten cocky, and we let China. We thought when we started doing trade with China that by trading with them, we would make their population rich. By making their population rich, they would naturally be inclined to turn democratic. The fucking Communist Party heard us say that out loud, and they're like, we're not going to let that happen. We're not going to give it power. And so they took steps to prevent that from happening. The same way back in the late 19th century, when socialism was taking over, and Karl Marx thought that the world was going, the top level capitalist societies were going to be the first to turn socialist, and he thought so because of the inequalities amongst the wealthy and the poor. And so the wealthy took note at this, and they started increasing wages, and they started treating their employees better because of the fear of socialism. And then that fear has now disappeared because we thought that we beat it, right? And so as a result, socialism has creeped in. And if you look at what's going on in the world right now, China is 1.3 billion people, and that's now. To be fair, maybe only 200 million of those people actually have real incomes where they can spend any kind of money, but that's still a lot of people. And Disney wants in on that. Nike wants in on that. All these companies, they want in on that market. That's money. And these people only care about money. So they will do whatever they have to do to make that money. And as a result, what I think that we're really seeing in the big picture is socialism slowly creeping back into our lives. And we don't see it because it's insidious. And that's why Disney is acting the way it is. I mean, specifically right now, China, I mean, Nike, the CEO of Nike just recently said, we are of China, and, we are, of China and for China, because the Chinese Communist Party said either you do what we want or you're out of China, and they don't want to be out of China. So Nike said we're of China, even though they're committing genocide right now. They're killing people for their organs, and they're forcing them to work and building solar panels and these other things. And that's not conspiracy theories anymore. It's not conspiracy. And they have killed so many people there that there's an entire group of people called that practice Falun Gong, which is basically just a bunch of breathing exercises. But they've killed all of them, almost all of them. They succeeded where Hitler failed. And we're not doing anything about it because it's not about human rights. We want it to be about human rights, but let's be honest, we didn't start fighting World War II to save the Jews. We didn't even know that there were those fucking camps. Maybe
until it was too late.
Not until it was too late. And there are people out there who I have heard say, "Oh, well, we fought World War II to save the Jews." No, we didn't. It had nothing to do with it. Saving the Jews was incidental, and we didn't save a lot. We saved more. Yeah, it does have the fastest growing middle class in the world, but at the same time, it also has some of the poorest people in the world, and it's not capitalist. See, that's the thing that people don't understand. Is
more
that
corporatist than capitalist?
It's socialistic.
They have state-run industries.
Yeah.
Well, they have state-run industries, so they'll basically print the money for the companies that they want to set up. They'll be beneficiaries of that along the way. So it's kind of a definite. The thing it's most similar to, frankly, is what the Italians put forth under Mussolini called corporatism. It doesn't really resemble communism anymore. Once you're down to private ownership and individual managers having control over their own businesses.
It looks like it.
Romano, what are you sharing right here?
It's different.
Oh, this is comicscape.org. I wanted to show you guys this. This is the website I've been working on since November 2019. That's when I got the domain for about $18. And then I started going through figuring out how would I potentially get all of the Comicscape creators onto one location. Everyone who's hashtagging Comicscape have all their videos show up automatically and be fed into the system. All of their projects be added. These are all of the featured projects. These are anything that's a mailing list or it's funding or it's in demand. There's over 150 projects currently funding right now.
All
and
right.
This is and this thing app updates itself. There's about 200 creator channels that are plugged into this, and I'm adding more every week because I can't find them all.
Can you plug us in? You plug us in right here?
Yeah, sure. You just want to hit me up on Twitter.
Yeah.
Robert
What's your
_J.
Twitter? What's your Twitter handle?
Yeah, you can either hit me. The easiest way would be to just contact Comicscape Video on Twitter. Just
type in Comicscape Video. Hold on.
Yeah, follow that, send a message request, and then there's also a registration form here at the top. You can fill that out too and just provide like all the key things, and then it's just quick data entry. But what subscribers get if you subscribe for the mailing list is you'll get all the most recent videos and a selection of about 30 projects in your inbox every single day. You get the same thing on Comicscape Video. So really the easiest way to follow us is just follow Comicscape Video on Twitter. And yeah, I mean, I just put a heck of a lot of work into this, and I wanted to show you guys. Let me give you an example of like
this is sick, man.
Yeah, it looks really clean.
This is something that what do they call it? I'm always unfamiliar, or I haven't familiarized myself completely with that term. When you have a branch of journalism that's not part of the lying machine, it's called the fourth column or fifth column. What's that called? You guys familiar with the term, the fifth column or something like that?
Yeah.
Fifth column. This is the fifth column. This the Bounty into Comics, Bleeding Fool, not Bleeding Cool. There was another guy that I forgot who.
Indicron.
There you go.
Trader.
Yeah, you guys are the fifth column, man.
Indicron. I think a quote from Preston Poulter was that Comicscape.org is everything Indicron should have been. As he was telling me to take down the website because he was saying he owned a trademark, and I was like, kind of go F yourselves.
Yeah.
But here's an example of a creator page. This is Eric Ninotowski. He just launched Shadow Century 2. You can see here in the top right is always going to be their most recent project. You can subscribe to every creator's YouTube. Their Twitter's easy to find there. I throw the Comicscape Facebook page onto all the pages so people can, if they want to subscribe, they always have a way to do so. Over here, meanwhile, kind of like a comic book, there's all the most recent videos. Here's the creators' most recent videos and their projects as they get republished. Right now, we're republishing projects onto social media every 50 minutes. I might have to move that up to 40 minutes, though, because it's only producing 28 shares a day, but there's more than 150 projects funding right now. And sometimes it takes a couple of weeks before you'll see another project appear on social media. I feel like if I get it up to maybe 30 or 40 projects a day, maybe 35 is a good number. I'm trying to find some sweet spots here so that people can. Projects. Yeah, no, they're all in. Another great place to look up projects to is creatorgo.com/CG, and they'll show you all the funding progress. Dom's AI bot did a very good job on that website as well. And I had a slightly different vision because I was thinking of ways like how can we promote channels that are trying to grow right now. I was thinking about my own channel. I was like, I'm not going to get very far in indie comics if I'm just going to try to draw a book and do nothing but draw a book. John Malin's always saying we got to build our platforms, and so I said, I'll build a fucking platform. I'll build a website. I know how to do that, and I learned a lot of things along the way. And I was able to, put it together. And so I got my little channel there now. I did every time I do one of these YouTube spots, I always get a few more subscribers to my YouTube channel.
The woke Disney company.
No, that was the guy who he wrote an Orlando Sentinel op-ed saying that Disney World is kind of messed up now. It's all woke.
Oh, my like I said, my parents worked for the
that's not gonna work.
Industry. My best friend works in the movie industry, and he sometimes has to work for Disney. Dude, just yesterday he sent me some of his hiring paperwork for a spot. He has to go work at it for a week, and they have this whole LGBTQ plus whatever, blah blah blah. You have to go through all these seminars before you actually go to work and do this crazy crap, and you have to do it every so often. It's insane. But no, but okay, but this stuff right here, the Comicsgate and the rest of it, this is what I'm talking about. Because what we need right now is we need to get back to a world where we need to get back to meritocracy. Honestly, that's what we need. We need to get back to a world where doing good matters, and meritocracy. Doesn't matter if you're black, doesn't matter if you're white, doesn't matter if you're Hispanic, doesn't matter if you're Asian, doesn't matter if you're fucking green, purple, yellow. If you want to be gay, I don't fucking care. But do the best job you can do all the time. You know, be the best you can be. And when you have places like Disney and all these other, you know, big companies where it doesn't really matter how good you are, it matters if you were one of the chosen. You know, they say, oh, well, we need a black person to be on TV, so they go and they hire, you know, but we need someone who's not well known, so they pick somebody and that guy gets picked. Or a Hispanic person, we need a Hispanic person, or we need a white person, or we need a woman, and so they get picked, and they may be the best for the job, but they didn't get picked because they were the best for the job. They didn't get picked because of merit. And those big companies have the ability to do that. But when you have this, like Comicsgate, you have this stuff, and like what you're doing with this is pure meritocracy. This is
and one innovation we just put in. Commie Mark was like, why don't you go ahead?
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Commie Mark was he's like, why don't you tag all the creators into your Twitter posts? I was like, you know, why don't I do that? And so I spent like 3 days over the weekend and even into Monday trying to figure out how to code that. And so now every time I pop one of these videos out and one of the projects out, the creator's getting alerted. They're getting a notification like, Comicsgate.org, Robert promoted the project again. And the algorithm never sleeps. And this front page right here, that's all these projects, they flip over every 7 or 8 minutes in random order. So every time somebody goes to the website to look stuff up and find, they're always going to find something new, something different. So I hope that, you know, your viewers, if they pull away nothing else from Comicsgate.org, they find a project and a channel that they didn't know about, but are like, wow, that's cool.
It's pure RNG, right? Is it pure RNG?
Hold on. Does everyone get that? Give me a second, guys. Does everyone in the well, I mean, also
you got a little muffled, on
the channel.
I'm sorry, a little muffled, you got a little muffled. You're a little muffled.
You sound like you're underwater.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Muffled.
I can hear you, but you just sound a little bit muffled.
You sound like you put a cup over your microphone.
Can I show you guys one more thing on there?
Yeah.
Always, dude.
I have to stop sharing.
Am I still muffled?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Okay. Yeah, just give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. Everyone who's in here, and particularly later on, anyone who's listening to this playback, you need to go to comicsgate.org. Is it? What was it, Robert?
Yes, comicsgate.org.
Comicsgate.org, and there you will be made privy to all the new developments and all the new IPs, intellectual properties, and all these different franchises that are popping up. Okay, stuff that's more exciting, way more exciting. Again, I've worked for a lot of these creators. Once you get these books in the mail, the excitement factor, you have no idea how like the joy has come back. The joy of comics and getting any creative good or service, that joy has returned, and that joy is Comicsgate. Okay, so all the new projects, everything from Brain Cage, the more famous ones like Ethan Van Sciver's Cyber Frog, Richard Meyer's Jawbreakers, and all these different things, you can find the latest developments of those projects there. Let me type it in for you guys, comicsgate.org. And what was the other one called? You had another one there.
creatorgo.com/CG.
Yeah, that's a great one right there too, dude. Such great resources, man.
/CG, right?
Yeah, /CG, yeah.
/ okay,
maybe I'm wrong. Is it / or backslash?
/.
And it's okay.
Hey, we try both. Yeah, if one doesn't work, the other one should. treble /CG.
Hi, Robert.
Right.
How are you?
All right, you may continue. I just have to pause.
Hey, man, I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, I mean, well, the Oz show died, so I mean, there's not been much home for any of us,
I know, poor Oz. I wonder what's going on there. I guess he's busy with his book. He doesn't have as much time to stream right now.
It's been a while, right? It's been almost like 6 months since he did his pre-launch page. I don't know what the hell's going on with that campaign, but anyway.
He might be working on it.
Yeah. How you been, Robert?
Oh, I can't complain. Things are good, home, work, and I'm living a blessed life. And in my spare time, I try to put this crazy website together and promote as many projects as possible. Maybe one day I'll get to one.
Pause on that. How do I get down with that? How can I get the Brotep and the Nerd Network onto that comicsgeek.org? What do I do?
Just like I said, just contact me on Twitter and fill out the registration form, because then I'll have all of the data that I need to just plug in the website or plug in the YouTube channel, plug in the Twitter handle, plug in the if you have a Facebook page, I can plug that in as well, no problem. It doesn't take me that long to get a profile page, and then importing all the videos. Usually what I'll do is I'll look at a channel and see when they kind of either started covering pop culture, entertainment, or Comicsgate news, and then I'll kind of start there. Many people started their channel specifically for that purpose, so it's real easy. I try to keep the content. Sometimes people have channels that go back like 10 years, and it's like I don't try to pull in their family videos from like 10 years ago or anything like that. I try to make sure that everything that's going up there is going to be pretty cool. Sometimes people have different playlists. So if you have like a playlist that's more specific to this type of material and you would prefer that to be showing, otherwise I could just pull every video.
I'm going to say right now, as long as you keep up on that, as long as you keep keeping up on it, I would say that from what you showed me and the spirit with which you've designed it, that's got to be one of the most beneficial things that has happened to the entire community, because and for a reason, which is, remember back in the day when you'd be playing a computer game and you would join a clan and you would go in and change your name and put the tags at the beginning of your name? Does anyone remember that? Like, that was the only way you joined a clan. There was no clans in the game or anything like that. There was no like official structure. There's no official structure. It was just kind of like change your name, right? Yeah. So that's kind of like a loose conglomerate of people who decide that we're all going to call ourselves the same thing and come together and do it. But it's not until you actually have like functions and assets that support the coming together of people and the idea, and you make, it's like when a physical organization buys their first building and they're no longer just kind of talking about we're all the same thing, and they actually have a headquarters somewhere. And essentially what you've done with this website is you have centralized, in a way, the community. You've made the community more than just a loose conglomerate, because your website acts as a form of glue. So you can just go to that website, and that website can be your resource to reach out to the whole rest of the community. And I think that's a very, very powerful tool. And I don't know if you've really looked at it that way, or if you felt that anybody else thought that way about it or whatever. But I'd say, all these things are slow and they'll take time. But as long as you keep working on this, and as long as the Comicsgate community continues on and continues to thrive and grows instead of dwindles, as long as that happens, I think that what you're working on right now is going to be super beneficial, and someday it will pay off for everyone's benefit and, frankly, for yours.
Oh, I agree with that. I believe a rising tide lifts all boats, and so I have an idea of how at work I run a Facebook page and website that draws about 125,000 likes, and that's good for several thousand. Here's my project. Cool. This is Children of the Grave. But yeah, on comicsgate.org, I figure we need to get like 100,000 people to like it on Facebook to really, or Twitter, to really drive traffic. And I think that's totally doable, but it's going to take investment. Like I'm running ads on Google right now. I occasionally run ads on Facebook to try to boost the amount of likes and eyeballs that are coming onto this. But can I give you guys my elevator pitch here?
Sure, go ahead.
Absolutely.
This is Children of the Grave. And so, oh wow, that's way too close. Here we go. I can use the wheel. So what if there was no heaven, but only hell? You're born, you live, you die, and no matter what, you're going to hell. And
you mean you're talking about Earth current?
That's actually really.
Well, it's an Earth-like world. This could be more medieval fantasy. But in this premise, though, you're going to hell, and the reason for that is because this is the goddess of death, Mortacia, and she's lost the power to render judgment upon the dead. And as a result, Hades is getting overcrowded. She got kicked out of Hades. She had to go move to Tartarus for a few decades or centuries. And Erithus has taken control of Hades, which is no longer the city of the dead. Now it's the realm of the damned. And everyone, women and children, they're all being imprisoned. And she's finally had enough, and she's decided she's going to come back to Hades to reclaim her throne, and she's going to try to do it single-handedly. And so that's the Children of the Grave. They're going to rise again. There's a lot going on the surface of the world as well that kind of plays into this kind of a dragons and deities kind of style, or you think of Battle of the Titans, where the deities have a pretty prominent role in the individual's life. And so on the main, what if everyone knew they were going to hell? What would that do to humanity? What choices would people make if there was no promise of paradise? What deals would people be willing to make? And so the appearance of the undead, that's how she lost her power on the world, Danae. And so because she's losing her power, people are like, oh, wow, I'm going to go to hell. But maybe if I choose to become undead, I can just stay here on Danae and I never have to go to hell. Some people choose that path. Other people are saying, well, maybe I can take a station in hell. Maybe I'll become a demon in hell, or I'll help them out down there. They'll let me, so they're kind of like the, they're people who are betraying humanity, basically. And they're saying, oh, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to take a station in hell. I'll choose that thing. But then there are some people who, maybe they follow Mortacia, maybe they follow the god of war, Atticus. There are two gods of war. Erithus, he's the one in control of Hades right now. He was the evil god of war and tyranny and genocide. There's also another god of war, Atticus. And he actually works with the god of justice, and Atticus, and they have an idea of just war, that you only go to war when you have to defend your country, and to protect your people, but you never go on wars of offense or for conquest. And so that's kind of like two sides of the same coin there. I thought
Rome did that. Rome did that actually. What was really funny is what Rome ended up doing, and a lot of times was they basically poked at the enemy until the enemy attacked, and then said, "Well, we have to defend ourselves."
We have to defend ourselves now. You can't.
But actually, this is actually really interesting. Did you take anything from the medieval movements during the plagues? I can't think. I can never remember the names of things, but essentially, there was during the plagues, everybody thought that God was, I can't think of the word, but fucking with him, messing with it,
okay. So people like the gods are punishing us.
Right, thank you. So the gods are punishing us, and then it was really interesting because people during the great, the Black Plagues, they acted in very interesting ways. Some people, there's stories of whole entire towns just breaking into massive orgies because we're all going to die anyway, and then then there's the other side of it where there's the flaggers. I can't remember. They basically whipped themselves. They walked around the country, so walked from place to place, whipping themselves. I can't I can't remember.
Flagellators?
Yeah.
Self-flagellation, yeah.
Yeah. And so it was an attempt to repent and for their
Sure.
sins and whatnot.
Oh yeah, this
And-
kind of turns it on its head, doesn't it? Because
Yeah.
now you're doing other things to try to escape the fate of hell, which seems inevitable. And how does this information even leak out into the mortal world? Like, who would believe it? The reason they believe it is because they know the gods are real because they've seen them. Sometimes they show up and they fuck everything up on the planet, and then they got to rebuild because
You guys fucked it all up.
these gods and goddesses they're dragons basically, and so this world they pretty much worship dragons because they're the biggest, baddest creatures in town. But the biggest, baddest ones of them all, those are the gods. And the Atticus and Erithus, these gods of war, they spent millennia fighting until Atticus vanquished his twin brother. And that's what sent him to hell in the first place, was he killed his brother. And so that's why Erithus just wants revenge. And his goal is to just have everyone fighting each other. And taking on nations not being peaceful and not having no communities of nations. They just he just wants to see everyone kill each other. And whereas Atticus and Atticus, they have a more, I think, noble vision for the world. And Mortacia, she's kind of the to me she's the most interesting character because she's responsible for all death, right? So is she indifferent to the cause of death? Or she just merely wants to maintain the balance, and so it's not good or evil per se. So if you think of like D&D, she's kind of like she would be true neutral. But in this case, the bad guys are so bad that she's going to have to help out the good guys for some time.
If she lost the power of judgment over death, why doesn't she recruit other gods of death and see if they can resume like her role? Somebody like Anubis.
She's the only one who can do it.
Abaddon. I'm sorry. Oh, she's the only one who could do it?
She's the only one who can do it. And her evil aunt, her evil aunt, Dantuia, she's the one who created the undead. And she's trying to take her niece's power away by making everyone just undead. And then there won't be any more death. So as there's fewer deaths, then if there were no more death, then she would just disappear. She would lose all of her power, or she would be imprisoned or something like that. So I think I started this back in 2001, and it was actually a D20 setting that I'm a failed D20 creator back in Wizards of the Coast 3E land, but I had a whole story I wanted to do for it as well. So I did get one city book done, but that's Children of the Grave. This is a long time coming, and Comicsgate provided an opportunity, not just for me, but for creators everywhere to kind of pursue their dreams and try to put it on paper. I wish I had more time to draw, but I kind of took a hiatus because I was like, I really need to build a platform, and I'm going to try to do a good job with it. And so I spent like the past year just saying, I got to put my free time because I got to work, I got to take care of the kids and take care of the house and everything. I'm just going to put those free hours, my creative juices, into that website. And I'd say it's firing on all cylinders now. I can get back to drawing, and I think I got most of the creators, but there's several more who pop up, and they've been around for a while too. It's not because I'm like discriminating or anything like that. I want to get everyone on there, and I'm probably gonna have to boost the amount of projects I'm posting because there's so many of them. I can't possibly do a good job of promoting everybody. Sometimes when you try to help out everybody, you don't end up helping too many people. But I think something like Comicsgate.org could definitely work at scale.
Let's not forget, it's the internet, right? And let's look at Google, right? And let's forget about Google being a shitty company now, but let's look at Google when they first became a company. What were they selling? They weren't selling. They were a browser. All they did was take the internet and make it easier to access. They took a bunch of servers that were out there somewhere, and they made it so you could find them easily and quickly. And that's what you're doing, is you're building the Google of Comicsgate. And so what's going to end up happening out of that is everybody is going to benefit because they can all go to your website in order to find all this amazing content that's coming out because of the creativity that comes from the meritocracy of this environment, right? Like the creativity. I have never seen. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I've never been the biggest comic fan. I just really like graphic design and things like that because I do. But having come and talk to you because of Tank Ferret, because I've known Tank Ferret forever, and learning about the Comicsgate community and seeing the stuff that's on here, and I will say that I've never seen so many comic books that I've said to myself, I would read that. Matter of fact, I think the majority of my life, the things that I've seen, like the comics that I've seen, I'm like, guys in tights, and that's, oh, vampires, but I see such a wide variety of interesting things that I've just, and it amazes me. And so everybody will benefit. Like, if I wanted to go on and look for some new cool graphic novels to read, I would go to your website. And from going to your website, I would go to this person's campaign, that person's campaign, and that person will now benefit from me. And I benefited. That person is benefiting from me because I was able to find them because of your website. And like I said, it takes off slowly. It goes slowly. I'm not saying you'll ever turn into Google. I'm not saying that I wouldn't be that rude to you. I wouldn't be that rude.
What he is? You know what this is?
I won't say no to $1 billion if I can sell ads on there.
I'm sorry, Dad.
Oh no, I'm just saying I won't say no to money. There's a little donate button there. It costs like $100 a month to maintain the website. If you guys want to hit that up, I wouldn't take too much to make the website pay for itself.
Yeah, what do you got? A Patreon or what is it?
Subscribe Star.
Oh, Subscribe Star. All right. You have a link for that?
It's right on the website, right on the right sidebar of the website. You'll see. It's right near this. I haven't emphasized it too much. I just pay for this stuff out of pocket right now, but I figured that there are ways to monetize this. It's down below the Twitter feed on the sidebar there.
I don't know particularly the way to do it myself, but there's definitely ways to monetize it. But what I'm saying is that in monetizing it, I mean, let's say you monetize it. And a matter of fact, because I'm all about, meritocracy, I'm all about, if I do a good, hard job, I'm not expecting, but I would like to be, appreciated for it. And that's what you're providing so many other people. And so if you are able to monetize it, that means that you're able to keep going with it and you're able to make it better. Yeah. The better you make it, the more everybody benefits. The more everybody benefits, the more they're going to want to use your website and be part of your website. The more people want to be part of your website, et cetera, in a circle. And that's what you're doing right here. Really, like, if you can really hunker down on this, I mean, like you have already, obviously, I'm not saying you haven't, but what I'm saying is that this is definitely not get rich quick or get it done fast. This could be a thing, a very big thing.
Yeah.
We
can branch out. We can do other things with it.
Comicsgate could hypothetically. What I'm saying, not to interrupt, Protep, but I'm saying is that Comicsgate could become like a confederation of independents but the confederation of independents would be now rivaling DC and Marvel. You could hypothetically have, hypothetically, I'm saying, look, like, anything could happen. I'm saying is, someday maybe they'll say, hey, do you like DC or do you like Marvel or do you like Comicsgate? Right. And right now it's a very loose conglomeration. The United States was a very loose conglomeration before the, before the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence and all that stuff. So what I'm saying is that right now what you're doing is your
I don't mean to cut you off, but you're absolutely onto something. And I have been encouraging people to start grouping up and form companies, get the legal paperwork together. All Caps is killing it. And it is a very tight brand. Brain Cage is going to be killing it because it's a very tight brand. I see a lot of these guys that hang out. They do these broadcasts together. They do live streaming together. And I'm like, dude, how are you guys not, taking this crowdfunding money You know, while you're working your 9 to 5, take this investment money, go get the lawyer that you need, get the paperwork squared away, go get the second lawyer you're going to need to make sure that paperwork is squared away, and start a business and stop paying so much damn money in taxes, because you're robbing yourself. You're basically saying, hey, Uncle Sam, could you please, you know, you don't even have to hold up a gun. I'll just give you my wallet. You know, this is what I want to see. You know, I was encouraging John Hervey and Julius Freeman. I was like, dude, you guys do Kung Fu comics. You guys should form a company together. You guys could be the next Tony Wong. Anybody who's not familiar with Tony Wong, that's the guy who invented, he's the Henry Ford of Kung Fu comics. He's the Henry Ford of comics. He came up with the assembly line that manga and uses these days. Like, he invented that stuff. Hong Kong native, had to flee Hong Kong when it got taken over. Just saying.
Yep.
You know, and I grew up on Kung Fu comics like Blood Sword Dynasty, Legend of Iron Fist, Drunken Fist. Was it Iron Tiger, Flying Dragon? You know, I loved all these Kung Fu comics, and I look at Black Tiger and I look at Ghetto Dragon, and I'm like, dude, like, Kung Fu comics are coming back. I'm super excited. You know, Sim and Chris Evans, you know, they've got that morning show. It's a great thing. I'm like, you guys need to partner up. You guys need to get your legal paperwork squared away, get that business incorporated, start saving money on your and this is where the collectivism comes into play, because when you form these partnerships and you have good solid legal paperwork, you have a pool of money to draw upon out of the money you're making. You know what I mean? You can sooner leave that that area, that zone, that is, I'm paying more money to make my comic than I am making. You know, you got to do this, and a lot of people do this by signing up their IP with independent publishers who you know, allow creator rights, like Antarctic or Alterna,
or even Image.
Yeah, but Image, you got to buy in on it.
True.
Antarctic,
you keep the money though.
Yeah, you do get a lot of light, but you're basically buying an Image franchise.
Yeah.
But that's only if Eric Larson approves of you. So if you,
well, I'm saying their original model is similar to what Image, the original Image I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, absolutely is. You know, you can get in on this stuff, and you know, it's not as expensive as you think. It actually costs way more to start a company. It costs way more to publish with Image than it does to start your own company. Like, insanely, companies are cheap.
And let's be clear, though. Let's be clear. I'm not saying like the underpants gnomes. I'm not saying underpants profit. But what I am saying is that the first step to a more coherent Comicsgate, to a more to a tighter conglomeration of Comicsgate, the first step has to be a central hub.
Yes.
And what you're doing here is having a central hub. Now, if the idea of in the future having something that's a very powerful medium that turns into a Google or whatever, if that ever becomes something you're worried about, look, that's all up to the way you design what you do. That's why I was asking when you said all the different campaigns, they switch around every however many minutes.
Yeah.
That's why I asked if it was a pure RNG code, or if you had other things going on.
Oh yeah, so there's I basically, I'm not a coder by trade, but I knew I had to maintain the organization's website for my day job, and so I knew a little bit of PHP and a little bit of HTML, a little bit of Java, a little bit of CSS, and then this project I felt like I was made to do it because I knew what needed to be done, but I had to find out how to do it. Which plugins did I need to use? Oh, I need a feature. Oh, there's no plugin.
Right, but you know what I mean by RNG, right?
No, I don't. What's the acronym?
Random number generator.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So that one, yeah, that particular code, yeah, that is using some random numbers. And I'll just go on to Stack Exchange and I'll say, oh, somebody's already solved this problem. I'm going to look it up and I'll keep looking until I find the feature and the code that makes it work. And so far, I've been successful at that. Or there's a plugin. Sometimes there's off-the-shelf plugins that you can either buy or even are free that serve many of the features. And I would just say I worried about feature creep as I was going along with it, but I just tried to keep a very clear vision for what I thought would be a powerful website that could highlight creators that necessarily people haven't heard of yet, because how could they?
I couldn't tell you how, but I know that Steam does a very good job of it, because you'll see, and what I mean by this is you'll see, when you bring up Steam, it'll have like a list of different games, and some of them are obviously like $5 games that were made by one person, and some of them are obviously AAA grade productions, and they find a way of bringing all of this stuff to the user. But I have to say, at the same time, people whose campaigns are doing very well at some point will start demanding that you put them higher up on the letterboard. But at the same time, if you have, and you can't say no, otherwise, to a degree, you have to give some concessions, otherwise they'll go off and make their own website at some point. That could be a problem. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, I'm my dad lived through the rise of the computer, and I know all about different companies that were onto something that got eaten by another company very quickly. It could happen, but so at the same time, there is a way. Looking at Steam as my example, there is a way of giving both. There is a way of giving both the powerful people that want their stuff raised up. There's a way of giving them what they want, while still being able to very much promote the little guy and to not leave them out and to not drown them out in the background of the powerful campaigns. So there's what I mean?
I think once you get a big channel on YouTube, whether you're EBS, or John Malin, or some of the more successful self-made creators. Like if you look at what Mandy Summers is doing, I love how she runs her YouTube show, and she's putting out so much product right now. And every step she takes, she's getting a little bit more and more successful. And so I think that's like the part. Like if you were to point to an example, I say, oh yeah, do it. Like if you're going to try to break into this, you need to be on YouTube pretty much every day or every other day. Like you got to. I've done some analysis of the channels that are taking in bigger and bigger hauls, and they're on YouTube a lot. Like the biggest channel, the biggest campaigns are the ones who are producing videos almost every day. Like the biggest chat, like when Yellow Flash launches a project, he's going to do really, really well because he's built up his audience, and there's a built-in demand for them to support him, basically. Just whether
and the meritocracy says that these people, to a degree, should be promoted, because we're not a socialist. You don't want to be socialistic. Socialism always kills creativity, because everyone's equal. Doesn't matter how creative you are, or how not creative the next guy is. So, but what I mean by that is, socialistic in the sense in this case would be, it doesn't matter how good you are, how good your campaign is, how bad your campaign is. All the campaigns are going to equally spend a certain amount of time on the front of the letterboard, and that isn't, obviously the ones that are on YouTube every day, trying their hardest, doing their things, they're putting more effort forth, so they will be better off, and they probably will have more. But at the same time, just like with Steam, you still want to show off this campaign that's just starting. Maybe you got a new guy who's just breaking in, and you don't want that new guy to have to struggle so hard against all these established campaigners. So there that's what we're discussing, the way that the centralized hub would end up working off in the future, because I see the people who have campaigns and get on YouTube every day and stream, they're going to want more attention from the hub that you're building right now, right? They're going to want more attention from it, and to a degree, because they have more of the merit. They have more merit to what they're doing because they're putting forth more effort. But at the same time, there may be somebody who is an incredible artist, that they just, it's taking them forever because they're by themselves and they're struggling and they're working at it. And you don't want those people to ever be drowned out because you want to give that creative open space. Otherwise you turn into DC or Marvel, where you end up in 20, 30 years, you end up with a bunch of people who are big campaigners on your hub right now. And 20, 30 years, now they've got a lot of power and control, and then they start snuffing out the little people. And then the little people, once again, just like with Marvel and DC, can no longer get their stuff out there. So you have to keep that balance. And that's why I was saying the Steam model for how they do it. You'll see a list of 5 games, and you'll see a game that's $5 and a game, made by some, a single individual. And then you'll see a game made by EA on the same, the same 5-game list. And I think that will be an important thing moving forward for you, is to be able to both show off the works of these campaigners who are very diligent and put out a very high quality work. And then you're also going to want to still have the ability for that new guy who's incredibly talented. You want him to be able to be seen, so that way his merit can be appreciated, if that makes any sense.
It does. And, the other part of it is that every time a Comicsgate creator on the website makes a new video, it automatically goes to the top of the website, however briefly, because it's updating like almost every other minute. But and it's being punched out on social media. So when people choose their headline, when they choose their featured image, when they choose their description for their videos, they're making the most important decisions that they're going to make for how it's going to perform on social media. So my theory about the website is, once I can get the social media presence for that content, all of the content, whether it be the Twitter account or Facebook or Parler. We have Comicsgate on Parler right now, but Parler isn't working very good right now. I got to be honest with you. They got a lot of problems and bugs since they got taken down. But they got destroyed. And
that's what happened.
They're underfunded, no? Like there's not.
They got kicked off Amazon. They lost their server. They lost their CEO, the guy who invented Parler. He got fired. And now the new application that they launched up, it doesn't function properly. They've had a lot of downtime. Their usership is down over 90%, I tell you. Now, at least 90%. Like, they totally got destroyed by Amazon, Apple, and Google. They just took out a competitor, total monopolists, total, antitrust violations probably. It was just an egregious thing. My organization, we were up to over 93,000 followers on Parler, and we were getting major traction towards the end of 2020. And then they blew that thing up, and oh boy, man, we haven't seen quite so much traffic coming from Parler anymore.
The big problem, what makes AWS, so the Amazon service, AWS, what makes it so powerful is that essentially what they're bringing forth is something that I remember back in the day. You used to have to run a server out of your server box out of your house. Well, now you start making more money. I bet you Jeff Bezos started Amazon on a server box at his house because, that's how long ago it was. And then you need more space, so you get another computer, and then you buy your first server rack, and then buy a second server rack, and then it starts building up. But nowadays, the bar has been raised to the point where you're not going to really make it with just your own little server box. You could never have a website. Like, you could run a store off a server box, but you're not running a social media service off your home, any home computer, period, because the influx of data is just so vast and massive that you have to have a facility. You just have to have a facility. I mean, we're talking about exabytes of storage, more than that. And so as a result, what Amazon does is they have these huge computers and these huge server farms, and they rent you space. And the AWS service is essentially a programming language, or just in general pre-built coding that allows you to quickly and easily do these things. So when they went off on their own, they're now having to build their own protocols from scratch. They're having to build their own server network from scratch. Having they have to have a physical location to do all of it, because or if they're not, then they have to go find a different physical location that will actually allow them to function, because Amazon canceled them, so they have to go find a company that's not going to cancel them, and they found a company that won't go cancel them. But now they have to rebuild the whole entire thing. And the thing is what Parler was really working on was hype, and it was a fire that was beginning to burn strong. And so when Amazon threw water on it, it started to peter and die. And then it's come back a little bit, but it's not nearly the flame that it was, because there just isn't the fuel there that there was previous.
Well, they lost John Matsey. Like I said, they fired basically.
I remember when that happened. I remember when that happened.
He's suing them. He's saying that they stole his 40% stake. Now maybe they've settled with him since then, and we just haven't heard about it. But I found the whole thing quite interesting insofar as it's like, oh yeah, he's your Zuckerberg. It's like that's the guy who's going to fix this. He's the guy who's going to get you back on Apple. You should probably stick with that horse. And they just sacked him so quickly, and so he's probably laughing at them right now because they fucked it. They changed everything, and it just doesn't function the way it was. Like they were doing okay. Like people were seeing lots of traffic. Didn't have quite the usership, but the users who were on there were quality users from a social media perspective. They weren't tourists. Like if you threw up a petition on Parler, you were getting thousands and thousands of people to sign up for your mailing list. Like it was an awesome place to do commerce, and it was just getting started.
Yeah,
now,
but
maybe
let's look at the big picture. Let's look at the big picture, right? You have right now monopolies like you've never seen before. How many random ass websites have you ever been to where the bottom of every page it says, follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, blah 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 blah, and then you look at those tabs at the bottom of the screen, and they're on every damn website. Every website has their own Facebook page and Instagram, and so Facebook and Instagram, they've literally embedded them, and all these all these other companies have embedded themselves in a very deep way into the very functioning of the modern internet. You think they want to give that up?
No, they won't. They won't.
So Parler, they were going to do everything that they could to kill Parler, and they knew the only reason Parler was really picking up was because of all the censoring that was going on, even now, but during the election and censoring Donald Trump and all this other stuff. And I think a lot of people can agree that whether you like Donald Trump or not, we live in the United States and everybody has the freedom to speak. Like earlier, Radical Latino. Look, like I don't agree with like anything that he said. Like, okay, so very, very small kernels of things I would agree with. I would say that. But like the big picture, I do not agree at all. That being said, it is his right to be able to speak his mind. And it's my right to be able to speak my mind. And it's our right to be able to, we need to be able to speak to each other. And what's going on right now is a lot of, I saw on college campuses, these girls being like, you can't infringe on our freedom of speech. You can't infringe on our freedom of speech. No, we don't talk to him. Don't talk to him. We don't want to talk to you. So they're sitting there saying you will not infringe on our freedom of speech, as they're essentially saying we're going to infringe on your ability to speak to us, and that's not okay.
Zero self-awareness.
Yeah, but as long as we're
zero self-awareness.
Yeah, and as long as we're able to speak to each other. As long as we're able to do that, that's what's really important. And I think that with the censorship going on, there was a call for another platform, and there was a big push for it because nobody wanted to be able to be censored. They all want to be able to speak their minds. But now the election is over.
What about those non-self-aware girls? What were they even discussing? Like,
it was the
was it about like
it was the whole white privilege and all that shit.
A lot of sometimes they do the campus rape statistics and
Yeah,
all these
that too,
different
all
things
of
on
that.
there.
Just like
Yeah.
insert here, all of it, like insert here. And it was before the protests and all this. It was back in 2018, 2019. The thing is that before 2020, you looked at. I mean, I'll be honest. I looked at a lot of the things that were going on in the world. And I go, man, those fucking people are crazy. That's just never gonna, okay, whatever. That's just gonna work itself out, And then one day you wake up and you find out that you kept saying it's gonna work itself out, and all of a sudden you're in the middle of a war zone.
Yeah, things got worse.
Buildings are on fire.
Yeah,
but
like, dude, I live in LA.
Before, like, listen, here's the thing, right? I mean, first and foremost, I'm glad you guys had the exchange, you and Radical Latino. A lot of the things that both of you mentioned, I have a feeling that some of you thought that about each other's positions, but it's never been said out loud because two sides of these, I wouldn't say opposing ideologies, but contrary ideologies mean the same thing, but less, a bit less, animus in those words. They never, hear each other out. So a lot of people are just not listening to one another. Look, at least listen to the other side. Disagree with them, obviously, but at least listen so that you know what you're disagreeing with. I'm seeing a lot of people especially on Twitter. A lot of people are arguing, and I have to jump in there and be like, look, you're disagreeing with what she said, but you don't even know what she really said to know that you really disagree with it. Give each other some time to suss each other out and clearly state the things. That's what I liked about tonight, is that you guys clearly and without any anger, animosity, or anything like that, you guys clearly presented your positions, and then you argued your positions well. That was very good, man. And Robert was part of that too. And I keep forgetting the other, Nefarious.
Yeah,
Nefarious was. Yeah, there you go. So all four of you, that was really, really good, man. I mean, I'd like if we were to talk.
Well,
I mean, it was
it was
about comics.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I kept on going. So, fellas, about comics.
Yeah.
Right, but it was too good though, because too often I'm seeing nobody's listening. Right. And
all
tonight,
that off of Killmonger.
He'll Killmonger. But let me see. Yeah, but I don't think we even completely explored the aspects about Killmonger and T'Challa, and someone compared them to Professor X and Magneto, which was
that was me. No,
yeah.
I think that's totally true. I think that because Magneto is the perfect example of kind of a mutant supremacist, right? And he thinks that the mutant race is going to run everything, and then we're going to take over. And he's absolutely in my view, he's a tragic villain. Yeah, I mean, he's probably more well written than say Killmonger, but kind of a similar background. His family, he is killed in Auschwitz. He survives the Holocaust, and then he says basically to himself, "Never again. I'm never going to have my people, the mutants, be in this position." And he sees it coming. He says, "Oh, they're just going to put the mutants in camps too. I'm going to prevent that from happening." So in the Stan Lee model, he's a hero in his own mind. And he could be right in the end, right? What if the X-Men fail and then you need Magneto to save the mutants or something? That's what happens in the Age of Apocalypse.
Listen, Magneto's a hero, save for his methods. Magneto's a hero. It's just his methods, like I can't get down with. You know what I mean? But
he's a monster. He's totally fucked up. You remember in what was it, X-Men 25, Volume 2? He throws off the EMP. And there's planes falling out of the sky, and he's just like, "I'm back, and you ain't gonna touch me. I'm fucking in charge now. I'm done with you people." That was fucked up.
Wow. And his powers were vastly unexplored as well, because at the time that they established his power set, we didn't really know that much about electromagnetism. Come to find out now, everything has an electromagnetic field. Everything, even plants, people. So if his name's Magneto, he can actually, affect our electromagnetic, fields, our auras, and all that stuff.
Definitely.
So, yeah.
No, they could do something with that still.
In fact, the most powerful. I remember when I was young, and I remember watching Modern Marvels, and they were talking about like the most powerful magnet in the world, and they stuck a frog inside the magnetic field, and the frog just started hovering inside this little chamber and the frog was okay. The frog was fine, but the frog was hovering because the magnetic field was pushing against the frog's innate magnetic field, and it was causing the frog to levitate. Yeah, but
so now they could actually legitimize how Magneto levitates. Now he just manipulates that, because before that they said he's levitating.
I think he was wearing chainmail. I think he wears a metal suit. So, yeah, and I think that's how he's able to lift himself. At least in the comic books, I think that's how they explained it.
He doesn't need to, because
I think that would be the worst thing to do.
But they didn't want to get. I don't think they wanted to make him too powerful, though. Although you could tell after he comes back from the fall of Asteroid M that they wanted him to be more powerful, to be able to throw off that EMP and then to rip the adamantium out of Wolverine. Because you would say that was the turn that where Xavier's like, wait a second, he's lost control. This isn't my best friend anymore. This is he's gone over the edge. He's doing things that he would have never thought to do before, and so then he wipes his mind, and then that's another tragedy, right? Because then you get onslaught from that. I love that whole saga, and I'm like a post Claremont X-Men fan, which is kind of sacrilegious, I think, in kind of comic book world, because Claremont was the X-Men. He made X-Men everything it was, and then a lot of people's eyes, a lot of fans' eyes, it kind of went off the rails after Claremont left, and there's a great degree of truth to that. But there was also a lot of awesome stories, like the Age of Apocalypse was just fantastic. I love that whole premise where Legion, he accidentally kills his dad by going back in time in an attempt to kill Magneto. Kind of like, why don't we just go back in time and kill Hitler? Well, in this case, he's going to go back in time and kill Magneto, but whoops. Xavier saved Magneto's life, and then Magneto has to be the one to, stop Apocalypse. And that whole, I just thought that was just a killer premise. If you haven't checked it out, The Age of Apocalypse is a great self-contained. I think you can get it in a 2-part graphic novel series, I think.
Yeah, I need to start
the next Marvel villain.
Oh, who?
Apocalypse? They can build that character. Yeah. That would be a strong character.
Yeah, I mean, they have to introduce the X-Men and mutants into the MCU first, though. They missed their opportunity with WandaVision. They use that. Can you imagine using all those episodes, all that effort, all the money that they took to do WandaVision to introduce witches? The fuck are witches?
Well, actually, they can introduce it in the Eternals, technically. Because
but they missed. Come on, man. With WandaVision, they couldn't introduce mutants there. They introduced witches.
Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver are mutants. They are mutants. I mean, they're Magneto's children. I mean, they're missing everything.
I don't know what these people's problems are, man. Kevin
they
Feige
just bought Fox too. It's like, what are you doing with the X-Men? It's been 5 years now, buddy.
Apocalypse would have to be a pre-story because he existed before all those guys.
So
he
but
Eternals would be a good.
No, but Apocalypse did come to the modern era, and then they fought him here too.
Right, but he's
oh, you mean his origin? Yeah. He'd have to be like ancient pre.
I'd rather see the future Apocalypse. I want to see the Cable story. I want to see Nathan Summers being sent into the future. I want to see the Ascani son That was really cool miniseries when Gene and Scott get married, and then the Ascani whisk him to the future because they have to raise Cable in the future when he's just a baby, and then they raise him to basically destroy Apocalypse like 2,000 years in the future. Like if they made that fucking movie, I would watch the shit out of that. That would be awesome.
I have a better idea. Instead of them making that movie and it sucking because everything they touch turns to shit nowadays, what we'll do is go ahead and cut to me if you don't mind, real quick here. Okay, so there's a whole bunch of people, yelling about all these side effects. Okay, so you see this is called cannabis. Okay, this is the cure for all that nonsense. You go like this. So you apply a lighter, you go.
What the?
See, what's happening now in my brain is all that dumb shit's going. And now I'm happy. And you know what? I ripped my headphone out. Sorry, I'm also a little bit clumsy when that happens too.
Well, like I said, the government's going to fuck us in the ass. They might as well let us get high first.
And you make things like when you do this and you giggle and you hang out with your buddies and you socialize and you make cool things.
Yeah.
See? Now that's the opposite of what all of these fucktards in the SJW, soy fuck army, whatever the fuck you want to call them, these idiots, they don't make anything. They destroy. Now what we need to do is we need to get all the people who make things, all the people who are productive, all the people who give a fuck and are adult, sane human beings and are not completely brainwashed by the psyops that's turning people into fucking stupid robots. And we get them all together and we go like this.
You go get my child taken. I guess unless
it's illegal. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know.
It's one of the few rights I got. I'm going to exercise it.
Yeah, I know. It's just YouTube tripping. But
you get them together, and then you start saying, cops did this thing to me. And then the black dude goes, yeah, they did that shit to me too. And Mexican's like, I did that fucking same ass shit, dude, except they called me like a blah, 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 and the black guy says, yeah, they called me a blah, blah, blah. And it's like the fat guy's like, yeah, I was a lard ass when he was beating my ass. So smart people do that. And then they go, they're attacking all of us.
But that's why.
And then it doesn't matter if anybody thinks they're the bigger victim. Okay, we can argue all day. I can give you a link that shows white people are the biggest victims. Another guy can link black people are the biggest victims. That shit is all designed by those motherfuckers who are fucking our world and our culture and everything right now, so that motherfuckers are on here for 2 hours going, oh no, it's this, it's that. Instead of going, let's build things, let's create things. How do we create things? And that's why I took a break for a little bit. I'm like, there's nothing productive going to come out of any of this talk because, see, for starters, the entire thing was launched off of concepts in a movie that was very poorly written and very poorly directed. Okay, all the cues were missed by the writers and directors that needed to be there to give a genuine thing. And you guys were actually arguing like it's a legit movie. You might like it. You might like it subjectively, right? Yeah. That's cool. Like whatever. I would argue taste. Fuck no. Listen to Justin Bieber if you want.
Wait, which movie are we talking about? Which movie?
But objectively,
what are we talking about?
Black Panther, of course.
Oh, yeah.
So objectively, that is a bad production. That's bad writing. That's bad direction. You can blow smoke up my ass all day. I know production. I know storytelling. It's trash.
Yeah,
they could have made Killmonger genuinely what people were like, were cued by the music in those last final scenes to do. If they would have changed the choices he made, changed his story where he's forced to be very violent. He don't want to do it, and he's forced, or he thinks he is. Like in the case of Vulture, he thinks he has to do certain things, like in Homecoming. That's why we kind of felt for Vulture, like. You might have not liked him. I don't know. Everybody's different.
I'll defend Vulture. That's one guy I'll defend.
We understood him, though. He's the working man.
Yeah,
He's the working man. And the fucking corporation, the government stooges came in and took his fucking livelihood that he had been leading,
Yo.
pioneering the way on.
Yo,
What the
I caught
fuck?
a gut punch. I caught a gut punch when they came in. He invested. Well, what did he take out, a mortgage or something like that in order to get that crew
Lost
together, in order to
everything.
salvage that stuff? And then that fucker was like, maybe next time you shouldn't overextend yourself. I'd have punched his ass too.
Yeah,
I'd have hit him with one of those sledgehammers.
you'd probably done more. Any of us probably would have. That was, he was kind of maybe controlled because that's his whole livelihood right there. He's like instantly as a father and a husband, he's going, how am I feeding my wife? How am I going to put my girl through school? She's doing so good on everything, and now I got to deliver. So it makes sense. It was written well, right?
Norman Osborn.
Yeah, I can't.
Here's
the thing, Robert.
That was the best Green Goblin. I'm sorry, guys.
I would agree with you.
Dafoe's an excellent actor.
I would agree with you and some of the comic books, absolutely. And absolutely, yeah, great. Willem Dafoe, great actor, but he was pretty cringy. And honestly, I'm one of those guys that'll tell you I'm not interested in Sam Raimi doing superheroes ever again.
He's kind of cheesy, but
he don't get it. He don't get it.
Yeah.
The second one was actually. I thought the second one was quite good.
All Ash.
All those
heroes are Ash.
There are scenes, and there are moments that are okay. Like their quality production, and you know what I mean. Like and actors hit their cues. There are things like that, right? It's a quality production. You compare it to the shit going on now.
Yeah,
and it's pretty good, right?
Yeah,
but
no, it is.
I'm not comparing it to the shit now. I'm comparing it just to what I consider professional level standards. Now, when you're making a superhero movie and you don't want to use superhero suits and all that, you suck already. You buy wrong guy, like Bryan Singer. Bryan Singer tortured us with this awful X franchise for years. Like the only thing I consider that we got that was quality of any level was Old Man Logan, and even that was butchered to hell and back. Or I should say Logan, the book, the graphic novel was Old Man Logan.
Yep.
My point is, Hollywood used to search for talent, and now Hollywood is not doing that. What they've done is they've had all the talent.
No, they
who are
search
not
for what they need.
Hold on, buddy.
They
Hold
search
on.
for
I've been
what they
listening to you
need.
talk all fucking night, Spike.
No, I'm just saying, but they find what they
Son
need
of a
now.
bitch, you
No,
shut
that's
the
all I was
fuck
saying.
up.
I was agreeing with you. I was agreeing with you.
I don't give
I
a
was
fuck
agreeing
what
with
you're doing.
Fair enough.
I'm being a dick. I'm being a dick right now, man. I'm exercising my right to be a
That's
dick.
fine. No, I was just agreeing with you. I was saying that you're right. They don't look for talent anymore. They look for what they need.
I'm a dick and you're white. I'm coming after you, bro. It's happening right. It's going down on this screen.
Go for it. I was agreeing and adding to it. I was adding to it.
Okay. So, anyways, I'm in the bombastic mood. So, anyways, what we've got right now that all you guys are skipping past every time, and I got to be that guy that comes in, puts the tinfoil hat on. All of the choices being made in entertainment, people. Okay, let me look right here in the camera. Anybody listening and watching, these are social engineering psyops. All of it. They don't care about making money anymore. Money's about to go bye-bye, or at least go in a different form.
Yeah,
that I guarantee you. Unless we stop any of this stuff going on, I don't care about money. I hate money. What they're about to transition to, much worse than what we've got or what we've had. Okay, so all of this shit exists mostly for 8 to 12-year-old kids right now to socially engineer them into the VR and robotics and drone engineers in 2030. The rest of us don't matter. We're obsolete. They don't need us. People like me who think the way I think, bye. They've been already erasing us for many years in many ways. I'm watching Indigenous in Canada and Australia being fucked by the governments. A lot of their children coming up missing. I've been watching this for years. Okay, I worked in ecological sustainability, and a lot of the people I worked with are the people that travel the globe, going to these places, and they try to represent indigenous tribes legally in their countries to try to protect their rights. Sometimes they investigate to try and find the children. I mean, there are real people out there who are heroes. You're not going to be watching them on YouTube or TV, okay, or reading about them on Facebook. They're people you know or you don't know. And they're out there and they are trying to do real stuff. Now, every time there's any sort of ground that's made where the cattle start going, maybe I'm cattle and maybe the farmer's going to slaughter me, like that weird fucking big-nosed long hair guy said. And then what happens, the media comes out and says, oh, now long-haired big-nosed guys are now SJWs. Like that's the new image of a soy boy. So now every guy that's talking with a big nose and long hair is now going to be the next soy boy, and that's discredited. That's just a random thing I grabbed. Maybe it'll be anybody who says they care about the rights of all people or the lives of all people. Okay, sound familiar? Is now the target. Okay, you're now shit. Let's race. They don't want that kind of thinking. It's slavery is what they're that's what they're taking us to, another form of it.
Now can I
No
say
lives
I agree?
matter.
That's what
Now
they
can I say I agree?
No.
He said no.
No. Okay.
Well,
I don't want you on my
agree.
side,
You know who
man.
actually came up with the best concept for that was George Orwell, 1984, in terms of the mind control aspect of totalitarianism. And he was actually a socialist who abhorred Soviet totalitarianism. And so I think that, people, we hear a lot about socialism versus communism. And I just, kind of an important distinction there, I think, is that they're not the same. What's being presented today is not in some degrees it is. Like there's calls for violent revolution. That's what Marx was explicitly calling for. But not every socialist, I think, shares that violent radical vision, and so it's a distinction. I'm not a socialist. I don't agree with it. But some of the best, Orwell is, I think, beloved rightly because of what he had to say about individual liberty and just individualism. Like coming from a socialist, like even he could see it. It's like that's how bad the totalitarian model was, and it's an ever-present danger. And if we don't think it could happen here, that's usually when something bad happens. So we just have to be vigilant, like Spiko was saying.
Well, I think the key is it's like Star
I hope
Trek.
you're all wrong. I got too much shit to do for these people to fuck up my business. You understand? I got comic books to make. I'm buying some Red One cameras. At least I'm saving towards it. I'm opening up a bank account specifically for saving money for equipment. You know what I mean? For my Red One cameras, for my lighting sets, and all these different things. So I hope y'all all wrong, because I need to do all my shit. These people will not take this from me, man. They will not take this from me. I want to see my movies made. I want to see all these amazing comics I see coming out here.
Yeah, man. We got to fight, dude. We got to fucking fight them. We seriously
Americans are vigilant. We are vigilant. We won't let that happen.
We have to fight them on all battlefields is what we have to do. We got to stop being fucking cattle is what we have to do.
Yeah, we got to start working together. We got to start working together. We got to start being on the same side. We got to start. Yeah.
Joe Biden's in the room.
Shut up, mister.
Joe Biden in the house. Joe Biden 2.0.
What's happening? I don't know what's going on anymore. Man, that fucking acid kicked in. Holy shit! Holy fuck! Where am I going?
Oh shit!
You guys still there?
We love you, man.
I think it's true. Like if you look at Star Trek, like I've watched Star Trek so much, it's ridiculous. But if you look at Star Trek is a not communist, it's a socialistic society. But you listen to how they speak, and they actually have a lot of respect for the kind of values that America has. The difference between Star Trek socialism and real socialism is the whole idea of Star Trek is that humanity has grown and become better. And everybody wants to do the best. And greed doesn't exist in the same way in the Star Trek world. The problem is socialism can work in Star Trek because everybody is on the same side working for the betterment of humanity. But in socialism, in practice, in the real world, there's always going to be greedy people, and socialism opens up the opportunity for the greedy people to have more control than they would ever have otherwise.
Well, two things: the warp speed and the replicators.
Replicators, yeah.
Yeah, that's certainly what makes money basically useless in Star Trek. And so I thought the writers in the Next Generation, I thought they had a novel. I think kind of just the world building there was just fantastic. And then by the time you get to Deep Space Nine, and then you still see that there's the Ferengi, and they're still worried about their Latinum, and the Federation, they're willing to go along with that for the spirit of cooperation. But even inside of the Federation, you still have the unique cultures and like just the best world building out there. I just love that stuff. And I don't think Star Trek was necessarily explicitly socialist because of that feature. Because they respected sovereignty, individual liberty, and they had commerce. They were doing trade deals and all of that. I mean, there was more to it than just the government owns everything.
True, but I meant as far as people working together for like this, the betterment and the greed inside the Federation. Inside the Federation, greed has really disappeared, and everybody works together. And the leaders of the Federation want the best for everybody. Honestly, they don't want the best for themselves. And
you're lying, Spyco.
In Star Trek,
I'm watching.
Not in real life.
I'm on you, dude.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
You're falling back on that privilege, dude. I'm gonna check it. I'm gonna check it.
Oh damn!
I'm checking it.
Found me out. Found me out. But I think that's
it feels like Star Trek had all the best things from all the ideologies, right? So they had the money from capitalism. They had the supposed equality of of the classes from Marxism. They had
there's no classes in Star Trek. There's no classes. There's no everybody can do whatever they want, but they just have to get there through merit.
That's what I meant. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like it's equalized. Just like in Marxism, there's the end goal, the supposed end goal. I don't know if it's ever been done right, but the supposed end goal is to eliminate classes, right? To have everyone, be equal worth no matter what. Which I don't know how that would be possible. People with different jobs will always have a hierarchy of importance. The guy who delivers my pizza and the doctor who
it's the replicator
performs heart surgery on me. Like that's I don't know. A lot of that stuff, they didn't beat you over the head with it, like the new stuff with Picard. That show. I think I survived one show of Picard. I was like, I can't take this.
I didn't. I couldn't sit through.
Yeah,
they
destroyed it. They destroyed it.
I was angry.
Dude, as soon as they said that chick had a drug addiction and that's why she got kicked out of the Federation, that was a commentary on modern society that did not belong in Star Trek, because the idea of Star Trek is a view of a different kind of better humanity. And so Picard, they tried to make it a social parallel to modern day by making, this chick has a drug addict and now she has her husband, her kid doesn't want to talk to her because of her drug problem. No, in the Federation, they don't have drug problems. Even the Ferengi in an episode, the Ferengi, Quark, they all go back in time to like 1950s, late 1940s, and they're stuck in Area 51, and the guy's puffing on a cigar, and Nog says, "Oh, it's tobacco. It's a harmful substance that they smoke, and it's very addictive." And they pay for this. They pay to put poison in because even the Ferengi couldn't figure out why they were smoking, and because in the Star Trek society, people don't smoke. Well, I fucking smoke. So,
this is what gets me about those idiots, those hacks. Okay, in a TV series where you're going into advanced concepts, or you should be going into advanced concepts. Every second of screen time really matters. You have to really use it to tell story, develop characters, deliver the few points, because you can only really get one, maybe two, maybe three themes or at least start touching on. If you're going to go with 3, you can maybe touch on some, weave around them, but you can't really cover anything that in depth if you go into too many things. So looking at something like doing a new Star Trek series to waste time on things like sexuality, okay,
Exactly.
race, this stuff that was figured out in the Star Trek we know hundreds of years before this timeline that we're starting in. And now we got to go and we got to deal with that shit again. The fucking original series covered that stuff. What they didn't, Next Gen did, or fucking Voyager, or one of the goddamn son of a bitches already covered all that kind of stuff. These motherfuckers want to repeat stuff because they're shallow. They don't know how to develop new things. They don't know how to dive into a franchise, a universe, and a franchise. I've read books. I'm a legit fan of Picard, always have been. That character. Yeah. I've read several of the Star Trek novels. I've watched Next Gen, I don't know how many times. Picard's absolutely in my top 3 of all time. Captain. Mine too. He's diplomatic. You know,
but he's a badass too. But he's still super diplomatic.
When it's time to fire, he fires. He doesn't sit around and go, "But guys,"
exactly.
He knows
he gets all
when it's
fucking
time.
bold and strong, but at the same time, the Felicium episode with the drug, the one drug dealer planet and the drug seller planet, and I think that was like one of the best episodes because that episode, the moral of the story is there's things you can control and things you cannot control, and that was the greatest thing when Picard's like, well, I have to let you go and I have to let you take the drugs because the prime directive says that I can't get involved. And they're like, cool, so you're going to fix our ship and send us on our way? And he's like, no, I'm not giving you the parts.
Because
I can't get involved. And I was like, dude, Picard is a badass.
Right.
You know what I mean? And
he's
that's
brilliant.
What I love about him. Yeah.
Sometimes he saves the day with engineering or knowledge of astrophysics or something like that, where he's telling Geordi something.
You know, knowledge of history.
Right. And he's a brilliant character. His leadership skills are the highest I've ever read in a book.
He's the best of us.
Yeah,
he is the best of us.
There's only two other characters I've ever read that I feel that way about, and those are my other 2 top 3 characters. That's Driss Duorden, and one that won't be as familiar to a lot of you is Kaladin from Brandon Sanderson's The Stormlight Archive series. Kaladin is amazing. He's probably the best leader character I've ever read, even better than Picard, believe it or not. But they're so close, you know. But those are, Doctor Who. These things like Doctor Who had to be ruined. Picard had to be ruined. All of these important developmental characters. And I don't mean developmental as in creative development. I mean in the lessons that they impart to the young that help them develop into different areas of thought. That's what we call guidance. That's what culture primarily exists for, not just to entertain us or give us fancy hats to wear at a dance or something. It's about teaching young boys to be heroic and take risks when there's a crisis. And it's about all of that. It's about anybody who needs to stepping up and being a hero, knowing the difference between villainy and heroism, and not slipping into villainy. I'm not saying I'm a perfect person, but I know I never felt like the pull to villainy my whole life. I just knew I've always been a fairly logical person, and I just felt like, okay, I could go this way, hook up with this criminal organization and make it bank, and do it. Like, think as a young guy, for example, even then I was like, yeah, but dude, these guys get killed. They got to kill people. I don't want to kill anybody. It's like there's so many downsides to it, right? So it's like it's just logical not to go that direction. The chance of bad coming out of it are very high. And I see these guys get sucked in like this. We talked earlier about these types. I've lived in hoods of different colors, and it's a special type of person that gets sucked into the shit that far. Like most of the other people in the hood, like the brothers are just trying to get laid and get blazed. They're not really worried about, like, maybe some of them will rip you off or something, but the killers aren't. The TV makes it look like the killers are around every corner, hiding in a bush, trying to rape you. And
everybody's all in.
In reality, I'm the only white boy in the hood, and I'm walking down the street, and dudes are like, "Oh shit, what up, white boy? How you been, man? What you been doing?" You know, and I'm like, oh, what up, Cyrus? You know, how you been, dude? You know, or whatever. And it's just real life. You look on the news. I shouldn't be doing that. I shouldn't be there. I'm supposed to die. But those brothers will tell me, watch out for that Leroy down the street. Leroy will get you. You know, so you stay the fuck away from Leroy, and it's all good. They stay the fuck away from him too. That's what they don't tell you in the media. A lot of these guys getting killed in the random shit didn't go looking for it, and they didn't choose to live in this shit ass area. That's where their family is. They get stuck there, just like me in this shit area. It's a white ghetto I'm stuck in. I keep moving away, and then shit goes wrong. I gotta fucking come back, you know, because that's where my roots are. It's the same with any kind of hood, Mexican, doesn't matter, you know. Indians, fuck's sake, man. You want to talk about oppressed, the nation of India. I honestly, every moment there's a tragedy that breaks my heart, and I'm not even witnessing it or hearing about it, but I just know it's going on. It's that bad over there, the way people suffer in horrible poverty. You know, I mean, you never hear anybody really giving a shit. And a lot of those people over there just try to keep us, you know, a smile on their face, try to survive. And it's like that all over the globe. And we're watching different demographics and groups of people being killed and imprisoned and just basically taken out all these different ways all over the globe. And we're just watching it happen. It's like we're just cattle in a field that's fenced in, and we're just looking over. Oh, okay. Now they're taking out the brown cows. You know, over there, they're slaughtering them, and I'm sitting there saying that, and everybody's like, nah. Then I'm like, oh, look, now they're leading the white cows off to the slaughter, and everybody's going, oh, you got a tinfoil hat, dude. You know, there's the Mexican cows. Watch out, they're gonna. Oh no, wait a minute, I'm a Mexican cow. Shit. Oh no, they're coming after me. Too late. That's fucking modern man right there. Fucking cattle, stupid cattle. The most primitive of mankind over the ages knew an enemy when that enemy attacked them. We don't even know how to fucking hydrate. The majority of us can't hydrate on a basic organism, you know, like a basic organism, like an amoeba. I mean, it's what are we going to do? How are we supposed to beat these guys who own all this shit and control it all? They own our food, our media. They own the farm. We're the cattle. We would. We got to get violent. We got to get violent.
I don't know about that. That sounds a little risky to families.
Oh, no,
if you're raising a family, you don't want to get violent. You want your kids to grow up and have their own families. And
there's no way this doesn't end with violence.
But the problem is the second you get violent, they have a reason to stomp you, and then they'll just stomp you as hard as they can.
You realize they're already killing us.
Well, yeah. But I mean,
so
you're military in your face.
You're military, bro. You know better. The art of war dictates that you take offense. Oh no, that's right. I'm sorry. That's tank. Art of war dictates you when you have the opportunity to go on the offense, you take it. You don't take defense and let your enemy attack you unless you have to. Okay,
absolutely
that's basic tactics.
Sun
Right?
Tzu says the in warfare, the absolute worst thing that you could possibly do is enter combat. So essentially, what Sun Tzu is saying is, by the time you have to start making, having a kinetic confrontation, a physical fight, arrows being fired, swords being used, the second that you have to become violent, that you have failed the art of war.
You're absolutely correct. And everything has been attempted. Protest, pleading, appealing in all ways, trying to go through their systems. And all they do is prey on us continually. And they sit in their boardrooms and laugh and drink martinis. Go look at the dumb cattle out front. Oh, wow, they're wearing rainbow stuff and mooning us now. They think that's going to stop us. Some fucking dumb fucks. Hey, let's give them a Pride Month. That'll shut them up for a minute, and that'll get the right wing pissed, and that'll do this and that.
Or all we have to do is get them fighting with each other.
Yep.
And then they'll just fuck off away from our building again, and they'll go burn down another burn down some neighborhood, and they'll stay away from us.
Yeah. The farmer goes inside the fence and starts prodding one of them in the ass, like, ha, 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 get over there, like that, right? So it starts panicking, it starts running, runs into the other ones. Now, the ones in front of those other ones don't even know what happened back there. but it's spreading now like wildfire. All they know is there's fear and go this way, quick. Okay? That's what people are doing right now. That's what cattle do. That's what prey does. And I'm not telling people go out there and start murdering people, right? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if we were smart, we would have already done it long ago, my friend. A lot of people would have came together and would have said, no, we're not going to be enslaved anymore. We're not going to be tortured anymore. We're not going to be imprisoned and our children kidnapped by your systems. And then they're raped and eaten. Their motherfuckers are eating people, dude. We're watching as it happens. It unfold in front of our eyes, and all we do is meme about it. That's what disgusts me. This is modern man now. This is what we are. We're weak.
Separated.
It's not civilized. It's weakness. We have been beat down with the psyops to be docile. It's bad if you go talking like, oh, we got to go kill some bad guys. Well, guess what? They're bad guys. Okay, they kill people. You keep them around, and their job position starts to look more attractive by the day. Okay, you start cutting their heads off. All of a sudden, all the other bad guys in line start going, there's a lot of risk in that job.
I know. I mean, shouldn't be. We can't advocate violence. We can. That's very risky. You know, that's risky to channels. Like people shouldn't do that. Like we definitely don't advocate violence, guys. That's not a good idea, and it's a good way to find up on the 6 o'clock news, basically.
Well, that's your perspective. My perspective is. Really it is outright evil. It is outright evil for us to shut the fuck up about this shit, brother.
The key
because
is,
they're injecting kids right now as we speak with who knows the fuck what. We all have a lot of ideas about maybe what's in that shit, but they're injecting kids right now as we speak. There's kids fucking being injected all over the world right now, dude. This may be the end of our species at this point. Okay, you might think this is just another weird clown world thing. This is not a normal year, and it's getting worse. It's only going to get worse. Just trust me on that. Look into it.
I agree that it is only going to get worse, but I think that we do let it happen. And I think because there are a lot of sheep. For instance, if people really cared about not being censored, stop using Facebook, stop using Twitter, stop giving them that money, stop buying things on Amazon, stop using Google, start using DuckDuckGo. But Amazon, it's just so convenient.
Yeah.
Google, it works. Oh, but I only use Facebook to talk to my friends. Or, I just like going on Instagram to look at my friends' pictures and keep in touch with people. So what do? We complain about the power these people have, but we've given them the power, and we are not interested in taking it away. We allow them to keep having the power, and all we're doing is asking them to use it properly, and they're looking at us like we're fucking idiots. Like, okay, yeah, sure. We keep handing them money and say, stop using it for the wrong things, and we're like, oh, okay. They're like, oh, okay, sure, whatever. Yeah, we'll use this money for good things. Yeah, okay. And so it's us. We could go to war over it, but at the end of the day, people want Google Maps, and they want that more than probably they care about their security and their safety, because right now they don't see the downsides. They don't know anything about China. They don't know what goes on in that country. They don't know about the camera systems in that country that follow them everywhere they go and read their AI programs, reading everything that they say and always being tracked. And you know what? People will start giving a shit if, like, let's say you got some guy and he's cheating on his wife and the government is able to find out quickly, and then they tell his wife, ooh, people are going to start caring. But yeah, at that point, you would have been decades too late to the party to change anything. So it's frogs in a pot. By the time enough people realize that they need to stop using Facebook and Twitter and Amazon, it won't matter anymore if they stop using Facebook.
Yeah, it'll be too late. They've got them. I've tried for now about 10 years to get people to move to alternatives, and I tried and tried. I would try about once a year, maybe twice a year, and I just gave up. When all that stuff was going on a few months ago, with moving to Minds and Parler and all that, I really didn't bother this time. I'm tired of it. It's not happening. The normies are just, they turn on their phone. This shit is already installed. Okay. Like they've already got Google Chrome as their default browser, and they've got all that. They're normies. So they don't have time. They got kids to raise. They got jobs, elderly parent to take care of, what the fuck ever. And so, just like you said earlier, and they win because of that. And the alternatives are not making things easy enough. Like, for example, the most common complaint I got was, yeah, but they don't have a good app for my phone. I tried to find an app. I would have switched, but there's no app for my phone, Another one was, yeah, but I can't play my games on it, and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, well, they're the New World Order guys. Maybe play your games on something else. There's 50 billion ways, and then maybe don't empower these guys. But bro, so you're preaching the choir. It's just they win in the psyops. I've tried to battle against psyops for years. I've seen countless people try. They win because they get to decide what's viral.
Yeah, it's true.
They ignore the real whistleblowers. Okay, I've known in the last probably 15 years, 20 years of internet networking, I've known probably 6 legit whistleblowers in some big incidents, right? Their YouTube channel, 3 dozen people, okay? Fucking Alex Jones, millions, fucking all these controlled opposition agents for MI6 and CIA and Mossad and all these douchebags. They're all got millions because they've got all that money behind them, all that advertising. They pay for bots to come and attack them. And then that gives them advertising, that gives them, oh, look, I'm under attack. I'm legit, guys. I'm credible, and it's the same game repeated over and over. And I sit here and I bring it up, but most people don't care what I say because they're so enthralled in the fight. There's always, yeah, but, there's always a rationalization. No, we got to keep this fight going. I like this fight, sick of it. I'm sick of it. I don't have, I'm sick of side effects. I want core solutions, and I don't see it.
I definitely think that's what I was reinforcing your point. I agree. I was just saying that we could go to a kinetic conflict, but I don't think that would do anything because the problems that we're giving it to them. But I think that we agree, and I think that we're on the same page about that.
Well, regardless of what anybody feels they want to do, because the last thing I want to do on this planet is hurt anybody. That's just, I don't harm people. It's not my thing. But sitting back and watching as billions are being harmed directly, that's just as bad as being complicit.
It is.
And it's cowardly.
It is.
And that's not what men have done in the past. That's what men do now because of decades of psyops beating us down, saying no, we got to be reasonable.
Changing the meaning of a man.
You're exactly it. We got to be emotional. We got to think about all that. We got to look at how people are going to feel about this. No, man, this doesn't work. They're murdering us. We've been under attack, whether we want war or not. It's there. Now, what's going to happen is one of the things I've been calling for a while is already happening. This new Delta bullshit, which the data has shown vaccinated people are spreading it. Okay, that's what the data is showing. Now the media is saying exactly what I thought would happen. They're saying that those of us who didn't get vaccinated are spreading it, of course. So we're even closer to the witch hunt stage than I thought we were. I was thinking it'd be another 6 months or a year before that shit really started up, where they started blaming us, for all of that shit. We're there now. That's frightening to me because
or it's a variant, or the vaccine doesn't work as good as they say it does.
Well, it's it works as good as probably what they want. Hopefully not, but it probably works for their purpose. It's not anything. It's not even a vaccine. I mean, I don't know what you call it. It's other than bioweapon.
I would say definitely in the big picture. One thing I will say, and I've said to some of the younger guys that I go to school with, is look, these people that are in charge didn't get there by being stupid. So whenever you look at what they're doing and you say, how could these people be so stupid? It's not because they're stupid. It's because they're playing a different game than you think they're playing.
Yes, exactly. People say, get woke, go broke. I fell for that too for a long time. but they don't care about going broke. You know, if we're really transitioning to this universal basic income, which is part of their Agenda 2030 plan, then what that's going to mean is the money doesn't matter anymore. The government just creates it. Well, it's created out thin air right now anyway, but they're just going to create it and give it to who they think deserves it. And that's that. That just solves all of their problems. They don't have to pretend that they have Wall Street or anything anymore, you know, and put all this theater up, make it seem like it's legit. This shit's all fake. I don't believe any of this shit's fucking real. Any of this economy, government shit.
Well, I will say, I forgot who said it, but it was a very good comment. They said, when the government gives you everything, you owe everything to the government.
Yeah.
And when you owe everything to the government, you're not going to fight against them. If they can take away your livelihood, if you don't agree with them, you're going to agree with them because you owe them everything.
Well, my fear is this. The reason why I say we would have already tackled this problem and there would be solutions being handled right now around the globe if the poor people of the world fucking, you know, got together, figure out who the real enemies are and just did something about it, right? If that was to happen, we might actually have a chance as a species to continue. What these idiots have planned, I don't believe their technology is good enough to do any of the stuff that they're planning on doing anyways. I think it's just going to kill a whole bunch of people and torture a bunch of people. They're idiots. They don't get anything right with this technology. The only reason they win at stuff is they own all the markets. You know, you just keep throwing money and media at it, you win everything. That's it. It's not because they're smart, bro. Some of them are. They do employ some geniuses, even though a lot of geniuses don't fit into their systems very well, you know, but still they have geniuses that work for them. But if you're a royal, you know, like an idiot that was born thinking told your whole life you're here to rule the planet, those types don't implement genius well. There's never been a good track record of such a thing going on. Maybe for short spurts, you know, some evil genius, mad scientist will get in there and do some interesting stuff, if you can call it that, but they don't get positive results a lot of times, and they do a lot of damage in the process, and the poor people of the world have to continue suffering while they do this shit.
I think the big problem is, to be honest, and why the poor people haven't risen up, because you're absolutely right. The problem is, and this is also, I feel, the reason why you'll see that the middle class is disappearing and it's becoming just poor people and rich people, is when people are so focused on living, they're not really paying attention to politics and current events and things of that nature. They don't have time to. When people are living from paycheck to paycheck, trying to, you know, provide for their family, they're not paying attention to what is being said in the in the news.
Yep.
And whatnot. They don't have the time, and they don't have the time to dedicate to standing up to the government because they're busy trying to live. And that's exactly the position people who want power, that's exactly the position they want the poor people to be in.
Yes. Survival, because survival will make you cowardly. You know, soldiers can't fight wars by every time they're told to charge in and take that hilltop or whatever. If they stop and go, oh hell no, that'll get me killed, I'm going back this way. So sorry, you know, you can't win wars that way.
Can I interject for a second? I think fear is actually a very healthy thing for humanity. It's the fight or flight response.
Sometimes,
you can fight 100 times, and you can fight one and not die, and you can fight once and die. I think the risks of fighting far outweigh the consequences of using the flight response to keep your family safe. And if I'm, as a father, I feel like my responsibility is to keep my family safe more than it is to try to take on the world or, achieve global justice or
Robert, you misunderstand.
No. Let's let me make my point. I listened to you for like 20 minutes there.
I thought you were done. Sorry there.
No. The other thing is revolution is a young man's game. You look at the guys who fought the American Revolution, for example, they were very young. And they were taking extraordinary risks. And And only about 30% of the people, or even less than that, even supported the revolution. And the people who were joining George Washington's army, there had to be an army. Like, if there's no George Washington, there ain't no revolution. Like, there was no chance of success. It was like, oh, but we got General Washington. General Washington can win. And then there was hope, a fool's hope, but they had some hope. You know, there's no General Washington. There's no chance for success in that regard. When Joe Biden was saying that, like, you would need nuclear weapons and F-15s to take on the federal government,
it's psyops because it's a lie.
Well, I don't know. Would you stand in the middle of a street with a bunch of Black Hawk coppers, raining down fire?
No, Robert, that's dumb as fuck. That's dumb as fuck. Hell no, I wouldn't.
Nobody. I don't think I don't know how you. I'm just saying, it's errand and trying to convince people that they're going to fight. It's a fantasy. I think it's a total fantasy. I've been hearing conservatives talk that way for 20 years, and it's total bullshit. They fool themselves. They're like,
let's slow it down. Let's slow it way down.
All right, look, Robert, look. Ain't nobody gonna be in no Black Hawk choppers gunning down civilians. This is the country. We are the party.
Exactly.
Biden,
100%.
Hold on. Let me finish. Biden needs a nap. Okay, that shit ain't gonna happen like that. Look, man. Where's he gonna deploy these jets? On the very same land of the guy who's coming, the guy who's going to the Air Force field where the jets are. He's gonna leave his little neighborhood and go there, get in the jet and bomb his own neighbor. It's the same country. This dude needs a nap. Biden needs a nap. When we're talking about we need to defend ourselves from a tyrannical government. We're talking about like micro scale stuff. It's not about the drones and the jets and the nukes and all that stuff. It's more like, because it's usually just like the frog inside the bucket where they don't know how hot it's getting because it's gradually growing. That's the period of time we're talking about where these guns will matter. Where you're not, if I'm armed, it's a small example here. There's a thing in school now where you drop your kid off in school, you go to work or whatever, and then you come back and your son's in a dress. Okay? When you don't come back with your son, and then they're like, well, why didn't you come back with your son? And you're like, well, because I'm homeschooling him now. Why is that? Well, last time I went to work, I came back, this little nigga had a lipstick on, he had a high heels and a fucking dress. We don't abide by that in our household. Therefore, he's staying home to learn these things that you're teaching him in school. Math, reading, social studies, whatever. When they're like, hey, get the SWAT team or whatever, that's the intermediate time where they have to decide, is showing Brotep's son how to apply blush and rouge and eyeliner, is that worth one of our soldiers getting shot because Brotep is armed? That's what they're talking about. It's not at the level where there's jets outside. That's a moot point. That's a country destroying itself. It has nothing to do with. I mean, do you get what I'm saying? Like what I'm trying to say anyway.
Oh yeah, no, I was just wanted to get a statement in there in opposition to fool's errand violent revolution. I think it'd be a shit show.
Well, what you described,
revolutions though.
What you described, Robert, was moronic. Okay, first of all, if we were ever to throw down these, these criminals running shit, right? No, we're not going to fucking stand in the road and go, hey, shoot us, Black Hawks, dur. See, that's the thing. This whole entire time, I don't know where I maybe misled you or miscommunicated for you to think I'm 20-year-old guy trying to swing his dick around and like swing off guns. I've been studying this shit my entire life, human history, warfare, believe it or not. Yeah, I'm a civilian. I've been studying warfare my entire life. I've studied psychology, sociology, all of this stuff, anthropology, all comes together to give me this view of the human animal, my friend, experience with thousands of human beings out there from different cultures and things, right? All these things come together. and you start to see very clearly that, okay, let me ask you that, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, Robert, but have you looked into, you don't have to answer, but have you looked into Agenda 2030?
I remember you mentioning it, and I remember looking a part of it up, but I have to deal like with what's in front of me mostly. Like I can't wonder what's. I have to be practical. I have my own,
I understand.
And I have to be, that's not, I'm afraid of like looking at new facts, because just a month ago or so before, right around the time they started, well, it doesn't matter what's going on with current events. I won't even tell you about my day job.
I just wanted to ask you that, because the reason I keep saying all these foolhardy, what sounds like big dick swinging, is out of desperation, Robert, because I've been paying attention very closely, because about year and a half ago, I started working on this company, Brain Cage, my life dream. I put together the dream team. We're working every day really hard. We're building all this stuff, but then shit went crazy all of a sudden. And now all these, the government and the media is doing the craziest shit, way beyond anything they've ever done in psyops before, controlling people. So I saw all this stuff going on. And I'm like, what? There's a pandemic? Holy shit. I got to find out what's going on. I put things on hold. I started looking around. I started networking with people I trust in different countries, different cities of this country where they're saying are hot spots. Those guys telling us nothing's going on. My point is, one of these things leads to another. And it starts with a person who's concerned about his people, his community, his family. Okay. My son. Okay. My girlfriend's grandkids. I'm concerned for these people. They have to live on this planet. Okay. Right. So we have these madmen. We all agree there are these absolute genocidal madmen in control of, let's just say the planet. Let's just narrow it down to the planet. It's not the entire planet, but they got enough that we might as well say that, right? So they use international English, and they say very specific things directly to us in international English, things such as targeting ages 8 through 12. Now, the last show we had here that I was on, I was using targeting as an example of how you can see when they're being literal, because they use international English like they do. So targeting that's the first stage of an attack. Okay. Focusing, like if you're studying or you're helping kids of that age group or whatever, that's a focus group, so you're focusing on whatever. Target is when you're aiming to attack, right? So they will say in specific things, oh, we're targeting these age groups. And then you see very negative psyops, or maybe even things like physical attacks through drugs and things like that happen that hurts a lot of them. So it looks like after a while, you start seeing all these things. It looks like cattle being called. This is a calling, it looks like to me. We've seen it all throughout human history for the last 10,000 years. Okay. This isn't crazy conspiracy shit. This is human history, known human history, that is, verified human history. This has been going on even within the last century, these types of things. We have major okay, Stalin, how many millions? They took people out on the street and murdered them. Just like every period on this planet in history, when those things happened, right before it, if you would have asked anybody off the street, hey, would that happen? Would your neighbors drag you out on the street and murder you? Or the military? They say, hell no. It's just all it takes is the nudge. It takes the prodding for the cattle to go in those bad directions. Communism happens to get that worst effect out of any we've seen so far, I have to say. Empires and communism are both, really hardcore, man. Like there aren't much considerations for human rights. Communism
Well, that's why I value the civil society we have in this country so dearly, and I'd hate to see it go away because of some. I mean, I saw all the riots last year, and I was really worried that there was going to be some sort of like revolution based upon what was happening.
Right.
It was that scary, and just as that's going on, they're clamping down on liberty. And then when people avail themselves as a threat to either the state or the government makes itself a threat. That's also human history. And there's blowback. And if people are not prepared for those consequences, they should stay in their homes. They should raise their families. They should keep working and, you know, try to do the good, keep that civil society. It's so precious. If we lose it, it's not going to be better.
Well,
It's
I will
already
say,
gone,
no, I
though.
will say
That's
this.
it.
If you
It's
look in
gone.
China right now, if you look in China right now, like people are actually trying to make guns with fireworks and improvised, make improvised guns, and they crack down. The Chinese, they crack down on a lot of the internal domestic terrorism that goes on in that country, but there is apparently quite a bit of it. The thing is this, the gun thing. The guns, as soon as guns are gone, the government will have total dominion over us. As long as we have guns, they will keep a certain distance and they will only go so far. As soon as we and as long as we have guns, we will never have to have that horrible bloody conflict.
Well,
because the fear of the horrible bloody conflict will keep the government in check to a degree. That's why they're trying to get rid of guns.
Why do you have the Second Amendment?
Does that make sense?
Yes, Michael. But here's the thing: is I think that's why the vaccine attack, because that just bypasses all of that, dude. They've got millions of people in the U.S. alone with that shit, whatever it is, and all kinds of ways, all kinds of insidious ways. Some through medical, some through their jobs, some to help family members because they wouldn't be allowed around their family members who are getting care and things like that, or care would be shut off if they didn't get it. All these people get forced into this shit, okay, in different ways. It's already forced vaccinations going on in different ways. It's only stubborn people like me that are like, fuck no, I ain't fucking, no, man, get that shit away from me, you fucking crazy fucks. It's only people like me that are like, that are that way or that aren't getting that shit, man, because people are jumping on it, millions, and I think they got around the gun thing. We might already be fucked, man. I mean, I'm not trying to fearmonger, but let's just be real here.
No, but what I'm saying is, like in China, the reason why they're able to go so far and be so horrible to their population, and the population doesn't fight back,
right? That's established.
Is because why I threw out there.
That's why they've gone too far.
That's established. You're right, but that's you already established that. But that's why I've said that right after that, the vaccines are the way around that.
Right.
Doesn't matter if you have a gun, if you inject a bioweapon into your body. Okay?
If it's a bioweapon, now I'm not saying it's not, but I'm not saying it is. I'm saying I don't.
It
know,
definitely is.
We have to work on the assumption that it's not.
No, we have to work on the assumption it is, because that is the real danger. If it's not, there's nothing to worry about.
I know, but let me ask you something. Notice how many people are voicing like their refusal to take the vax, and people who are, even with all the shaming they're doing on social media. You see all the shaming they're doing? Even like there's an actress who plays a Mandalorian woman. She said she just liked something that was remotely anti-vax. They're trying to cancel her. So even with all that, people are like, nah, fuck all that vax shit, right? So there's hope. It's not like, they're getting away with this thing. In fact, they're so desperate. Have you guys seen the raps? They got raps, take your vaccine, take your vaccine. You guys seen that stuff?
Of course, and we see all of that.
They're
Obviously,
desperate, man. They're doing goofball 1983 style rap, so we could take our vaccines. Nah, man.
Okay, what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah.
Right now, nation's progress on vaccinations, at least 179 million. Holy fuck. Or 55% of the population have received at least one dose.
Greg, they will tell you that in order to, and then when you read it, you let's say
of course, but
it's not you. I know, but let's say it's not you.
But they are Bob. Let's be real. They also coordinate with all this shit too. This is how they say, okay, U.S. has this going on. These are the stats that they're going to show. They're proud of this. This is their work, bro. The shit that they've been saying, they've been honest about the whole time. They've been like, we need 6 million more people to reach our goal. They've been honest about their goal the entire time. It's just people don't take it as insidious as it is. Okay. Maybe they reached their goal. It's working great. Now they want more. They're like, fuck it. We didn't think as many people would sign up. Let's just get the rest now. Fuck it. I'm not going to assume that that we're going to be okay. That's silly. That's suicidal, bro. That's not.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm assuming, but we can't just say, "Oh, it's over," though.
I'm advising anybody who can afford to get out in the country. Try to get out of whatever busy country you're in. If you're in a country, right?
That's already what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing as soon as I finish
it
school.
may be too late, but hey, maybe not. It might be worth a try. Get out, away, stay away from cities and towns if you can, because it's you can't escape them now. They're everywhere. Like the people getting these vaccines, there are people dying that are getting in contact with them. It's horrendous. This is real shit. They have taken down all of those all of those victim pages, okay, vaccine injury pages. They've taken all of them down systematically, and still hundreds of thousands of accounted for still get it onto the new pages when they put them back up. It's massive, guys. It's bigger than we probably are seeing, and it may be. I know that tactics wise, if I were going to wipe out the chunks of the population at a time, try and make it look so that the rest of the cattle don't notice it so much, take out certain areas, at a time, clean those out, and go on to the next. Nothing's ever going to be reported to those areas, unless some
Specific
like maybe
geographic regions. You're saying because the whole region. Yeah. Now, my question, real quick, and I don't mean to interrupt, but now you say they've gotten around people having guns and the protection that we have against the government by having guns. Maybe. Now, what in your mind do you think this? If hypothetically the virus is a bioweapon, what is its functioning? How do you believe it?
I've thought a bunch of different ways it could go, like how it could be used. Honestly, I don't know exactly what their technology is capable of. Obviously, I'm cattle too. I don't know what they have, but from what we've been able to see, right? What we've been able to see, the mRNA technology, you can literally you can change people's genetic code with it, their genetic blueprint, and you can even implant concepts into their minds, change the way they think, make them think a certain way, whatever. You can literally input data basically into their bodies. That's one of the ways that some people are saying this technology can be used. And that has been confirmed by a lot that, these different sources that people would consider, major sources of the scientific community. The reason they're open about it, I think they're being so open now, is because I think it's because they've got everything in place. And they're pretty confident now. And so they're just moving forward. They're probably ahead of schedule as far as we know. We know by 2030, they want to have their shit taken care of. But if things are going a lot faster, like there's much less resistance than they were counting on, we could truly be fucked within the next year or two, maybe, or sooner. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know any of this shit, guys. This is what you look around. This is some of the best data you can find that actually has some what looks like evidence, going along with some of it. I can tell you this: what's being said in the media and social media and by politicians is all lies. There's no doubt about that. They're expecting you to put aside common sense as well as science to believe some of those things they're saying. It's mindless. It's ridiculous. Sorry if that was a long rant.
No, I was just wondering.
I don't know what they're doing. I just know that what they've said their end goal is at 2030. And Bob, this is when I asked you earlier if you'd looked into Agenda 2030. I hate to even talk about it until you actually kind of look into it, because it sounds like the most tinfoil hat you've ever heard. It really does. There's no way. I mean, there's just no way anybody can be told this stuff and then keep a straight face the first time they, if somebody just outright gives them the data. You know what I'm saying? It just sounds ridiculous. I've seen people smirk at me in person when I've told them this data. It just doesn't work to just dump it on people. There's a lot of data that you put it together. It all, literally 100% of it leads right to what the World Economic Forum is telling us. Many of the world leaders on our planet who have submitted to Agenda 2030 publicly in press conferences, And people didn't even really know what that meant. They didn't care. Oh, it's more of that stupid sustainable shit. And they went on with, let's talk about the saucy stuff. You know, when they're going to get the saucy stuff. Okay, well, Trudeau and all these guys, all of these motherfuckers have all said that these countries, they've announced these countries are in accordance with Agenda 2030. Now, where that ends up at 2030 is most of the people on the planet dead, most of the structures on the planet destroyed, and only a few small smart cities left, probably 2, maybe 3. I'm going to estimate, if I think about the amount of population that they think they need based on their human obsolescence reports. All of this out in the open, mind you. And they are essentially going to have the only human interaction, and so I should say social interaction, is going to be done over VR and monitored by an AI that will make sure that you're not offending anyone and you're not saying things you shouldn't be saying. If you offend the AI, then you'll be, of course, cut off from all social contact with humans. And then the AI actually controls every aspect of your day, by the way. It decides where you're going to sleep because you don't have a house anymore. You don't live in different, you can't get a place that you continuously live in now. Now you're going to have to move around wherever the AI says, okay, for the next 2 days, you're going to be on the south side of the city, and it'll move you around each night into a different place entirely. No kids, no pets. Although I will admit, about 3 or I don't know, sometime in the next 3 to 6 months, they now added to their story on the World Economic Forum a little bit of family and pets in there now, because a lot of people kept saying, I don't see any room for pets and families in here, fellas. That was like a big concern that was sent to them. So they came in and they rewrote the story and they re-edited it. I'm sure you can find videos that show all of their edits in order as they've done it. I've seen a lot of them myself. It's been right in front of us, guys, if you're watching. They can't hide any of this shit. It's too massive. They're not trying to hide it. They're just relying on everybody being cattle. That's it. As soon as we stop being cattle in enough numbers, this shit might not be as successful. We might even be able to stop it.
Can I offer an alternative hypothesis, though, about why they're offering vaccines and why the simplest explanation is that in 2020, mortality increased by 20%. It went from 2.8 million to 3.4 million in America. And usually it only goes up by like 1.5%, as a percentage increase on a year-over-year basis. It went up 20%. So you had excess mortality of over 600,000. And most of it was like pneumonia-like illness. And so it's either you had a really bad flu or you had COVID. So the virus is no joke. So the reason you want a vaccine, simplest explanation, you got a deadly pandemic and we're trying to solve it very desperately. I mean, people are definitely really dying. What they were doing in Wuhan or whatever is no joke. Like, this thing is, if it was made to be the most deadly, contagious thing that they could possibly create. And whether it was put out there on purpose or not, I think is a question for diplomacy. I really wish that the U.S. health officials had taken the lab origin a lot more seriously at the time, because it could have bolstered President Trump's hand in putting pressure on the Chinese to perhaps be more forthcoming or helpful. And maybe we could have interdicted some of this, or even had more knowledge about what we were dealing with earlier on. And maybe the response would have been a little bit more, people would have been, they would have realized how bad it was. But the mortality is way up. And so I think that you have to, whether you're a government or you're trying to protect your family, like, you got to weigh those factors and say, would Pfizer, Moderna come up with all these separate vaccines in coordination with the FDA, put something out there, but wait like a year to put it out there? If they wanted to really rush, they would have had this thing, if it was pre-planned, they would have had it ready to go. It wasn't ready to go. And in fact, there's never been an effective coronavirus vaccine in human history. And if the variants keep mutating, well, there's never going to be one. And we're going to be dealing with this for a few more years at least. So I just think that I got the vaccine. My wife got the vaccine. My parents got the vaccine. My dad can't. He's on oxygen every day. He can't take he would get killed by COVID inside of a week probably, given what we know about it, because he's at a high risk. He's got diabetes, he's got high blood pressure, he has heart disease, he had 2 heart attacks. He fought in Vietnam, and he's one of those Blue Water Navy vets who got sick from Agent Orange being on the ship that was flying all, it was a Navy ship. All the planes were going to Vietnam. He comes back, he's sick. He has his first heart attack when he's 30. He came home and he banged nails for, despite the fact that he was so sick, to provide for his family and everything. He ain't going to survive COVID if he gets it. He'll be lucky if he survives another couple of years in the condition that he's in. It's a really sad situation. I got to go see him, but fucking A, I can't get on a plane because my daughter won't wear a mask. She's only 3. So they need to lift that thing, or I'm just going to have to drive down there and do something else. But it's just it's a really shitty situation. But I think the death rate's real enough, and that's worth paying attention to. I assume that when Trump was putting that response forward, that that they had a lot of due consideration for what needed to happen to keep everyone safe. And so I think the simplest explanation is they're just trying to making sure that people don't get killed by this thing. But it may not work. And that's the real thing I think we're learning right now with I think Israel just went on lockdown again because because the variant is not the vaccines aren't working with the variant or something like that. So this could be going on for much longer than people had anticipated. I think
Robert,
man.
that was 100% psyops. All of that you just told me. There's no nice way to say it. That was absolutely everything the media is telling us that's wrong. Okay, last year.
I don't listen to the media.
That's all the media stuff right there that you just pushed. Literally, that is the exact narrative for the last year, guys.
I looked those numbers up myself. I did my own research.
Oh, I mean, I don't. Hey, I don't disbelieve you. Yeah,
I think there's a mixture of the two things.
Listen, let me finish this. Okay, so listen, it has been proven without a doubt. All right, it has been absolutely proven. Last year, there was no C-19, my friend. Okay, that was a fear-mongering campaign where they used influenza at the beginning, right? Then they used accidents. They used all these other types of deaths. And they were caught across the U.S.
Wait a second. I looked those up too. Alzheimer's deaths were up. Heart disease was up. Diabetes was up. Cancer was up. Death from all causes, natural and unnatural.
Stop. It was proven without a fucking doubt, Robert, that was a hoax. Okay, and the people, it's even
taking the deaths.
No,
the morticians are lying.
Dude. Listen to me.
People aren't dying.
They were reporting last year at the very beginning. This is the first thing that clued me off. All right. They said New York City is one of the biggest hotspots right now. They said that the fucking hospitals are full of people. All right. They're just packed full. It's just awful. Now, I know a lot of people in NYC, my friend. I called them up. And I said, hey, what's going on down there in the neighborhood? That must be awful with that fucking pandemic. You guys all right? You okay? They're like, dude, there ain't no pandemic, dude. We're all sitting around here laughing. We're getting drunk. So there's the hospitals are all empty. And he's like, and so I get online. I'm like, I bet some people got video. So I get online, and what we had for weeks was countless video footage of people going into these empty hospitals. And then we had nurses and doctors doing choreographed dance routines on TikTok all the fucking time, shoving it up our ass. They're such heroes. Heroes. You guys remember that little clown world fucking fiasco?
You're wrong.
I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. It don't matter how you feel about this, my friend. It matters about facts.
Where's the data? CDC data. Where do you think the CDC data from?
I got this from CDC data. Okay.
Where does it come from?
You're brand new to this entire thing, and that's cognitive dissonance that you're exhibiting. And I'm tired of this routine over and fucking over. This shit's too important, Robert. There's no fucking excuse.
Hold
on, buddy. There's no excuse. right now, June 30th, 2021,
Right, some
for people to still believe in this bullshit, my friend.
Whoa,
People are
calm down,
Seriously.
calm down.
I'm sorry.
Yes, because people believe in this fucking bullshit, dude.
But people are dying. It's real. What do you
It's
want?
got to stop. It's got to stop because they got to quit getting this fucking bioweapon injection, dude. That's what's spreading it. The numbers aren't lying, dude. You can get it from CDC.
Nobody died last year. That's your hypothesis. Nobody died. They faked all the numbers.
Now
The
you're twisting
morticians
my
were lying.
words.
It's
Now you're
insane,
just
dude.
no, you're insane because you're twisting my words out of cognitive dissonance. Everything I told you was factual, and if you don't believe me, look it up. You want to argue about it? That's fine, buddy, but it's a circular argument because you're going to sit here and you're going to say no, fucking no. What I'm telling you is you get out there and you look, brother. Get out there and you fucking look because I'm tired of being the tinfoil hat anarchist guy that's crazy or whatever, that's swinging his dick in the middle of the street kind of nonsense. I'm a rational adult who's tired of seeing human beings being fucked with constantly around me, from children to every demographic imaginable being oppressed, and then people going, yeah, but it's better than this. Or no, stop. I don't care how better it is than, for example, India. Parts of India, right? It doesn't matter. This shit's all wrong. This has to stop. Villains are in charge of all of this. And to sit here and think that that is not the case at this stage in 2021 is unreal to me, my friend. I like you, Robert. I really do. I really fucking do. But I'm real talking to you right now. I'm trying not to be a dick, but there's no nice way to say this. This is evidenced, my friend. You got to look at it. You got to look into it. You're a media guy. Please look into it.
I don't have to depend on the data. The data says people were dying last year. They were dying from COVID.
Go further. You can do this.
Well, were they dying or weren't they? If they weren't dying, that's the biggest scandal ever. They were faking the whole thing, but I don't think they were faking it.
See, you didn't even really listen to what I actually was telling you.
People were definitely dying because my mom's boyfriend lost his best friend to specifically COVID-19. So people are dying. I'm not going to speak to any of the other stuff because I've seen enough since I was young that I've seen enough things that were considered conspiracy theories that came out to not be conspiracy theories that I, as you can tell, am staying out of this. But I will say that definitely people have been dying. So
yeah, I never denied people are dying. What I said was that all these different types of deaths.
You said all the hospitals were empty, so they couldn't have been dying.
Wait. Hold on, guys. Two things can be true at the same time. What Greg has mentioned, I have seen that shit where, like, dude, one of the things that the other community on this platform, they kind of like they gaslight and strawman me and go into all these sorts of things when I bring an argument. Say, you still live with your mother. I moved from Georgia here. What do you call it? I ceded my lease with my roommate out in Georgia and moved here to take care of her. Every time I would go to and she went from like 3 or 4 hospitals. Every one of those hospitals, I kept on asking them, hey, where's the COVID wing? Because when I'm on the fucking internet, and when I'm in front of the TV, all I see are hospitals are overstaffed. Blah, 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 blah. I haven't seen that shit, and that's four hospitals for me in a row, and I haven't seen, and that's over months, bro. However, that doesn't mean that shit's not happening elsewhere. You know what I mean? Like things can be true at the same time. Those deaths can.
That's what I was saying.
But they can be exaggerated and used. Like numbers are numbers; they don't lie. But it's what people use the numbers for.
Dude, numbers don't lie, but people can lie.
Yeah, people do. Like they'll use numbers to. I'm sorry, again.
The media literally makes up anything they want. Numbers, narratives. Okay, that shit. It doesn't really do a lot. It honestly doesn't. What it does is we look at the total number of deaths since 2012. Somewhere around 2012, there was a great rise in influenza, which there's really no reporting on, mind you. And you would see the last time I looked, this was about 6 months ago. So mind you, I was watching this shit regularly because they kept changing websites. CDC changed theirs many times. The WHO changed theirs many times when narratives change. This shit's been going on for over a year now, probably almost a year and a half. They've had us at siege, literally shutting down everybody's private businesses and then giving all the money to Amazon and Walmart, like forcing us to use certain, like McDonald's, certain mega corporates. Okay. All these companies are fucking connected. This is the dirtiest shit going on I've seen. You study history. I've never seen such a thing like this. This is weird. It's so fucking weird, but it's huge, and they're doing it all around us.
At the same time, you're saying COVID doesn't exist at all?
What I'm saying is last year, exactly what I already said. Stop it, guys. You're changing what the fuck I even said. I know you're not trying to, right? Just listen. What I said exactly was when this shit started last year, influenza was killing people. And so was other things that they were reporting as COVID-19. There's still no evidence that COVID-19 exists, mind you. Okay, they cannot provide to any of the labs in the world, neither the CDC or the WHO are the only ones that claim about it. They can't provide the sample of it, and that doesn't happen with anything like this. They just send you right out a sample, no problem. Not this. So
the closest they have to a sample is an old one, like some sort of 1970s virus, which is a corona, a COVID, like a previous number, and that is trademarked for some reason. I don't know how you get the trademark a biological a microorganism, but
it's not biological. A virus is.
You don't trademark the organism. You trademark the DNA, like the sequence, the DNA sequence. You can trademark that. Now, I will say real quick, adding into what you guys are saying is, I've been hearing talk that there's rumors that the CCP was actually starting to vaccinate people before they even had said that it was spreadable to humans. So I personally, my view on it is I believe that the virus is completely real, and I believe that the virus itself was a bioweapon put out by the Chinese Communist Party because of the way the Chinese Communist Party works. They work off the mentality of something called comprehensive national power, where essentially, there's two ways of doing it. You could either make your country more powerful, or you can make all the other countries weaker.
No, Mao's defense strategy was that they could survive a nuclear war because they had so many people. That was their defense strategy, that they could just outlast us just by numbers.
Yeah, so I really do think that this virus was a bioweapon put out through the world as like a covert kind of deal. And I think the whole point of it was to cause panic and chaos. And I think the CCP already had in place. I think the CCP has been helping the people that have been instigating these protests. I think that they knew these protests were coming. I think they planned on it. I think they picked the first black person that got shot, and they used him. Not the first person to get shot, but you know what I mean. The first black person to get killed by a cop. Once they were ready to initiate their plan, I think they just picked somebody. And I believe that that I don't know if the vaccine is the bioweapon, but I do know that there is a bioweapon involved. But I think that a lot of what we're seeing, everything from what's going on with the cancel culture to the virus, to the vaccine push and everything, I think this all has something to do with the Chinese Communist Party. Even if the reason that we're getting pushed to get the vaccine is because the government knows that it's a bioweapon, and maybe that they know that it's designed to, mutate into something more dangerous once it's in the population. And, for all we know, it could have been designed that way to not start off so bad and then just get worse. And I really believe that the Chinese Communist Party did this as a way of setting up
the entire world, putting them in chaos, so that way they could grab control as the most powerful country in the world away from the United States.
Well, there's probably something to that. It's either them or the power above them, if there is one. I have no idea who's at the top of this pyramid. I don't pretend to. I see all the usual suspects like everyone else does, that the trails all lead to, just like anyone else sees, but I don't claim to know who's at the top. But China definitely is a big player. You see that weird logic in some of these things, man. It's just, you look at what they do over there, and then you look at this stuff going on. They're doing it here as well. They've been destabilizing us for a while. That's probably also why they don't. That's why they also reject all the SJW movies and all that stuff that Hollywood sends over, and they have to have their own version made. Is they have it? They're probably funding a lot of that stuff. I mean, it's hard to tell, man. There are a few different suspects, different powers, but all that matters really right now is do not trust these people. Don't put this shit in your bodies, for fuck's sake. We don't. I mean, these people. It's like trusting the crackhead, in the bad part of town or whatever, like to inject you with something. They hurt a lot of people in Africa and India, and it's different countries in Africa, and then and a lot of people in India, and that's scary. I saw footage. Speaking of India, I saw footage a few days ago of a woman in a village, a poor village, and like 6 different village women were under the direction of military guys, like Indian military, whatever. These women were chasing down this one woman who refused to be vaccinated. And they chased her down, and they grabbed a hold of her violently. And so, like, the military started to go around in some of those smaller, poor areas, it looks like, and somebody captured some of that. But that's starting. There's this thing going around right now, and of course, there's a debunking. There's of course a debunking story up already to try and shut this one down. But somebody's saying that it's leaked from UK Parliament. Somebody who worked in government leaked it, whatever. But it's saying what their plans are in the UK, and that they're going to shut down the UK on the 15th, July 15th. So I don't know if
if that happens, then that gives a lot of credence to what you're saying. But I don't know if it'll happen. I really believe that a war is going on right now as we speak. I think that it's already started in the cyber realm. I think that war has been going on. I think it's been quiet, as cyber wars are. I think that that the Chinese, they invented the fucking art of war. They invented that shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they follow it to this day. They know it. They live it. They breathe it, and they know that Sun Tzu said, as soon as you move into a physical confrontation, you have already put yourself in the worst position possible. And the goal is to destroy your enemy without ever firing a shot. And they're going to try and destroy the United States without ever firing a shot. And that's what they've been doing up to this point. And I think that's what COVID's about, because COVID is literally, look at us, we're fucking collapsing. I mean, we're eating ourselves. They don't even have to do anything.
Well,
we're just ourselves.
Last year, my friend, I was pretty sure COVID didn't exist, and I don't know if it was even circulating last year at all. But this year, I don't know what's even going on. I'm just watching and waiting, and I'm just trying to get little bits of data that I can find. People send stuff to me, like you get in a network of different people. So I get, a lot of times I don't even have to look half the time, and I get some data, and it's frightening. These things I'm talking to you about, these came out of the mouths of world leaders such as Justin Trudeau. Okay, all of these different people, prime ministers, presidents. They've all said this country is now going in accordance with Agenda 2030. You can find out what Agenda 2030 is. Any one of you hearing this, you can look it up. World Economic Forum isn't hiding it. They are trying to now candy code it a little bit. But if you do 2 + 2 = 4, they can't reach that goal without wiping out most of the people on the planet. Because almost none of us on the planet currently will want to live in that world that they want us to be in 2030. And we won't have the skills that they require anyways. We're obsolete. they've said it themselves on their human obsolescence
The
program.
thing that really scares me the most is I've thought very deeply about what a pure communist society, what socialism would look like in its finality if the world ever got completely taken over by socialism, and I try to think about what that would look like. And it would function, but it would look like an ant colony. Way humanity would resemble an ant colony. There'd be worker ants and there'd be warrior ants. You'd have your council, which would be like the queen and the little ants that take care of the queen, and you'd have your breeders and all that, and everybody would have their task. Nobody's allowed to choose. Ants don't choose what they want to do. They don't choose. And so if you think about it very carefully, I really feel that a world where socialism works, socialism can work, but it can only work if we're all willing to work together like an ant colony, and that takes away creativity. When was the last time you ever heard about a species of ants evolving? Because ants don't evolve, right? Ants don't. They don't need to. They've been doing the same thing that they've been doing for millions of years, because there's no creativity. There's no anything. They're ants. What they do, it works, but there's no reason to progress. Why? Look at 1984. Do they ever talk about going to space in 1984? Do they ever talk about new progress in 1984? Probably in 1984, they've probably been using the same damn technology that they've been using for the last however many years. They just keep building bigger floating fortresses and bigger floating fortresses. They probably don't come out with new missiles or new technology, and they do come out with technology. It's probably only used to control the people.
Yeah. I used to love science fiction, thinking about technology. I still do. I like developing it in stories, but in real life, I used to get really excited when we would have a new advancement. The last
I don't anymore.
Probably 2 decades, every time there's a new advancement, it frightens me because I go, oh my God, I can see what they're going to do with this shit. Fuck.
Totally, me too. 100%.
The robots, dude. The fucking robots. They're already using those robots.
Oh, AI, dude. Before Matrix, I knew what AI could do. You think about the concept of a learning computer, and they really can. You take a learning computer, stupid learning computer, and you take some of the smartest psychological, psychologists in the world, and you sit them down with some of the best programmers in the world, and they could design an AI program that figures out who you are better than you know who you are. And that's scary. And the only way to get around that, the only way to get away from that, is to not participate. That's why I don't have a Facebook account. That's why I don't have a Twitter account, or or any of that stuff. I use my friend actually has me on his YouTube account, on his family plan, and the reason for that is, if you use those mediums, even if you're just using it to talk to your friends and family, you're giving them basically your psychological profile.
Yeah, absolutely.
You just are.
It's hard to do commerce nowadays, though, without social media.
You're absolutely correct.
Comicsgate is absolutely dependent on YouTube and Twitter right now. Facebook, not so much. I know political organizations and nonprofits are absolutely dependent on Facebook mostly.
Yeah.
Also, email, though. Email's still a big chunk of kind of legacy marketing, but it's still there. It's still essential. I think it's actually the fallback. If you get deplatformed, what do? Social media is free. So if you're an organization and you want to, try to get the word out, and you started 10 years ago, that was the place to go. And so if you manage to grow in those years, nowadays you depend on it. It's like, oh, that's our presence. That's and they're good. They're real people.
It's like
interact with you. It works.
Google Maps. It's like Google Maps. Not to interrupt. So apologies, but just real quick, it's like Google Maps. If you want to use Google Maps, you have to give them your location, because they can't tell you where you are if they don't know where you are. But you give up the anonymity of where you are. So the whole point of social media is they're giving you all these benefits, and they're hoping that these benefits that they give you are going to outweigh
the negatives. So, it's kind of like one of my old bosses brought forth the question. So, if Bill Gates told you that he was going to give you $1 billion, but you had to go to the Super Bowl and let him fuck you in the ass right there in the middle of the field in front of all the people, would you do it?
Nah.
Are you sure?
Yep.
For $1 billion?
Yeah, I rather have everything. I prefer my life. I don't want to be powerful.
No, how many people?
I abhor power.
That's fair.
Anyone who wants to become powerful is probably stupid or evil, or both.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Now, my follow-up question to that is, how many people do you know who will say no, but you know that they would? How many people do you know?
Honestly, I think there are even gay guys who would say no, because it's not, at that point it's not about sex anymore. Yeah.
Of course there are, but I'm not asking you how many people would say no. I'm asking you how many people would say yes, because from my point of view, of course I'm going to say no. Obviously, but there, look, there's women out there, with OnlyFans and all this other stuff, and they put their porn up on all these different websites for free.
Yeah.
And so, how many do you really think some people would care? You're going to give me $1 billion, which is more money than most people ever make in their lifetime. I think the average person makes like $5 million over the course of their life or something. So $1 billion is $1,000 million. You're going to give me $1,000 million, and then all I have to do is be publicly humiliated.
I don't know, man. It's not like you thinking about it.
No. But see, of course, I'd be like, fuck that shit. I ain't dealing with that.
First of all, Bill Gates isn't credible to pay it to me.
But the what I'm talking about is that.
So there, right off the bat, irrelevant. It's irrelevant. He's none of those guys are credible. You think I'm gonna make a deal with any of those fucktards?
No,
they always tell people they're gonna give you $1 billion. Right, and then they fuck you in the ass, and you don't get no money.
I don't think that's the trade-off. I don't think that's the trade-off for social media. The trade-off for social media is I'm a small business. I need to sell products. I need to communicate with my customers. Sure. Email costs $3,000 a month. Facebook is free. I get more customers from Facebook, or I get on a cost basis more customers. Oh, I'll use Facebook. That's a cheaper alternative to email. I mean, it's not a trade-off of I gotta postulate myself or be publicly humiliated.
I'm going to give this to you then.
To get $1 billion, people humiliate themselves. You just noted for less than $1 billion, for less than $10,000, for less than $1,000, and so it's really that's what some people use social media for. That's not what businesses use it for.
No, of course. But all right, now let's say this, in going on with the same kind of analogy. Bill Gates says, "I'll give you $1 billion if you let me fuck you in the ass in a hotel room."
Okay, that's stupid. Like I said, I don't even see what the relevance of that is.
Well, because my point is because the thing is this is that in social media they get something out of it by you using it. They get something out of it too. But what they're offering you is that, as you pointed out, as a business, you need to make money, commerce, right? So essentially, they're saying
it's a newspaper. They're selling ads,
right? But they're also figuring out what you like. They're figuring out what you don't like. They're figuring
so they can sell me more shit. Yeah, I know.
Right. But see, even though they're using it to sell you shit,
there's more
they
than
can
that.
use it for other things.
I'll hit up on that later. There's more than that, but yeah, continue, fellas.
They can use it for other things too, because what they're essentially doing is they're creating a psychological profile.
Yeah.
If they were using it for tyrannical purposes, or it was a boot on the throat of people would just unplug.
No, they
won't let you know. So it's brave new world.
You're right. That's the reason why they wouldn't want you to know what they're doing.
I don't think you could say if, because good people don't want to do things like that. We don't want to spy on our neighbors and community members. That's not what good people do. That's what people who want to control others do. That's like dark side. If this was a Star Wars universe, that would be like dark side techniques. It's not. That's how you can see our enemies a lot of times. What are the techniques they employ? You know, who are they attacking? It's just everything's out of control, guys. This shit, you know.
I mean, it's interconnectedness with technology. It's the internet in its most granular form, where we're not merely connecting computer networks. Now we're connecting people. And what do you do with that information? What would government do? What Snowden disclosed was that they were tapping into it at the federal level, that they were using that for surveillance. And I don't doubt that they're using it for surveillance. But there's also not much that I can do about it. I know my organization very much depends on social media to get the word out on pro-liberty messages. And we're just this voice in the wilderness on a lot of this stuff. And we definitely don't trust big tech. We support, antitrust if that's what it takes. But I think that might be a probably more ineffective tool to things like Title II under the Communications Act, FCC. That might be a better option. They can be more aggressive and, just deal with, if you're a utility, if you're the water company, you can't discriminate. You can't not provide water. No, sorry, utility company, you have to provide water. Common sense regulations like that have been around for, 100 years. And so why wouldn't you do that with your biggest companies who people are depending on to sell comic books or sell independent movies or, little widgets? It doesn't matter. Or, or pet care, or, people who are trying to network on that basis. So if people are getting discriminated against on those platforms, there should be a means of regulating it. And that's why, I have to live in the civil society, because that's where the rubber meets the road. Like, there's a lot of talk and there's a lot of speculation. There's also a lot of regulations. Those are real. Those happen every year. Hey, we could pass some regulations. You don't like this company, you don't like that company, let's regulate it. Maybe they're not doing a good job. Maybe there's some certain things we could do to limit their power and their control over us. Absolutely possible. There's bipartisan antitrust measures being pursued right now. I'm not confident they'll impact the deplatforming problem per se. I say, maybe you need civil rights legislation. We have a civil right to hiring. There's employment discrimination. There's other types of discrimination that's legislated under civil rights law. Well, what about our online persons? Maybe that could be a civil right. Or maybe you should have political discrimination to the list. Right now, it's just race.
No. Political discrimination is already on the list.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. They don't. Political discrimination is not a civil rights violation. Religious discrimination. Racial discrimination is. Sexual gender discrimination. That's a thing, but not political. No, not. And maybe it's state laws, like California has laws.
There are laws that definitely say that they cannot discriminate. A workplace cannot discriminate against. Yeah, that's been a thing. Absolutely. Now, I apologize for the way I expressed the comment. I was trying to utilize the Bill Gates thing as kind of an example of what I was really trying to say, because I apologize. I'm tired.
I don't think we were offended on.
Well, I haven't slept in 2 days.
It's kind of funny.
What I was trying to say was essentially is because of the benefits which you receive from the social media, your threshold for pain increases. You're willing to put up with more negatives because of the benefits. And so the idea for them is to give you so many benefits that you are willing to take all of the negatives that they impose upon you, whatever they may be, whether it's being canceled or being blocked or whether it's having a video taken down. They know that you need them, and because you need them, they have more power over you, and the more you need them, the more power they have. And when you absolutely need them, they will absolutely control you. And that's what I meant. I apologize.
No, I think that's true. That's why it's a monopoly. And if Congress is not planning on doing something, they better plan on doing it soon, because what they're creating is a corporate basis for one party rule, where it won't matter who you elect. they can still have that much control over the message, the narrative, what we think, what we say, what information we have access to. And right now, you're in still a relatively free and open internet. You can go look up stuff. You can find things out. You can conduct research.
Yeah, there's still DuckDuckGo and the others.
Yeah, and the government websites, the bean counters, actually do a pretty good job when it comes to things like labor statistics. The Federal Reserve's got a lot of good data. You can look all this stuff up and try to, find, just if you're an investor, you want to figure things out. And like, oh, when's maybe I should look at the dollar. Oh, what's the value of the dollar? Is it going up or down? Does that make a difference? Wow, it makes a difference. I should invest make decisions based upon that type of information. So it's not like the government does everything. It's evil or anything. It's just, they're bean counters. They just sit there and they count the data. But I think that we should, as a society, if we're concerned about big tech controlling us, well, there's a way to civilly deal with that. And that there's absolutely a process in place, and it's a political process, but it's better than every other process that's ever been created. Kings and queens, aristocrats, communist dictators, fascists, they all fuck it up, and they don't last very long. And we're lucky to have the country we have. So we just have to kind of work with what we want, which is a very powerful Congress, by the way. They can do whatever the heck they want on commerce. That's very well settled law. They can certainly do antitrust. You just need someone like Theodore Roosevelt to come along and say, let's break this shit up. And I don't care if they're a Republican or Democrat, but eventually someone's going to win an election that agrees with that, and they're going to get that shit through Congress. So I think their days are numbered. I think this is the pinnacle of their power, and like all the things they might do with it it doesn't matter as much as what are we going to do to prevent that from happening.
I think we're on the precipice. I think it's
the Byzantine era, guys.
Yeah, I think it's very possible that we're on the precipice. We're on the fence, and we could go either direction. Because like I told my father, because my dad says, hey, these things always work themselves out. And I said to him, throughout your whole entire life, all the bad things that have happened in the United States have one way or another worked themselves out. I said throughout my life, any of the bad things that have ever happened have somehow, some way or another worked themselves out. But I said, let's not forget communist China. Let's not forget communist Russia. Let's not forget the Holocaust. And let's remember that things don't always end up okay in the end. And that we need to be careful and we need to be vigilant. We need to pay attention. That being said, I don't believe the government is corrupt and bad, like the way even like the woke people say, the systemic racism or whatever, and then the right saying, oh, it's just rotten to the core. I think, I worked for the government, the California government, for a while. I worked on the Department of Transportation, cutting trees down on the side of the freeway. Really fun, by the way. And, but I saw the bad side. I saw the waste of money, and I saw a lot of that stuff. And it comes from, I think, all it takes is the people at the top pushing on good people, and it makes it turns either the good people into bad people, or it causes the good people to stop caring anymore, because they know the more they care, the more it's going to hurt. And I think that what it really is it's a small group of people in the government that are really responsible for the bad things that we see. And we blame it on the whole government, but I don't think it's the whole government.
I think it's pretty much all of the top highest positions of the fucking government. They're all basically whores to the highest bidders. Sometimes those highest bidders are China, sometimes it's Russia, sometimes it's Israel, but all the time that's traitor. Those are traitors. Okay, I'm not even a statist in philosophy. I'm an anarchist. I don't want any government, right? But this country that I was born in and I've been raised in, I have to respect, that this is a country, right? And I have to live in it. And when I look around and I see people twisting our society into step by step into communist China, okay, I get passionate about it. And I look deeper and I talk to a lot of people. Some of those people are right there where things are going down, that the media says are going down. I saw this many times. Those riots, I talked to people in San Francisco and was that Houston? I can't remember. It was one of those Texas, this was last year, one of those Texas cities. Well, they were supposed to be Like it was supposed to be all these people in that area, but the people I talked to said that the locals were pissed because these out of towners came in on buses and shit and started tearing shit up and starting fires and started doing all this crazy shit. And then that started a bunch of fights, and then people started getting really violent. Then the cops came in and shit started getting all crazy. So then we get these images on in social media and on TV showing us, oh look guys, it's this or that group, it's Antifa. Hell, there was one week they were saying it was anarchists, but that's not what anarchists do. That's literally not what
they don't know what that means.
we don't go around burning neighborhoods. We grow gardens. We raise goats.
I think movies,
you know what I'm saying,
for that kind of miss.
But let me finish what I'm saying there, because they show us that shit, and then you see they deliver it in one way to the right wing, and they deliver it another way to the left, to where it gets maximum outrage and gets them arguing. And it's just one time after another. I fell for it for years, guys. That's why I get passionate. I'm tired of it. It's circular. You get trapped in it. You'll never get out of it if you don't at some point say, no, fuck this, man. I'm going to be outraged by genocide. I'm going to be outraged by murders. I'm going to be outraged all these horrible things, and I'm going to let all the Fruit Loops worry about all the other shit, because it's not worth it. I mean, there's so much going on in the world. If you pay attention to everything, you're not going to know. It's like it's unreal what's going on out there.
Yep.
Nobody has to twist words around when they show the interviews with these world leaders and people like Gates and all these people. Nobody has to do edits of those interviews. These guys have been boasting. They have literally been boasting and laughing. Have you seen Gates? He laughs every one of these interviews.
More than happy to tell you. Oh my God, this guy Bill. And also,
he don't fear the cattle.
Spyco, the Bill Gates wouldn't be able to keep it up enough to fuck
I know.
I guess maybe he'd use a dildo or something.
He's just one of the. He's just one of the boys, He's got his part to play. They all got their parts to play. We're the ones that are going to really suffer for it. Are already suffering for it.
Well, the key is that people are willing to take a lot more when they don't really know that it's happening, or they don't have to look it in the face. We all know. I mean, let's be honest. How many people do you know who've said that they were talking to somebody about a particular item or whatever, and then all of a sudden it shows up on their phone?
Yeah,
and my
everybody
my
talks
teacher
about that.
Or on your phone, right? And then when you get up on YouTube or whatever,
Facebook,
here's an offer. Yeah, Facebook especially. Mm-hmm. Here's an offer, for AirPods. Mm-hmm. I'm like, wait a minute. I was just talking to my sister about some AirPods, while I was on the phone a few minutes ago.
Yep.
Well, and I was my teacher's wife's friend came to the school to get something, and we were talking because I brought my computer that day so everyone could play Flight Simulator in VR. And she said to me, "Is it true that the phones are always listening to you?" And I said, now, not getting into conspiracy theories, now between the five of us, I believe that I know that the phones are listening to us, and they're using it to sell us shit. That being said, to the skeptic, you want to phrase things in a way that they can understand. So you don't go straight to the heart of the matter. Yes, they're listening to us, and they're using it to sell us stuff. You say, look, I don't know about, not a conspiracy, but I'll tell you this. As far as computers go, when you say hello Google or okay Google or whatever, and it picks it up and it says, how can I help you or whatever, the phone has to have the microphone on, and it has to be scanning the audio waves incoming to the microphone, because it needs to know that you asked for it. So in a very direct way, yes, it is literally listening to you all the time. It has to be in order to function.
Well, Also, Spyco, they can sell you on the fact that they're running out of space. So somebody said something that moronic a few years ago. Well, the internet's running out of space. Yeah.
It doesn't. People are stupid. The internet's a series of tubes. You can't just put all your junk into. Sorry.
But here's the thing. They have enough, I don't know, storage, because they're storing things in DNA now. They have enough storage space to keep recording. Like my cell phone that's laying here, it can record 24/7 everything that goes on in this room when I'm not here, outside when the phone's with me, all the time. They can, and they probably do.
That's
Even
what
when
Snowden disclosed. That's that's the allegation. You know, how many terabytes or what was the? It's beyond gigabytes. It's beyond terabytes. What was it? Xenobytes or something?
Zettabytes, yottabytes, petabytes, exabytes.
Right. So you got
probably
these big
zettabytes.
data centers out in Utah that they're supposedly storing the entire history of the internet. It's like everything in every phone conversation pre-recorded, every text message stored, every email you ever sent, and then that way they can go back in time. There was actually an FBI counterterrorism expert on CNN with Aaron Burnett some years ago, and I suppose this was before. It was after the Boston marathon bomber, and he was suggesting that they had a way of going back in time if they could just get the lady's cell phone who was at the hospital or whatever, and they could find the killers that way. And she's like, "Wow, that's amazing! How would they do that?" And it's like, and then he kind of. And you know, you don't see him. I don't know if you see him on TV anymore. But it's just a few years later. Snowden was coming out with his allegations, and so what my organization did was we pulled that interview. We were like, "Yo, this guy was saying this. This is possible." And William Binney was saying the same thing. Well, maybe these guys were telling the truth. These insiders, these former government officials, that they're actually recording everything. And I think that's a legitimate question, given what we've learned. And if you haven't seen the Snowden movie with Gordon, what's his name? That's it. I think that's an excellent. That's one of Oliver Stone's most recent best movies. I would say it's one of his best movies. Not the best. I guess I still have to. You know, he wrote Conan, so I kind of still have a soft spot. He didn't direct it. But yeah, no, the Snowden movie kind of lays all that out there, and there's certainly a lot of data out there about. You can do a lot of reading. The Glenn Greenwald reporting on this was pretty consequential as well. I recommend that, and it's a topic that's like, what the hell do we do about this? Why do they need so much information? How is this keeping us safe? And I think it's just a bunch of garbage. Like, they're just downloading nonsense. Like, it's not actually serving much of a purpose at all. Or if there's an AI that can somehow recognize patterns in this, it's probably, I have to guess, it's not sophisticated enough to be particularly useful right now.
I think it's more sophisticated than you think. Let's not forget that, generally speaking, military technology is 30 years ahead of what we see and know about. And I think that I've already seen evidence of the YouTube closed captions being able to understand context fairly well. Sometimes it gets it wrong, but you'll actually see that it'll use your, spelled Y-O-U, R apostrophe, Y-O-U apostrophe R-E versus Y-O-U-R. It's starting to understand context. And, and way programming works, it is very possible for them to just have like a little switch that they tick off. Because if you started getting banned because of context, or they started removing your posts because of context, it started becoming very apparent very quickly, and that would concern people. But it doesn't mean that they don't already have that ability. And I would say that the U.S. military very likely does have the ability to understand context and sort through these things.
Well, no, they're looking for patterns. They're looking for threats. So if they are reading into it, they're not merely looking for a crime to already be committed. and then go back and open up the archive or whatever.
They're looking for
trying to monitor shit in real time.
They're looking for threats against them.
I don't think they're
us.
finding shit though, because you see all these attacks and all this chaos, and they can't stop anything. It's a whack-a-mole.
Follow me here for a minute. I'm going down a rabbit hole, right? So consciousness is not something, they've mapped the human genome, but they're not really up on what consciousness is. Some of them don't even know what that is. I don't know what it is either, so I'm not judging. But if one were to say that consciousness is just a series of signatures, like you have this particular set of beliefs, you feel this way when something happens to you, this is the kind of person you're attracted to and you fall in love with, all these different things that make you who you are, all your swag or your personality, all your loves and hatreds and all that stuff packed into you, all your penchants to say different things when you speak to somebody. And they collect the things you've ever said, like on the series Loki, sign here to confirm that this is everything you've ever said, right? When you get that profile, that is a person. I think that's a signature of interest.
I agree.
That person never existed before. If they can have that, because right now there are a lot of times. Have you guys ever had like a conversation? You're like, damn, I wish I reported this conversation. This was fire. Everyone was on point, and as far as firing off all the neurons, intellectual wise, right? And the humor and everything. You're like, damn, this belongs in a damn movie. Maybe it isn't a damn movie. Maybe they're recording humanity. They had no means by doing this, whereby they could do this before they had this technology. Now they can record the collective human experience down to the minute person, the most insignificant person, the bum on the street who has his Obama phone, the interesting thing, or maybe he had an interesting thought, right? And they're collecting all this stuff. In my opinion, they're collecting all this stuff. There's no limit to their collection of data. Again, they're stuffing things into DNA, and in DNA they can go on for xenobytes for eons without ever exhausting the space. So they can just keep recording us and recording us. We keep on living, they keep recording. That's what I think this is.
But why? To what end? What do they do with that at the end of the day? What do you do with that in 100 years?
No, I know I'm getting to that. Now, couple that with the computing power their computing powers now are also based on DNA, where they can outthink every other computer and calculate on the planet. So a person at the helm of that, if they're looking for anything, just like there's never been, I forgot who said this, but the first time I heard it was from a teacher. There is no new problem, right? So anything they need, after they have, I'd say maybe after they have 10 or 15 years of collecting the human experience that across the planet, for 15 years of 8 billion people living and experiencing this 3D life out here. Any question or any problem that they may have, I think the computer can find it in extrapolating different.
I agree. I agree.
I ain't just crazy.
I like to add to that.
Yeah, no doubt.
People, I was talking to somebody the other day, and I made a comment kind of based on that. I think I kind of touched on it earlier. Is a lot of people like to believe that they're in control of their own life, and they like to believe that they are not manipulatable. They would know. And a good example actually was the other day we were in a stream, and everybody's talking and everyone's drinking and we're all having a good time. So just to see what happened, because everyone was saying some stupid shit. So I figured just to see what happened. I said, so I'm wondering, guys, when you guys wipe, do you wipe from the bottom up or do you wipe from the top down? And they went on this whole 20-minute conversation about how they wipe their ass. And I wanted to see if they would go off on that tangent, and they did. And I know that I can be manipulated, right? And I know that if I allow myself to go on Facebook and Twitter and whatnot, that I'm giving them my psychological profile, and by giving them my psychological profile, they can manipulate me. and they will manipulate me, because there won't be any problem that, you know, they'll know how to deal with me. You could say to some guy who hates his dad, you know, the guy who runs the AI will say, you know what, you love your father, and when he dies, you're going to cry like a baby. And the guy gets furious. What the hell are you talking about? Fuck my dad. He was never there. Blah, blah, blah. He this and that. Years later, the guy says, all right, don't believe me. A year later, the person he was talking to, his father dies. Sure enough, he breaks down sobbing like a child, because the guy who was running the AI program knew the guy better than he knew himself. And that scenario, that kind of scenario, will be realistic in the future. And the only way to protect yourself from that is to not give them the information about you that they need to learn these things.
But then you'll be an incomplete profile. They can't do anything with you.
Exactly.
But therefore you may become.
They might leave him alone.
No. You wish.
They won't leave me alone. They'll do the opposite. They'll get rid of me because they know that they can't do anything. It doesn't matter. I would,
unless you're just unless you're just like a free variable that doesn't harms nor hurts or helps or hurts the program. As long as you don't come up the works, they'll probably leave you alone.
Robert, when you clean up your computer, what do you do with the dead links and all these different things that are incomplete data? Yeah, your computer burns that shit out.
In 1998, I would clean it up. I think nowadays you get a new computer.
No, I clean it up. And then I do a disk defrag, and then I do a wipe, because when you do not a wipe, I do a free space wipe, because when you delete something, it doesn't actually delete the ones and zeros on the hard drive. What it does is it deletes the index. So the next time the computer goes over that same spot on the solid state drive or the hard drive, instead of writing over a bunch of zeros and turning them into your code, it writes over whatever old code was there, because you erased the index, so the computer doesn't even know that code's there anymore. So when you do a free space wipe, essentially what you do is the computer goes through and it takes all the free ones and zeros that are still there on your drive, and it turns them all into zeros. And it actually because I actually have a program where if someone like erases their computer, or they accidentally erase something they didn't mean to, I actually have a program that will go back in and put on a new index tab, so that way you can recall the entire folder, because the folder is still there, it just lost its index, so the computer doesn't know it exists.
Well, do you believe in sampling? How we do polling. We take a scientific sample of a number of people, and then that usually pretty close to reality on certain topics. As long as people are being truthful. So what if you take your surveillance state? You don't need to monitor every single person anyways to get the information that you need. All you need to do, unless you're trying to control that individual, then you would need access.
Well, the Chinese have gotten to that point.
They got every individual wired.
Not every, but they are. No, I wouldn't say that. I'm not going that far. But they are getting to the point where they can decide that they need to focus on individual X, individual Y, individual Z.
Okay, so they're looking for their free radicals that aren't playing ball.
Yeah, they
so their threat assessment has advanced to the point where now they can really delve in. Now, I would imagine they're doing the same thing here, and we're probably better at it because we would be, as you noted, 30 years ahead in the tech.
And we're quieter about it because we're still a civilization, which, as far as the population knows, power flows from the people to the government. In China, the power flows from the government to the people. So the government doesn't give a fuck. So the government doesn't give a fuck what the people want in China. Now, the government in the United States, power flows hypothetically from the people to the government. So the government knows that the things that they do, that they know that the people will not like, they have to keep that quieter. And they have to be more subtle. So if we are doing anything like that, we would be a lot better at hiding.
Or we've distributed it into our commerce systems and maybe are using it on a more benign basis. That would be, as you mentioned, softer. Like, what would you use it for? I guess they're just testing it out right now. Like, hey, Facebook, have fun. Google, have fun. Oh yeah, make it work. Yeah, we'll check back on you in 20 years, see how you did, and then and then they get the toys.
Yeah.
Dude, listen,
Something like that.
Robert, are you guys familiar with? Well, I'm hoping you guys have heard of the performer Lady Gaga.
Of course.
I just call her performer because I don't think she can sing. So she's kind of a persona, a show person, right?
She's a good show person. She puts on a good show.
Good show. Yeah. You guys understand that that's not her, right? Like that persona is from her dead friend.
Yeah.
I heard about this some time ago.
Oh.
That friend, she had a dead friend or roommate or somebody.
I didn't know that.
All of that shit that Lady Gaga is right now, the clothing, the way she talks all cryptic, gig. Why is it? Hold on. Why is it your music is so sexual, and why do gay guys like it so much? And then she'll say something really cryptic and non sequitur, like, because gay guys never asked me that question. That's not what the fuck
That's not a fucking question. That's a non-question.
Yeah, like all of that shit. Everything she is, that whole pseudo enigmatic persona, all that stuff belonged to her dead friend. And some people were saying that she offered the friend as a sacrifice to become famous, but I just believe that the friend died, whether she killed her or not. The friend died, and she absorbed basically all of the mannerisms and all that stuff, and said, this will make me a star. Now, all these different things, this stuff is data that can be stored
And used.
People can look. You guys have seen. I don't want to be a dick, but you guys got the friend who has zero personality. He can't get laid. He can't have a conversation with people. Like something like we're having here would totally befuddle them. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing there. A person like that, let's say they're rich, they can come into a place which would be kind of like moralistically taboo to do that, and just pluck out, let me go through this file. I like this personality. And however they can do it, they can probably inject that into the person. Look, they're injecting Lord knows what into us with these vaccines. Don't tell me they can't inject behaviors into people.
Maybe one day. Yeah, I mean, that's not. I think. No, it's got a name. You keep talking. I was gonna.
Yeah, because Robert, come on, man. Listen, these people can actually isolate. They can actually isolate sets of behaviors based on genes. You mean to tell me they can't go the other direction?
No. It's called. Here it is. Scientific America. Here's an article that just came out a few weeks ago. Computing DNA, the ultimate data storage solution. The double helix can archive it. Here, I'll share it with you. Why not? We have the power. We have the technology. I can show you what I'm looking at. I remember reading about exactly what you're talking about. It's like, oh, that's science fiction. It's like, no. That's not science fiction.
But it's not just the storing of the stuff in the DNA. I'm talking about like.
Well, no, but they can do what you're saying just the same way.
Yeah.
That's maybe 100. Maybe that part of it's like still 100 years away, but probably true. Or probably possible. Here it is. Yeah.
I don't know, because like my man Spiko just said, what they tell you is 100 years away. The military's probably doing that shit right now. And you know who I see? Listen, right now, oh my God, they're going to shut down the stream again. Because every time, listen, I've had these sorts of things before. It's rare that I have intellectuals, people of your caliber on here, all of you. However, I have had people who are close. And when we start talking like this, they find a reason to shut this shit down.
Happened last show.
Oh, you were here. See, yep. Greg, was that you?
Yep.
Yeah. You feel me?
Yep.
Wait, what happened?
We were talking shit like this, and it was getting way too brainy, and we were talking on way too real shit. And YouTube shut this shit down.
They were like, nah. I mean, the thing is, after a while, they turned it back on, but that was some weird shit, man.
Had that happen on other channels too. But we weren't tapping into anything that was copyright protected, so it had to have been the content that we were, you know.
And then they don't tell you, and that's what I was getting at about. That would infuriate us normally, if we didn't have to rely on this medium. That would infuriate us. We would say, "Screw that! I don't want to be shut down because of the things I say. It's a free country," and we would leave. But because we don't have any other outlet and we need them, we're willing to put up with it. And that's what I was talking about before about them.
So, oh well, I got.
You want me to read that, or are you gonna read it? Robert.
What's that?
You want me to read it, or are you gonna read it?
Oh yeah, I can go ahead. In a world flooded with data, figuring out where and how to store it efficiently and as inexpensively as possible becomes a greater problem every day. One of the most exotic solutions might turn out to be one of the best. In archiving information in DNA molecules, the prevailing long-term cold storage method, which dates from the 1950s, writes data to pizza-sized reels of magnetic tape. By comparison, DNA storage is potentially less expensive, more energy efficient, and longer lasting. Studies show that DNA properly encapsulated with salt remains stable for decades at room temperatures and should last much longer in the controlled environs of a data center. DNA doesn't require maintenance, and files stored in DNA are easily copied at negligible cost. I'll get to the good part here. Let's see, 3.3, 22 zeros. DNA can squeeze all information into a ping pong ball with a room to spare. The 74 million bytes of information in the Library of Congress could be crammed into a DNA archive the size of a poppy seed, 6,000 times over. Split the seed in half, and you could store all of Facebook's data. You know, I was reading another interesting article about it was the idea that in astronomy that it's kind of like neurons, the way the galaxies are kind of interconnected, and that the way the laws of physics in general kind of operate on a similar function down to this micro level of DNA where you can store information. That even ourselves, our worlds, all the star systems, they themselves are somehow storing information as well. And it was pointing to some sort of universal. The hypothesis was the universal consciousness. One of these weird science journals you read, they get that's the best science fiction. If you want to get some cool ideas, just read these science journals where they're talking about theoretical physics. But if it's practical, you're saying they can store computer information data on DNA level. Well, then, yeah, I bet you if they don't have it yet, they can inject an idea into your head. You get inception.
And let's not forget that the human brain actually moves very slowly, but what provides the immense data processing power is a high parallelity. You can process out a lot of information at once. So like, do you guys know like serial versus parallel, PATA versus SATA? Remember the old hard drives IDE with the big ass ribbon cables?
Yeah.
Those were Pardon?
With those ribbons?
Yeah, that was a parallel ATA IDE, was a form of parallel ATA, and essentially in serial, what happens is you're sending one bit through and another bit through and another bit through very, very quickly, right? With serial with parallel ATA, you're putting a whole 32-bit strand through at once, a whole 64-bit strand through at once, whatever you're set up for. Those big ass ribbon cables were all 32-bit, but essentially the human brain has a high parallelity, so it can put through and process out, let's say 1 billion bits of information all at the same time, and what I'm getting at is this. What we're moving into is, by the time I'm an old man, if I ever make it that far, we will live in a world.
You guys are so pessimistic.
I know. Maybe we'll make cool shit with this. Maybe it'll get better, right?
Yeah, but the thing is this: at the point at which you have such high data processing capacity, if you even have, the human brain is so incredible, not just because it can process out so much information, but because it can do it in such a small space inside of just our heads. Right now we still need entire buildings full of computers. They now do have computers as fast as the human brain, but they require buildings still. But what happens when they don't anymore? And then they do still fill up a building. You know what I'm saying? What happens when you can have a computer that's faster than the human brain, that's the same size as the human brain, and then you fill an entire building with those computers? But what I'm getting at is, in the future, if we don't end up running like an ant colony, it will be because people in charge don't want us to. Like our future, if we're not careful, will be to be controlled. Like I was saying earlier in this stream about the guy who was in charge of the NSA that said, God forbid a totalitarian government was ever in charge of the of the U.S. government, because the abilities the NSA had in the 70s.
That's Frank Church. That was the senator. He led the church committee. That was on Meet the Press. And
no, the guy who's actually ran the
He
NSA.
said that he was quoting Church, because that's exactly then he shares that fear, and that's good. That's a good sign. You want your NSA director to be abhorring power.
Back in the 70s, he did. But you see, the thing about freedom is it has to be upkept, because people will choose safety over happiness and security over happiness every single time. And almost every single time. Not every single time. If it was every single time, we wouldn't be sitting here talking in this free country we live in. That being said, freedom, like I was just watching a stream, a video the other day, a North Korean defector, and she said some North Koreans, after they escape out of North Korea, they go back because they find that living in a free society is too hard. Because
is that from the interview from China Uncensored?
Yes, sir.
They're
Yes,
institutionalized. Sir. That's what that is.
Because it's easier.
By the way, if I get lucky, I'm chatting with a guy right now. If I get lucky, we're going to have one hell of a guest on the panel here in a little bit that can lend some technology insight. He's right in the middle of tech, working in tech, and has for decades. And he's of the demographic that the companies that are doing all this weird shit, they send him the job, like the job opportunities and stuff. So he sees all of their pitches, what they're working on. He gets to look at a lot of stuff. So he's been reporting on this for some time, and it's shocking stuff. It's all you can reference all of it.
And they still send him stuff even though he publicly expresses what they're asking him to do.
Yeah, they're proud of what they're doing in technology.
Okay.
That's the funniest part about research is that the people who are doing the most heinous things, they tend to write brochures for themselves. They erect their own statues, and then you can go look at it afterwards. They're like, wow, they were so transparent about how they were stealing my liberty.
Sometimes, well, that's the thing too, because people have to be paying attention. Like I said before, and I think some other people said it, is when people are busy trying to live, they're not paying attention. And so these people put everything out there.
They need to open source it though, because they have their own information gaps, and they're not. We think of government as omnipotent in so many ways, but they're completely fallible. And I think that you could be developing these technologies theoretically, and they don't even know why they're developing, except that they can. It's like Ian Malcolm says in Jurassic Park. You spent so much time thinking if you could, you didn't think about whether or not you should.
Oh, so no, let's not forget the argument. If we don't do it, somebody else will. Let's not forget that argument.
Well, people think there's a defense component of things, but think of how many projects the military was working on that just went nowhere. They were just like a waste of time. Like it didn't.
I hate to interject, but I have to get running. But I would like to leave you with a final thought. This is from Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. To be or not to be, whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing end them.
Thank you, Tank.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Thank you very much for having me on today. This has been a very stimulating conversation here.
But Tank, real quick, did you like the models good? The paint job's
dude,
good?
no, we've been raving about them all day.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we've been raving about them all day. Posted that down in the Brain Cage Work in Progress on our Discord. Just absolutely fantastic.
Whatever you guys clear, let me know so that I can show them on here without any spoiler
Roger.
warning or anything like that. Yep.
We've got a little area in the Brain Cage Discord, so that way we can get all these pitches and the materials that can be shown and whatnot. All the this is our intermediate stepping area until we get our media releases together. That's something that we really gotta. We're so busy working on the actual product itself that we haven't worked on the media release packets yet, the media alerts.
I just wanted to make sure that the paint job was okay. So if I do more of them, I'll just keep doing the same paint job.
It was great. It was great because it just it highlighted some of the bits and it really brought the eye to the detail. I thought it was good.
All right, cool.
All righty, gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me, and have yourselves a fantastic one.
Later, Tank.
Night, Tank.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take off too while we're at it here. It's getting pretty.
What about your guy? Can you book him for next time?
Yeah, he said he just told me give him a couple weeks. 'Cause he's got a bunch of stuff going on, so we could probably get him on here in a couple weeks. I can't wait because he is able to break down tech. Like down to it's impressive. There's actually a video you can watch, an interview of his. Let me see if I can find it.
What's a good topic to talk to him about? You could drill down and think about what you want to ask him.
How is technology driving us to Agenda 2030? That would probably be something good to ask him and see what he says there, because he's going to have a lot to say there. I can talk about, hey, this is going on. I saw evidence, this and that. This guy can pull out sources, and he knows the tech himself. He understands the tech himself, and he can go back and forth with anyone who knows that tech. It's scary, the things that he's been revealing. He's got a Facebook page. I know him on there originally, and he's really bringing a lot of attention to things that I don't see anybody else even noticing or talking about. It's frightening what's going on. Like every day there's more, it's just.
But I would like to ask him about his opinions on the AI and the future of psychological control of the population.
He talks about that in the in this video. Okay, let me find it really quick.
Because I'm fairly certain, my dad is an electronics engineer. I have obviously not. I didn't want to be part of that anymore because I saw where it was going when I was in high school, and I decided that I didn't like. I loved computers, and I love computers. I have an $8,000 computer right now that I just have because I have to. There
you go.
But
right there in the chat. Sorry to interrupt. Right there in the chat.
Thank you.
Is the YouTube link.
I'm going to take a look at that.
And it's a long interview. He breaks things down in great detail. He starts out probably the first 10 minutes. He's introducing himself, his experience, and all that. And he starts breaking down a lot of this stuff. The interviewer did a really good job of asking him some good questions. It's check this out. I'm hoping to get him on because this is the kind of person we need to be hearing from right now. My rabble rousing is ineffective. So is the soft hand of just, hey, let's be optimistic. Let's let it go. Yeah. Neither one is working. This guy here is, he has some knowledge, and he's been sharing it in a way that it's getting out to people. It's. Anyways, so I'm going to try. Hopefully, he'll come on and join us here maybe in a couple weeks or sooner. Maybe if he changes
Apparently, he
mind.
likes crypto too. You can, you can ask him about Bitcoin.
He doesn't. He doesn't actually like it. It's
no.
That's one of the big things he talks about is how blockchain, crypto, all of that is being used to bring all this stuff in, bring absolute control in. And you just check out the video if you get some time. That video I linked right there.
I would wonder on his opinions on my theory, my long-term view of where socialism would take us as far as turning into something that's reminiscent of an ant colony or a beehive, where it's highly structured, you don't get to choose, and everyone performs their function as is laid out at birth or by some kind of system. I really feel that if we end up in a socialist world, like where the whole world has been basically taken over by socialism, I really feel that will essentially be what we end up looking like. Not even, I mean, beyond 1984. You look at 1984, and I think one of the most interesting parts of 1984 is at the end when the main character asks, was it O'Brien? I think it was O'Brien, right? And he asks him, you know, is the book real? And O'Brien says, of course not. And you realize at that point, after having read the story and in context, you realize that there are no three countries. There is no Oceania. There's no any of that. They're all run by the same people, and they just fight each other to keep the people happy, to keep them going. They only have wars so that way shit can keep getting produced. And you realize that there's total control and there's no hope. And I feel that something akin to that will be our future if we're not very careful. And sadly, with technology and its ability to predict human behavior, it may just be inevitable. And that's not a world I want to live in. It really isn't. But
same.
It might not be a world though that's not going to be present for another 100 years or even 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Like their ability to implement control systems is so inadequate to what they're trying to achieve. Look at how often do they have to put down rebellions in China in reality? Like, how many do you even hear about? But think about how often.
Tons. They apparently a lot. I do a lot of watching of China news and a lot of resources. And then apparently they do a really good job of covering it up. But there's a lot.
It's like Neo in the Matrix. They can't control them. It always keeps popping up.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. I feel the same way. Like their implementation of things are really bad, but what you're talking about there is a hope. That's all it really is. It's kind of the only hope we have.
Once you understand
maybe there's also the hope that enough people will recognize the threat level that we're facing together, and then maybe something can be prevented. I don't know. All we know is this: jack shit. Right now, they might have reached their quota of how many people needed to be injected with whatever the fuck they're injecting. You know, maybe they reached their quota. I don't know. I have no idea. I do know this: in the art of war, if you are strong, you have to appear weak.
And if you're weak, you have to appear strong.
Yes. So if they're acting desperate, saying, "Oh my God, we need more people to vaccinate," that's probably because they've reached their limit. You know, they've reached their quota probably. That's the part I'm worried about. That's why I get a lot passionate about this, which I want to apologize, Robert. I respect you greatly. I really do.
Oh, no. I just have to, like I said, I have to deal with things practically as I see them.
Same here, buddy.
Me too. I mean, I'm going to school right now. I really want to run away to the middle of the country. I've got friends out there. He's got 32 acres of land. I've got a bit of money. But I got to deal with things practically. I'm in school right now to become an aircraft mechanic, and I've got to assume that the world is not going to fall apart before I die.
Same with Brain Cage. We're grinding every day, building products, developing products, hoping that there's going to be a world where we can actually, like, people can enjoy them. You know, like I've been doing that. I was starting to say that earlier, and we got off on another tangent. But I was starting to say, like, when this Brain Cage process started, that was around the time Earth went full clown world, and I was actually trying to avoid all the clown world shit as much as possible. Mm-hmm. You know, you showed that Kelly D Suck Dick, classic video there earlier. You know, the what's her name, the Karen, the awful Karen, nasty girl. You know, when she said, You had to seek us out. We didn't go to your house. That's an outright lie that she's committing. Because when this shit started going down, I saw where it was going. I said, all right, no more Disney. And so I left every Disney page on Facebook. I left every Marvel page, all of that stuff. And I could not escape it. You cannot escape it. I hate The Mandalorian. There's no way I can escape The Mandalorian. It is shoved up my ass 24/7. You know, all directions. Even my own communities where I have some belonging in. You know, like some of these like the indie comic book community. Even a lot of that. A lot of people are still into the Disney, some of the Disney stuff. Right. So even there, it's even infiltrated. And I want to see I want to see something real happening. On the behalf of our side for a change, the good guys. There are good guys sometimes, and unfortunately, when you read about them in history, they're the huge body count. They're just a bunch of numbers. Just like you look at the numbers of how many cattle were slaughtered and sent off, to be butchered and sent to market, or shops, grocery stores.
Well, think about your legacy, Greg. You're building a company and you want to build your brands and you want to tell these stories, and you never know how much time you have to tell them. I mean, I spent that year working on the website, but I probably could be like 20 or 30 pages deep by now if I had just sat down and done the drawing. So I'd say, don't get distracted. Focus on what makes you happy. If all that, it's a depressing topic. I have to deal with it every day at work. So I'm like, I'm going to go on a live stream. I'm going to talk about comic books. There's that shit again.
I do both. I do both. You're not allowed as an adult, I don't think, to look away, bury your head in the sand from the shit that you need to know about. So I keep my eyes peeled for that. That's why I say all of this other stuff, the side effects, I only say they're minor, even though some of them, as people will say, oh, that's just because they don't affect you. It's like, no, a lot of this stuff we talk about has affected me in the past, It just comes down to, I want the core problems solved, and then that takes care of pretty much the rest. You look at human history and art and anthropology, like the studies before our recorded history, and you can see that human communities, they did pretty fucking good. I mean, the weather was what people had to worry about: big wild animals and the weather, and flooding, shit like that. Maybe the foods they were gathering, those plants all dried up in a drought. Maybe it froze too early this year. That's the things they worried about. Now, see if we could find a way to make some of that could still work today. Some of those philosophies, like parts of community that work, and then mix that with what works today. That's not harmful to people. I think we could get to something more logical at least. But every power that's in place right now will always be preventing us from ever taking steps in any of these directions in any significant way. They have to maintain control over industry, technology, all of this, everything.
Well, eventually they'll overreach, as they always do, because humans are not perfect. And then that's when people will get fed up enough. And right now, they're not overreaching enough, and so you haven't reached critical mass in terms of public outrage about something that something's going to really get changed. And so that's the balance between the people and the state. And I think we do a good job of kind of maintaining that balance, because you don't want to favor one over the other predominantly, because bad outcomes, French Revolution, Russian Revolution, leads to more tyranny. And so it's something to consider. It's just about are they afraid enough of us or the people to not overstep their boundaries? That's the human nature question. That's what the natural law philosophers were all looking at. That's what Machiavelli was certainly looking at. And he had it more down to just a specific level of political advice and looking at examples in Roman history. Read Discourses on Livy. And he was looking for opportunities to save the republic, and he said he favored republics over principalities. He wrote The Prince to try to get a job with the Medicis. It was like a love letter, but really it was just a job resume saying, hey, if you were going to run a principality, you should do it this way.
I don't know, but I definitely think every time they fail, they learn. Because something I've always believed in is you learn more from failure than you do from success. I tell people all the time, especially when I was working for the state of California and I was in charge of court referral probationaries. And, I tell them, hey, I've been in your position before. I was a court referral once. And the thing is, it's okay to make mistakes because you learn from your mistakes, but just make sure you learn from them and you don't repeat the same mistake twice. And getting back to that, though, what I mean is every time communists fail at what they're doing, they learn what went wrong and they try something else and they try something else. And that's why freedom is something that has to always be kept up, because there's always going to be that force out there from now to the end of time that is trying to eat our freedom. And if we stop being diligent, it will.
Well, when you've given away your freedom, which is, I think, the situation we're already in, and Machiavelli wrote about this too, and this is the more worrisome prediction that he makes. It has to do with giving up your civic virtue. And the Renaissance Italian philosophers, they would write a lot about virtue. And I think, to me, it was public liberty. And it wasn't merely like the individual liberty. We think of liberty in the American sense as like, oh, my right to freedom of speech and the Bill of Rights and things like that. And certainly that's a part of it. But it's more of a public form of corruption where you just stop caring. You stop voting, or you stop paying attention, or things like that. And it really is kind of corrosive to a free people.
Well, individual liberty is essential because
it underpins that, yeah.
Yeah. Because,
but it's the love of it, the love of liberty that become, you stop caring about it, you take it for granted,
right?
And that's the corruption he was talking about. And he said that if a city ever found itself in such a state of corruption, it wouldn't last much longer. He was talking about the Tarquin kings before Brutus came along and established the republic, the first Brutus. And he was saying, oh, well, if the Tarquin kings had kept on going for a few more generations, the Roman people would have been so corrupt that they would have never been able to free themselves from the yoke of tyranny from the Tarquins. But what ended up happening was, so that if a city ever saves itself, it's because one man rises and he's able to basically, restore liberty or create institutions, basically, because no man lasts forever. He has to build institutions. The first Roman king, Romulus, and then you get the second Roman king, he establishes the religion. They were establishing institutions. By the time you get to the third king, he's a piece of shit, and so Brutus kills him. And then he has to make a decision. His sons, the sons of Brutus, try to reestablish the republic, the monarchy, and he kills them. And that was and then he made all the Romans swear on a hill that they would never, suffer the threat of a tyrant. But once you forget about that, once they forgot their oaths, the Roman people, generations later, they were willing to give it all to Caesar, and then maybe Caesar had a good idea.
To us right now, I think. I mean, not to interrupt, because I know it's really good what you're saying, because I know a bit about it, and everything you're saying is so on point. But I feel that my generation is the generation you're speaking on. Because I think that my father's generation, the boomer generation, which I don't mean in a negative way, I think the boomer generation, they were given everything because their parents lived and grew up in the Great Depression and a world war and all these things. And they wanted to make sure that their kids never had to deal with it ever again. So their kids grew up to not really ever know what true strife is. My dad still thinks that true strife and true fears being worried about going to Vietnam. I said to him, what about the people who actually had to go to Vietnam? And then you look at my generation, who were raised by that generation, and the possibilities and the dangers of the real world have been so distant from our society for so long that we forget that they ever existed in the first place.
Yeah, I do think we could be living a little bit better, though, if we hadn't had the strife of the interwar depression and then the World War II. That was the defining moment of the 20th century. And everything we're dealing with right now is probably a direct and indirect result of it. unfortunately. And it needed not be that way. Like, it probably set us back, like, in so many ways. It advanced us in other ways, probably not so good ways, because what it ended up doing was empowering the Soviet Union, number one, because they were the net beneficiary in the East. We benefited too, if you want to look at, having global nuclear dominion over much of the world and having military prowess and the ability to protect trade routes is a good thing. Well, I guess, okay, we benefited, but really wasn't a benefit at all. You look back and you say, oh, wow, so many people died and all these horrible things have come as a result of it. Like, would we even have nuclear bombs right now if it wasn't for that fucking war? It's like, oh, shit. I mean, it's a question. I mean, you think we could
have them? No, we'd have them.
You think it was inevitable?
It was inevitable. Now, my argument is it was better that we used it so soon because it scared us from ever using it, to this point. People think that it'll never be used again. When you look at Carl Sagan's Cosmos and they updated, like when they go through and they updated the Cosmos and added in some of the newer stuff. And she makes it sound like we're never going to use nuclear weapons on ourselves. People have to remember, nuclear weapons, that's a can that we opened. And it's going to be here forever.
No, that's Murphy's Law. I think that it's inevitable that something horrible is going to happen as a result of them. We'll say, oh, we protected ourselves. It prevented war until it didn't.
It's certainly a good possibility. It's one of the many potential threats that loom. I mean, we've got so many. It's kind of ridiculous. Like, Clown World is off the charts, ridiculous.
And let's be honest, the day that we can clean up nuclear fallout, the day that we have little nanites or what the fuck ever that we can put it in the sky and clean out the radiation, we're going to start using nukes on each other all the time. Now, on top of that, there's the fourth generation nuclear weapons, pure hydrogen bomb, no nuclear initiator. So essentially, you guys, I'm assuming, Robert, that you know how a hydrogen bomb works. So
fusion bombs.
Yeah, fusion bombs. Not a tritium.
Not a physicist, so I know that much. I know that it's melting the atoms together as opposed to breaking them apart.
Well,
that's about all I know.
Well, essentially, what happens is a nuclear fission bomb is used to initiate hydrogen fusion. And the hydrogen fusion is what causes the real swell up of power. Now, the thing is that the fusion in itself doesn't put out the same radioactive issues that the hydrogen portion of the bomb does. But you still end up with that nuclear fallout because you still have the fission initiator. So I've been hearing that fourth generation nuclear weapons will be pure hydrogen weapons with no fission initiator. So there will be no plutonium core or uranium core, whatever they feel it, for the fallout. And at that point, and because
that's
really
that's the fallout. It's the only thing stopping it.
That's right. That's it.
Well, they should ban them. Gorbachev and Reagan were going to get rid of them. And it's the saddest. It's like that could be the tragic turn of history. Like, you'll look back, if anyone survives, they'll say, "Oh, well, we should have listened to Reagan and Gorbachev when they were talking about getting rid of these things, the Reykjavik." What broke up that meeting wasn't the fact that they were talking about that, although all of the advisors were losing their fucking minds because the two leaders were talking about something that was unthinkable to the military establishments of both countries. It was Star Wars. It was the missile defense system. The Reagan and Gorbachev had agreed in principle to eliminate all nuclear weapons, get rid of them. And the Reagan said, but we need to build missile defense just in case anyone else develops them. And that's where Gorbachev was like, no, we can't have a deal on that. You have to get rid of. We have to have the anti-ballistic missile treaty, the ABM treaty. Mutually assured destruction was their underpinning of their defense strategy. And so just because they couldn't agree on that one thing, even though it was like, could they have ever eliminated all the weapons? The fact that they were even talking about it and that we haven't talked about it since, really, and now you've seen the INF treaty. That was his big signature accomplishment back in the 1980s. Trump got rid of that one, listening to John Bolton, who may be the guy who got us all killed in the end. But leaving that aside, I think that it's horrifying what those things are capable of. And the fact that they're still there and we think that we need them, like they serve some purpose other than destruction, I think is kind of nonsensical.
I think the scary part is that I've always been really interested in nuclear weapons, just because, I mean, you watch one video, full-length video of like a nuclear bomb test, and you just see the size and the power of it, and you're awed by it, and you want to know more. And as a kid, I wanted to know more. And a really good movie that came out in 1996 is the Atomic Bomb Project. It was an IMAX film. I have it stored on my computer. I have it bought. I have a digital copy of it. You know, it's really good. It goes through all the American nuclear weapons programs, and the thing is that it's a can of worms. It's been opened, and you know, you make a treaty with a gang down the street, and you say, you get rid of your guns and we'll get rid of our guns, and you shake on it. What? How do you know that? How do you know
how
they
did
got rid
it?
of their guns?
The way they did it was, well, when they did the START treaty, you would have inspector. We would send, our people were allowed to go inspect their stockpiles, because you can only keep it in so many places. And we knew where their locations were. They knew where our locations were. You can go in there, you could count, basically. And so it was a mutual weapons inspection system.
Well, actually, what else they did was they actually, when they would disable, shut down a silo, they would have to leave it open in a certain way for a certain period of time, so the other side satellites, yeah,
and that's, that was the best. To me, that was the best, because then the militaries who would actually, you would expect to be shooting at one another in such a situation in case of accidental war. What's his name on the Bachelor program, who just passed away? He would talk about a lot the threat of accidental war between the nuclear powers as being things that almost happened a few times. The Cuban Missile Crisis. There was a thing in the early 1980s where the Soviet early missile detection system was saying that we were launching on them, and it was his job.
Yeah, it was an accident.
Yeah, but he was a hero. He said no, it was bad data. The system was breaking.
Somebody had actually accidentally put in a training reel into the computer accidentally.
Something like that, yeah. And he detected it, and because he could have said the Americans are launching, and then we would have been at war in the early 1980s, and that would have been it. And so the fact that it could happen by accident is the most horrifying thing of all. Is that it wouldn't even be for any good reason. It would just be like you wake up, you won't wake up one day, or you'll be driving to work one day, and then you'll see orange and white, and that'll be it.
People don't understand about power.
Here's another scenario too. That can wipe out large areas is in the industrial regions. These plants, they're really they're just put together really bad, and they're rusty, falling apart. They have chemicals, like for example, DuPont plant in Charleston, West Virginia has, actually it's not Charleston, it's right outside of Charleston. It's called St. Albans, West Virginia. They have a DuPont plant there that is full of this chemical. They have a more of that chemical at that plant than was in an Indian town where they had a DuPont plant, where the plant blew up and it killed like 10,000 people. And there's something like 11, 12 times the amount of that chemical in that St. Albans plant. And now I know a guy who quit working, he still works union. Painters union, and he quit taking those DuPont gigs, even though they paid really well, because he told me what they were doing was, instead of replacing the rusty, and here's the thing, the way that explosion was caused in India was this chemical, when it touches air, it explodes. So
Genius.
Oh yeah, is that the stuff they use to light the SR-71?
I have no idea. This was years ago. So let me before we get off on another tangent there. Basically, he said what they do is, instead of replacing the rusty pipes when it's getting like it's eating through there and where it's almost going to expose this chemical to the air, then they hire the painters union to go in and just paint over top the pipes. Just leave the pipes, same old pipes, paint over them, and that'll seal them for a little longer. Just buy them some more time.
Why don't they just drain it and just like call it and get rid of it?
I mean,
and it sounds like a big fucking Superfund site or something. I don't know.
Well,
they
they've
should
had
get the EPA in there, fucking clean that shit up.
We've got
How long
lucky
has it been there? You say 20 years?
We've got lucky with a few explosions where there was only like a handful to 20 people died in some of these smaller explosions so far. But I mean, one of these times we're going to get a big one. It could take out, entire regions. It's fucking just ridiculous.
Well, it sounds like you could take out a town or something, right? Like 100,000 people.
Well, that's the thing is if you think about all these different systems that are interconnected, for example, gas pipes underground, miles and miles of them connecting all these towns, these plants, all of these places, you get some major explosions going on there. It's unpredictable. Well,
you know what they have? I think they have fails in the pipelines, though. They have fail safes for that.
Sure. It's called painters union painting over fucking pipes.
No. I mean, when you talk about the natural gas lines, I mean, they can prevent the whole system from going, or they supposedly.
This is the thing, man. That's not the real world. The real world is these plants are dangerous. The reason why people work there for many years, one, they get addicted to the money. It's huge pay. It's biggest pay for a reason too, by the way. But also, they're compartmentalized. A lot of these guys never really look into what they're even doing. Dude, I've known union guys that their job is to sit there for 12 hours and once every hour, check out a dial, like check out and see if it goes up above a red line. If it doesn't, then you hit a button. Then another hour you do it again. Dude was getting paid bank to do this. And he just sits there and plays on his laptop, reads books. This is the kind of stuff going on. He had no idea half of this shit going on in there. The reason why that one friend of mine knew was because he was hired to come in and clean up, this crazy mismanagement. Mm-hmm. These places they're held together by duct tape, bro. And then they make these videos and they go on TV shows and say, look at our safety standards. And then you see all these people with like really clean clothing and these nice, clean, mechanical looking backgrounds. It's, you go to the actual plants and it's spewing dark clouds of death up and doom into the air where people have been literally dying from that within a mile's radius of it, dying of cancer and all this other shit for decades, confirmed. And you got all that going on. And the reality is all dirty as fuck. And,
what's the plant do? What is purpose does it even serve?
I'm not even sure about that one. There are so many plants in this part of the country. Mm-hmm. You can go down, like for example, you could go. There's several like state routes and interstates you could go where you're just going to go right through all kinds of different plants. I know there's one on a southeast part of the state where there's a nuclear. Maybe it's more like central. I can't remember. It's a nuclear. They've got a nuclear plant there. They've got all these different types of plants. It's where all the plastic that's in our trash products is produced, is in this part of the country.
Okay, so you got your chemical refineries who are making your plastics and all that jazz.
Oh yeah, all kinds of shit. You name it, dude. And they dump shit into all the waterways. They dump it into the ground. It's fucking ridiculous. It's disgusting. I know guys that work at a lot of these plants, and I've known them over, a lot of people over the years. They tell me the stories. They just laugh. They're desensitized, because, I mean, at this point,
right, what could go wrong?
Well, once you've worked there for at least 10 years, you've had to have seen the retirement pattern where these guys retire, then they die 6 months to a year later, 2 years later, something like that. But they usually don't live much longer past retirement. And they're giving up basically about 30 years of lifespan at least.
Just by working there, yeah.
Having that.
It's like Chernobyl, just to get near it, that people have to sacrifice their lives just to clean it up.
Yeah,
that's the situation. What kind of one you're describing there, and it's the similar situation. So just imagine like 3,000 Chernobyls,
right?
And that's the nuclear problem. I think it's at 6. I guess we have 3,000 apiece if they're in the silos. So 6,000 Chernobyls that can go off at any time. And that's a fucked up. I mean, you viewers should definitely check out the HBO Chernobyl series if they have HBO Max or whatever. It's an eye opener how perilous that situation was, but it's also, it kind of gives you hope that like humanity, even if things get really bad in this department, that there's still people who are smart enough to somehow prevent the worst possible outcomes. And then there's just brave men who have to literally walk inside the fucking reactor and shut it off to prevent it from totally meltdown. And they sacrificed their lives too. So there were the incompetent idiots who were running the reactor, and then there was all the heroes who came afterwards, who actually prevented a much larger catastrophe. Because if it had gone critical, it would have, I think, wiped out most of Ukraine, certainly parts of Germany, or even further. Like it's hard to say what the total cataclysm would have been, but it would have been equivalent to a very large detonation on the hydrogen bomb level. And like they saved us. Like they almost killed us, the idiots, but the guys who saved us. That movie is very, very compelling, and it's a total indictment of kind of the anti-scientific communist regime that was in place that just couldn't handle bad news. And that was, and so I was mentioning the arrogance of these systems. Is that eventually somebody's got to report to somebody else, and they need to deliver good news. And at some point, they start padding the books, even in a totalitarian structure, especially in totalitarian structures. It's their greatest flaw. So no matter how much data they have, you have to count on the bean counters to report it properly. And they have all sorts of perverse incentives not to do the right thing, to cover their own ass. Because if your bosses are particularly heinous or arbitrary or tyrannical, then you're just going to only report good news, even when there's nothing but bad news. And so that is always been the critical flaw. So free peoples definitely have an advantage. And maybe that's why history's been tending towards more freedom over time, if anything. I mean, you see it come up in bursts, here or there. Once you get past the Dark Ages, it blossoms. You have the Renaissance, you have the Enlightenment, you have the revolutions for democracy. From the socialist perspective, they had their own revolutions for what they perceived to be freedom. I don't know if they fully contemplated the yokes they were kind of putting on themselves, but neither did the French when they inadvertently were giving everything to Napoleon, who they hadn't even heard of at that time. Just some small bit colonel or general or whoever he was at the time of the revolution, but 10 years later he's in charge and he controls all of Europe. So I think, and he had his flaws, and he was arrogant too. So it's a big cycle. You don't want to be at the wrong end of the cycle. You don't want to be at the meat grinder portion of it, and you hope to live through prosperous times. And it's like, all of that is so much. You don't want to be the person who's wielding those power levers. That's for sure.
Well, that's the problem. Is it's very difficult to know when the shit's really going to go down. And exactly how exactly how it's going to go down. All these different types of variables, right? But I do know this: all throughout history, you've got all these voices saying, "Hey, if we don't defend these certain things, and make sure that bad guys aren't taken over and things like that, then it's going to lead to, the worst, the worst that we could have." And honestly, if you look at this, so all right, let's say the U.S. government, okay, is a legit operational government where, at the top they're doing what they're, what they claim they're doing, right? So I can tell you right now, in the United States that you speak of, there's no fucking way what Facebook and Twitter are doing would be allowed to happen, because that is foreign entities literally pouring psyops, that's civilization destabilizing, into this country for nefarious reasons. And if anybody is ever going to be regulating anything in government, they're certainly not going. I mean, basically, this is what they've got going on these social media platforms. It's very similar. It's almost like a virtual thing, like a version of the Chinese social credit system. Have you heard about that?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they can have it. But let me tell you though, because I operate on the
I asked a yes or no kind of question. I was still going on here.
Oh, okay.
So it's a very similar mentality driving the way Facebook works and Twitter works. If you are a dissenting voice against certain narratives that they're blatantly pushing on these platforms, they'll silence you. They'll suspend you for 30 days. I've had accounts, for example, on Twitter permanently suspended. This is going on really regularly now on Facebook. I'm even seeing normies who don't really post anything that controversial or anything. I'm seeing them getting suspended left and right now too. It's very much feeling like the way China has been trying to control the internet for a long time. If you're like a kind of, I'm sure you're a high-end internet user and probably have been for a long time. So, you've heard the accounts or experienced things of Chinese hackers out there hacking into a game server, all these different things like that. They're just constantly, it's ridiculous. It's just constant bombardment. But what we're going right, I don't know. I was leading on to something, but I'm getting tired, so I'm having more trouble constructing intelligent.
No, they have a lot of control. They can engage in censorship. All I was going to say was that for now, they're allowing opposition to operate, more or less. Conservatives pretty much have their run of social media. I was commenting that our people on social media on the right, or Republicans were way ahead. They were doing things that were different than Democrats. Democrats would rely on a lot of top-down kind of carpet bombing of advertising, but conservatives were just totally grassroots and embedded in all of these social media platforms, millions and millions of them. And it occurred to me as, just running kind of political advertising on these platforms, and they're not stopping you. They're not monitoring your content. They let the ads fire. The ads actually deliver. Real people contact
I'm suspended on 3 accounts right now.
Well, I'm just saying they let opposition, maybe because we're paid opposition, maybe because we're paying for the privilege. All I'm saying is that there are people getting censored. That's true. And absolutely oppose it.
This is the thing, Robert. This stuff going on, they only need social media a little longer. They don't need it much longer. And, let's say there are some real people in Congress who actually believe in their job or their position, and let's say they're trying to go after Facebook. That's going to take years. That's a multi-billion-dollar corporation. They will tie up that investigation for years and years and years.
Oh, yeah.
If the things that are coming into place rapidly are, which by the way, that's some of the similar language these different world leaders used, was things will move very quickly. They said, once we start moving, things will move very quickly. This was said by French prime minister, you name it, almost every country's leader, the same language they all use, like they were reading from the same script. This was last year a few different times on a few different occasions where this shit was going on. This is some of the stuff, man. This is some of the stuff that's confirmed that happened out of these people, straight out of their mouths. It's coordinated. That much is obvious. Just like when you see gangs with their own gang symbols, they're wearing gang collars and they're in their turf, that they're coordinated defense in the turf. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's gang territory. That's what we're literally seeing on a massive global scale. And it can't be denied. I don't think we have a functioning government in place, bro. I think there are people on the lower rungs of government still doing their jobs, and people are going on as if things are going to go back to normal. But I don't think that's, I think that's just it's just, I don't know. That's not the world we live in. It's getting worse. It's getting much worse by the day. Maybe that thing will turn out to be bullshit in the UK that I mentioned earlier on July 15th, when it's, this so-called leak is saying, maybe that'll be bullshit, but maybe it'll happen on the 20th. Maybe it'll happen on the 10th. My point is, there's data getting out from different sources, and it's some of it is accurate, some is inaccurate. The things that have been accurate so far have been horribly frightening, very incriminating, very blatant. in fact. And that's all there is to it. That's why I was so passionate earlier is even it's at the point, Robert, that a lot of normie types, what a lot of people would consider normies, are becoming familiar with a lot of this data.
Yeah.
Because it is so blatant that they're going, look, I might be a dumb redneck, but I ain't that dumb. Like I see what they did. I see what they did right there. Like Bill Gates feller went down and killed a bunch of people in Africa with that shit. Fuck that. You know, they'll say between like, you know, snuff rub. I'm serious. Like that's how it's. I'm seeing this in different forms in a lot of people. Yeah. Hopefully enough people, but I don't have. You know, hope is like it's like fantasy in a way. It's like it's a fantasy that you want to hold on to out of all these different possibilities. You kind of hold on to it. Me, I kind of ride reality, and I just hope for the best and prepare for the worst. And I'll tell you what, I'll say something right now. There's enough going on in the UK, Australia, and the United States and Canada, all these major countries, that it is general good advice to get away from city and town centers. Yep. Whichever one of these are accurate, whether it's really COVID, this legitimate COVID thing spreading around, a real pandemic. Okay, let's say that happens to be the real scenario.
Either way, it's still your right.
Okay, either way, get the fuck away from towns and cities. Get out in the country. Get in less populated countries. There are a lot of people looking at other countries outside, for example, the U.S., outside of Canada. You know, Central, South America. There are some European countries, you know, where there's areas that really aren't affected by any of this shit just yet. And the way I feel about it is maybe if you do that, maybe you'll get to live longer. But the thing about it is if all this shit is real about Agenda 2030, if it's completely real, it doesn't matter where you go. There's nowhere you can go. You're just delaying the inevitable. That's what's horrible. That's what's horrific about this Agenda 2030. It makes it stand out from anything we've seen before. Period. Like it's the global scale of this.
Well, but they've been talking about this kind of stuff like since Kyoto and even before then.
This kind of stuff is happening now, though. Talking about it and hypothesizing.
Yeah, they keep kicking the can, though. You know, if you go back to their original goals on Kyoto, I think they were saying it was similar. It was like 10 or 15 years. Like, oh, you got to act now. You got to act now. And then here we are 20 years later. You got to act now. You got to act now. I mean, won't maybe in 10 years or 20 years they'll be talking about Agenda 2050. I mean, and it's just like you're actually not that powerful. I hope that's the case because no one ever worries about the United Nations. It's like an afterthought in Washington D.C. Nobody gives a shit about the United Nations.
Well, they do.
The World Economic Forum, it's just some junket that's.
They do care. They do care when the UN is used to bring in troops from other countries, and to go into other countries. That's right. What it's a bank. It's a bank account for criminals to access, and it's also a lot of troops through different types of actions that they can access. Now, if you want to attack your own populace, you don't use your own military if you can avoid it. You want to bring in foreign military powers. So that's one of the uses I can see of UN right there for each of these.
Sure though. That would be that would be suicide. Like if you want to antagonize the American people, by all means, bringing in
Hey Robert, who's stopping them? Who's stopping them? Who's
the
stopping
foreigners?
Who's stopping any of them right now?
The Air Force, the Navy, the Army.
Nobody's stopping them. I've been paying attention to this global shit going on for years while people's calling me crazy. I'm talking about global shit going on for years while people's calling me crazy. My accuracy was pretty high because I was mostly going with things where there was actual evidence involved. Like there's okay. Now hold on. Now after a while, you see patterns. You see a lot of some of the same suspects involved, okay? Then you see them having actual direct powers over different countries through World Economic Forum, through the World Health Organization. Dude, the WHO has been calling a lot of shots in the U.S. for the last year and a half, locking down people, closing businesses, them and the CDC working together. This is blatant. This is not conspiracy theory. This is real shit, bro. This is reality, okay? This is real talk. These guys are doing this shit. Now, exactly why they're doing it, all we have to go on is what the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, to be exact. Have you heard that? You probably haven't heard that name. I'm guessing. Klaus Schwab has been detailing this. He has written books that they have been following so far for the last about 4 or 5 years to a T. Okay, he wrote a book called The Great Reset, and that details how to use a pandemic to be able to use international and national policies to be able to take over, control the population. All of this stuff, step by step, has been in his book. Then Agenda 2030, and he calls it the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Okay, and this is what these elites are calling cutting edge. This is the world they want. This is what the technology masters, I guess, have been like masturbating about over the last several years now. And
I'll tell you what, real quick, as long as you have guns in a society, we can fight back some way, somehow, like in the movies or whatever. There's a reason why China has stayed under the CCP's control for 100 years, because throughout history, anytime any dictator, any tyrant wants to control a population, throughout history, the first thing they do is take away the weapons. I mean, that's why, Taekwondo was invented. That's why a lot of martial arts were invented. They would take away the weapons, and farmers would be forced to learn how to defend themselves using, farm equipment.
New wars produce new weapons,
right?
And they're effective early in those wars. And what we're seeing, I think, is exactly that, Spiko.
Cattle only have horns, though.
All I'm saying is that guns can't beat a tank. Guns can't beat a F-15. Like Biden said, oh, you're going to need F-15s and nuclear bombs if you want to defeat the government. But you know what? As long as there's guns out there in the world, there's a way. Underground, something, there's a way.
Well,
as soon as
Vietnam was very successful against us.
Well,
Vietnam, the Iraqis were very successful in the Sunni Triangle. People have mounted successful insurgencies, and it's a shit show. And millions of people die, and so you hope not to be in that situation. My advice to anybody in that situation is get the fuck out of the country.
We've had governments. We've got governments right now who have where they've succeeded in taking most of the weapons. We've got Australia, we've got UK, and those same attempts failed in the US. Different culture, all that kind of stuff. But the thing is you can't shoot nanites in your body, bro, or a virus or whatever this thing is. If this thing is an effective and very destructive thing, guns aren't going to help, and that would be their way of getting around our numbers as well as our guns. Is just simply spread this shit around. There's enough people who will just take what they're said by authority and these things like that. We've had millions already, at least. I don't know how many millions. Can't believe numbers, right? But millions. We've had to have had millions. I know in my region, I'm surrounded by them. There are people even in my close friends and stuff like, and my girlfriend has a family member. These people have got injected. It has almost killed her aunt. My girlfriend's aunt, she lost 30 years of memory. She's been starting to get her memory back now. She had 5 strokes directly after getting the injection. And I'm not gonna talk about her mother right now, but she's not doing that well, I don't think either. This stuff is not a joke. It's at least let me do this. It's at least experimentation on the public, which is illegal via the national, state, city governments, international laws. That it's not supposed to happen. I know it does, right? These are the things I look at all this and I go, well, there's supposed to be a government, but the worst things are allowed, and the only criminals that are punished are the small-time criminals, the street criminals, not the big dogs. Both for the most part. I think sometimes they sacrifice or just, here, this guy don't matter much anyways. He's not my son. He's just my cousin, and I don't really like him. So let's go ahead and sacrifice him to the cattle for a little bit. I mean, I don't know, man. All we can do is look at what we see and try to make sense of it.
I mean, you're right, because I have felt for years, ever since I was still in school, that, something doesn't seem right. Dude, the first time, I mean, I got arrested the first time when I was 14 for basically dropping a kid that was trying to steal something out of my very hands. And it was a chessboard, because I was a nerd. But I was a nerd who wasn't going to take shit off nobody. And this kid tried to steal my chessboard because they wanted to play some bullshit game that they had made up. This kid was dumb as fuck. Not the kind of person who even knew how to play chess. And he tries to grab the board out of my hand. And he gets me and says, "Give it to me. Give it to me." I fucking headbutted him once so hard that he dropped to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Chessboard still in my hand. I got arrested. I remember when I was in 6th grade, I got surrounded. There was a family of 5, like these 5 kids, right? And we were out all playing soccer. And the family of 5, I guess I pissed them off or something. I don't remember. But they surrounded me. My friend Harley got my back. And the 2 of us beat the ever-living shit out of them and their one friend. There was 6 against 2. And we beat the shit out of them. We think, they come over, the security guard come over, it gets broken up. Next day we get called to the principal's office. And there's a cop sitting there in the principal's office, and he says, "Well, we're going to have to arrest you." And I said, "Why?" And I start crying because I'm 12 years old, and I'm about to get arrested for the first time. And they said, because, the mom called and said that you beat up their kids. And I said, crying, I said, "They surrounded us. I was just defending myself." And the cop said, "I didn't hear that. I didn't know that." So he goes out and he goes and talks to the mom. Mom finds out their kids started the fight, and he says, "Now, if I arrest them, I'm going to have to arrest your kids too." And that shit got dropped right there on the spot. Right? 6 months later, or that August, the city I live in put a policy in place where if that same exact incident had occurred after the policy was put into place, all parties would automatically be arrested, and they would take them down. And I've seen things like that, and I don't think it should be that way. Kids, and it just got worse, and it got worse and got worse, and you start seeing things that don't make sense. And then you wake up one day and it's this woke agenda, and it's, called me, I want to be called they today. Call me an attack helicopter. Today, right now, I feel like my pronouns are her, and it's like, what? There's a whole arguments about gender doesn't exist. And I've been like, I'm going to look at my pants real quick, but I'm pretty sure it's still there, Like, some people got a little dingly-doo, some people got a little woohee, like it's not that, it's not very complex.
Yeah.
And so how are you supposed to say that it doesn't make any difference? And now, the U.S. government wants to change the name instead change the the terminology from mothers to birthing people. And then they're saying, they're like, the Democrats are already using the terminology, so they're calling, black moms black birthing people. I mean, that just sounds
what? Production terminology there.
Yeah.
Mothers to birthers?
Huh?
Mothers to what?
Birthing people.
Birthing people. The fuck?
It sounds so stupid.
It sounds like production terminology.
Yeah, it does. It does sound like production terminology.
Let's produce some humans.
Dehumanizing.
Let's produce humans. Let's get the fucking birthing people out and produce us some laborers. That's what it sounds like to me. That's weird. This is clown world, guys. Fucking clown world.
We should just get busy. I think if we all started having more children, we would somehow stop their plans.
Yeah.
Can't afford children.
Yeah, they want us to have fewer children, so everyone should just go out and have like 4 kids, and they'll be like, "Oh shit, we had a baby boom." Fuck.
But what I see with my eyes, is that something is wrong. Something is wrong, and I look at all the socialist, no, okay, not socialist, but the social programs. Any social program. Technically, the military is a social program. We all pay for it.
It's a huge institution.
Right? Of
the
course,
biggest
we
one
need
we
it.
have, actually. Yeah.
But if you look at any social, institution that we have in this country, and it always ends up in a position where we'll never get rid of it. We'll never get rid of crime, because if we get rid of crime, we'll put people out of a job. We'll never get rid of we'll never get rid of we'll never get rid of homeless people, because if we get rid of homeless people, there'll be a bunch of people that deal with homeless people that will lose their job. Border Patrol will lose their job. All these, if you fix a problem, you put people out of business.
Question. Why do you guys keep bringing up socialism? Because I see more communism. In fact, Stalinism is what I see that's been creeping in this society. It's very obvious that leftist, power, for example, that's backed by all these global criminals I'm talking about. We see a lot of Stalinism themes coming through there. What makes you think? This is a legit question. I'm baffled. What part's socialist?
Well, from what I gather, originally, philosophers that were discussing socialism use socialism, communism interchangeably, because it was known amongst them that socialism leads. They're not the same thing, but that socialism leads to communism. And
that was Marx. Marx was the one who came up with communism, but before him, there were several socialist philosophers who hadn't contemplated communism.
Oh yeah, the thing is, right now, let's look at some of the socialist countries. Like, there are two I can think of off the top of my head that are very active in this whole, we'll just call it Agenda 2030 thing, right? France, that's one of them. They've been in the streets actually getting pretty violent, with military cops back and forth. A lot of cops and military resigning right there on the streets. A lot of really, they're trying to, I hate to fucking use this term, but they're raging against the machine. They're not accepting it. Italy also, the Italian government said, fuck you, World Health Organization. They've got a lawsuit against the World Health Organization and the World Economic Forum because of their UN intervention in Italy that they say has caused a lot of lives, because they could have treated these people if they could have done autopsies. But the WHO prevented it. So,
no, the death was up across all. When I was reading you that data, death across all categories, I calculated as many as 83,000 people probably died just from the lockdowns, because they deferred medical care for things like heart disease, diabetes, cancer, and just every other cause.
Right. So I was getting a lot of conflicting data from different countries. And after a while, the patterns started kind of looking to me like different strains of something were being released in different countries for different purposes. That's my assumption, right? That's just me connecting dots. I'm like, what the fuck? It's completely different here. I have friends in all these different countries, and they're telling me what's going on there. And then I'm talking to people around this country who are supposed to be in hotspots. Once again, I bring that up again. That was a big deal, because this was the main media and political narratives were based on these hotspots. There was even one point, if you guys remember, where they were talking in national TV about people who escaped from New York City and had fled to New England states and were being tracked by helicopters and on the ground. They believe they were no shit. This was like about a day or two. This was going on. They were looking for people with New York plates and all those other states.
I remember that. Remember that? Yeah,
and then it just disappeared.
No, but that was on real media too. That was on Fox and some other places.
Well, yeah, and I've looked for updates. I can't find any updates on who those people were, why they were being tracked from New York City, from that.
Well, state governors were at the time proposing that New Yorkers should, kind of shelter in place and don't spread the virus around, because at that point it wasn't very predominant in a lot of other states.
They were
And-
urging people to stay in New York, and they were considering having.
They were blocking. Yeah, they wanted to block them.
Right, they wanted to block it all up, and this was the early stage. And then people were escaping and going back home to New England, back to their families, and it was only like it seemed like the way they talked about it was a few cars of people. Didn't seem like a whole bunch of people. So it piqued my interest, to say the least. Who were those people? Why were they being tracked like that by the same people who were lying to us about the hospitals in that city being packed to the gill? And that's why they had to turn away cancer patients and all these other like severe problems. There were a lot of people who died in different cities in the country because they were turned away while these fucking nurses are TikTok choreographed dancing. It's an insult. It was literally, they've been trolling us for about the last year really solidly. All of this is a big troll.
So you're assuming it was an attack.
Assuming which part is an attack? All of this has been attacks.
Well, the idea that they were the variants aren't actual mutations, or that the other assumption is that China did this on purpose. Of course, the going theory is that if it did come from a lab, it was probably an accident, or it was likely an accident, or could have been an accident.
Well, like I said,
you have to consider that possibility too. Is that this is just a clusterfuck?
It is. It absolutely is. And I said that earlier. I already covered that earlier. I basically said, look, I don't know who's at the top of all of this.
Right.
I have seen I've seen many years of clear evidence that Russia interferes in our government and our media and our economy. Okay. I have seen for many years clear evidence that China does. I have seen for many years that Israel does. And there are some other countries that to some extent also interfere in U.S. trade, economics, politics, government, media, all across the board. Now, to me, after so many years of seeing all of this, it gets confusing because you got to attach the MO to which of the, just like you would a murder. You got these different serial killers on the prowl. So you're like, all right, which serial killer did this kill? Let's look for the trademark Mossad or KGB tactics, or it gets old after a while. It gets laughable to the point where every time someone calls me, like you get to the point where you laugh when people call you a conspiracy theorist or tinfoil hat, and then years later, after you've been right a lot of those times, like the stuff actually correlated. It's like then you get to the point where you're like, see, and then you get to the point where you're laughing again. After a while, you get numb for so many. I don't know. I was numb for about 5 years. I needed a break from it. The world is just going crazy around me. I come back. It's absolute clown world. And it's beyond anything. I never dreamed we would be looking at anything this dystopian today across this country and around the globe. I never dreamed it. I was watching these globalists, and I still did not dream that we would be where we are now. Where I'll tell you something. I will tell you about these guys. If a major part of their plan in 2030, the year 2030, is for an AI to operate the society that they have set up, they're actively working toward that plan right now. They have the AI right now. You understand? You don't go play football without football pads and a football. You don't show your hand. They've already got the AI. And all of this shit people says that's illogical. Why would they do that? It seems illogical. I think
because they're playing a different game, like we said earlier.
They are, and it seems like a cold and calculating. Sometimes it seems illogical or inhuman is more like it, more like an inhuman logic behind this crazy shit, because they are succeeding to push people into the different directions they want to by a large margin. Right? We can see this around us and see it in so. That's why I'm not holding on to hope right now, guys. And it's getting worse and worse. There's going to be a point where they've got us and there's no chance of rebellion or freeing from it. And now we live in that. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I worry about. And that's what you
want to be in the lead
better.
And it feels like we're getting there, guys, within very soon. It feels like we're going to get to a point of no return. And people aren't taking it serious enough. The people who are memeing about it and talking about it on streams like this. We're not doing anything else. I mean, maybe there are some people out there doing something. I don't know.
Well,
But
like
People
my
are
dad,
wondering.
my dad was a hardcore Biden supporter, and I think really he never really paid too much attention. But I kept trying to tell him, "Hey, look at this stuff, look at this stuff, look at that stuff." And I saw cognitive dissonance come out of him, like serious. Like sometimes he'd start, well, maybe this, maybe that, and then he'd switch. He'd show his teeth because he was angry, And so I know he voted for Biden, and come a few months later, dude, my dad is quoting Reagan left and right now. He said, "I didn't leave the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party left me." He's all up on watching China Uncensored, China in Focus, NTD, all this stuff that I tried to show him and he didn't want to watch. And once he really opened his eyes and he saw what was happening, because up until when Biden actually got elected and started doing things, his comment was, "We'll see, we'll see, we'll see, we'll see." And then now we're starting to see, and it's not, before his first 100 days even, and we saw. And my dad, he went from being a hardcore Biden supporter to staunch conservative almost overnight. And
What state does he live in?
California.
Hmm.
And well, it's because I think that, and I know my mom was, okay, my grandparents were Republicans. When the Republicans were supposed to be, there was a switch. Like the Republicans, when my grandparents became Republicans, basically were for the working class. And then at some point it switched to where the Republicans were for big business. And my mom was a Democrat because she was all for saving the environment, a young 15-year-old environmentalist. And she said, this Nixon guy, he's junk, he's crap. And they said, "No, you don't know. And then Watergate, and my grandparents became Democrats. And because Democratic Party became the party of the people. And I think that it switched back again. But you see, my mom is now set in her ways because she believes that the Democratic Party is the party that they've always been.
Right.
And so I believe that there are actually a lot of Democrats here in California who are in that. And if they can have their eyes opened, they will do what my father did. Because one thing for sure is my father, he still thinks. The man's almost 70 years old, but he's got a brain on his head and it is still ticking away as good as ever. And I think a lot of people, by the time they get to their end of their lives, they don't want to think about it anymore. They're going to be, honestly, honestly, some of their thoughts are, I'm going to be dead soon and it's not going to be my problem. I just want to live out the rest of my life happily. And then there's others. And I think, honestly, my mom's in that category. I think she wants to live in Toontown. Remember from Who Framed Roger Rabbit? And I like to joke about that my mom is the kind of person where, she lives in a world, her own little world, where she wakes up every morning and the birds and the sun greet her in the morning singing. And that's how she wants to live. That's how she wants to be. And then there's others who just don't realize what's going on and they just follow MSNBC, they follow CNN because they trust those news sources, and they don't see any reason not to trust those news sources. But
they're being implemented now. That's the thing is, they're using everything to get this shit into people. Everything, they're using your family against you, your career, you name it. Fear.
Yeah. And I talked to my mom. Yeah. Oh, I understand. I totally understand. I'm lucky that my dad is, kind of a stubborn person, so he's not afraid. My mom's very afraid, but my father, he says, "Screw that. I'm not gonna let it beat me." I think fear is a lot of it. My mom is very afraid of the virus getting to her. She's so worried, and that fear pushes her to say things like when she said these churches, they need to lock down, blah blah blah. And I said, "Mom, they have the right. They have the right. I said, you know me, I'm not very religious, but I respect religion. I respect it because I understand that they need it. And this country was founded on religious freedom. You can't tell them to shut down. And the fact that as an American, you don't understand that and you're upset that they won't shut down and they won't listen, it just goes to show that you have lost your concept of what America stands for.
No, that's the public corruption I was referring to earlier from, I can tell you which one it was, which essay it was. It's a very important essay. Let's see here. You can keep talking. I'll just look it up.
I mean, that was mostly it. I do think that there's a lot of people out there who they're not socialists. Matter of fact, there was one time my mom just said, I think I'm, I like Bernie Sanders. I think I might be a democratic socialist. And recently she started saying some shit. I was like, you said that because this was years ago, she said that. And I said, you said that you think that you're a democratic socialist. So you think you're a socialist, but I just want you to know that your people are responsible for over 100 million civilian deaths in the 20th century. I hope you're okay with being part of that. And that kind of, even though my mom's very hard to get through to, she's very hard to get through to, I felt like that touched on something because she came back a little bit afterwards and said, I don't like a lot of the things the Democratic Party are doing. I believe in what's the right thing. And I said, me too. And I think she's starting to see that there's a lot of things that she doesn't like. But it's going to take time for those people to wake up. And the whole time there's a separate game, PSYOPs game being played on them to prevent them from ever waking up. It takes only one generation to lose our freedom. And what's happening right now is, and I think this is China that's doing it, I think they have infiltrated the education system and they're teaching the young generation to be socialists, and they're appealing to the old generation and making them happy and comfy until they die. Because I think what they want, because like I said, I asked people this question. I said, you know what? Do you know what the best instigator for change is? And I'll ask you this. Do you know what the best instigator for change is?
Usually, well, there's many, but the best one, I don't know. I mean, some people will say it's war. Other people will say it's technological terms.
It's
just
death.
You say death? Okay.
It's death because here's the thing is you can never get, once a person has decided that they hate black people, that because the way I see racism is people used to feel that black people were less than human, and that was their justification for treating them and putting them in slavery. And there's going to be people that you'll never convince that black people are human beings, and the only way for that opinion to be taken out of society is for them to die, and that takes time.
Well, then our problems with the global elites will the problem should solve itself too. Eventually, they're going to die. They're getting kind of long in the tooth.
But then the thing is do they breed offspring? Because if that person who's racist teaches their kid to be racist and there's nothing contradicting it, then they'll grow up to be racist. Now I think I honestly believe part of the thing where they kind of like break up white communities and black communities and kind of desegregate them a bit more. So I think a lot of that idea behind that is that if people, like I grew up with lots of Hispanic people, lots of black people, Asian people, and I knew them firsthand. I was watching some guy on a video, and he said that he had never met a Jew as far as he was aware until he was 18 years old. And I've known black people and white people, Asian people, all sorts of people, and I know that they're good people. And if my parents tried to tell me that they're inferior race, I'm going to look at my parents and say, I don't feel that way because I've seen something else. But
right now there's a bunch of Americans in this country who grew up in a world where socialism is wrong, and they taught that socialism and communism is a dirty word and it should be treated as a dirty word. My generation, the millennial generation, as much as I hate to say it, 31 years old, I'm technically part of it, and my generation didn't grow up with that because the Cold War was over. And as I mentioned before, I've talked to a lot of people who for a long time after the Cold War thought that socialism had been defeated, like you could defeat an idea. And so they stopped teaching my generation that socialism is wrong. They didn't ever bring that up. And as such, that's not a dirty, socialism isn't the dirty word it used to be. But for the old generation, it is. So the best thing to do for the people that want that change is to appeal to the old generation and wait for them to die while you slowly raise the new generation to be socialists and eventually communists. That's how I see it going down.
You think they'll choose it?
Well, I brought up before on this show is like they go after each demographic different ways. They find any weaknesses that they can exploit, and they go after them. And then what they do is they make it look like one group's got privileges over others. They do this to all sides, you know, every demographic. They had Asians. They had a bunch of Asian, like a lot of Asian people didn't fall for this shit, but they had a bunch of Asians falling for this, where they were believed now that they're the most hated people and they have to worry for their lives. There's just going to be people jumping out of the bushes beating them down. Stop the Asian hate. They have the best stats out of every goddamn demographic. You know, the least amount of violent crime and like victims and shit like that. But media is like, stop Asian hate, guys. Stop it. And they made it into an issue.
Yeah.
You know, they just create this stuff. And then some people catch what's going on and say, God damn it, they're okay. Like overall, yes, there are some Asian people going through shit in the world and in this country too. But overall, like they're not they're not like as endangered a demographic as a lot of the other ones, you know, and that makes you a racist in their game that they're playing. A logical person's not going to think racist. At worst, if they don't agree with you, they'll think you're ignorant, whatever. But instantly, the very worst of humanity is what they jump to with their bullying tactics and such. They've been doing this for so many years now, about 20 years online, so consistently that now it's ingrained in our social interactions and our cultures, like to troll and all that. I went through some troll stages. Sometimes I still troll sometimes. You know, it's just like somebody comes at you.
It's not a job.
Well, somebody comes at you, you just take off the gloves sometimes, you know. It's like you know, and you defend yourself. And you know, certain sides of certain arguments aren't allowed to defend themselves. You're not allowed to talk about
like earlier, I cried a little bit. He was like, I don't want you on my side. And I was like, oh my God, what did I do? No, it's all good. It's all good.
That was fun.
But you're right. You're right. Definitely. I think the thing is, my generation, my parents' generation was told, look, kid, you grow up, you get good grades, you go to college, you find a wife, you get a house, you get married, you have yourself some kids, you do your good job, you watch your grandkids, and you die. And then they taught my generation that you go get good grades, you go to college, et cetera, except by the time my generation gets to it, there's not enough of those high-paying jobs for those degrees. And then the supply has gone way higher than demand. Now there's bachelor people, everybody has a bachelor's degree, everyone has a master's degree, everyone has a PhD. And so they're not worth as much as they used to be because you can go find another one. So
it's going to turn though. It's going to turn when the baby boomers retire completely, like out of the workforce completely. You're going to have a lot more mobility in labor markets that we haven't seen for probably 40 years.
On top of that, you're right. But on top of that, though, our job market has been dwindling and being sent over shores. So we have capacity, you know, in this country. We're at capacity. The baby boomers are. When I was working for Caltrans, they said it's a good time to get in because a lot of the old people are leaving, but Caltrans, you can't outsource cleaning up the freeway and cutting down trees to China.
No, you can't.
But you can outsource IT jobs. You can outsource all these other things that kids are going to school for. And my buddy who got me into Caltrans, a little tiny bit of nepotism right there, but fuck it. I actually met him when I was a court referral, and he asked me to go work for him, and we got to be really good friends. And 7 years later, he got me a job. So it wasn't nepotism. My merit impressed him, and he got me a job, put his name on the line for me. But that being said, the problem is that we don't have what I was saying was my friend Dana was telling me that his daughter married this guy. His daughter was way fucking, oh my God, hot. And he said that she married a guy with 2 bachelor's degrees because he had 2 bachelor's degrees. And he said, I know that's why she married him. But we were joking because I was making $21.50 an hour, and he was making $15 an hour working in like some nasty basement somewhere. That I was doing a job now. I was high school graduate. I've gotten incredible grades in school, going to become an aircraft mechanic. So I'm not an idiot, but the job I was doing had an 8th grade requirement, and I was getting paid more than the kid that went to school, got 2 bachelor's degrees, spent however much money, and was only making $15 an hour. And so I think what happens is these kids get out of school, and they were told by their parents, look, if you follow these steps, you'll get this at the end. And then they get out of school and they find out that that's not the world. That's not what's going to happen. And they say, that's not fair. Give me. I want. I was promised, and you're going to give it to me.
That's why California is the way it is right now. You have, when I grew up in New York, and I came to the conclusion very, very quickly, as soon as I was getting out of school, that I needed to leave because the opportunities weren't going to be there. A legacy state like New York is just, everything's already pretty well established. And plus I had unfortunately studied political science. And so if I wanted to make my way, I was going to need to go to Washington. And I got really lucky. I went to a political conference, and we went there every single year with our college kind of political clubs, and went in Washington D.C. And one of my friends in the club, she got a job, and then a year later, I was graduating. They were looking for writers, and I was able to come to Washington D.C. And I've been with the organization ever since. It was very fortunate happenstance. It wasn't based on merit. It was you got to know somebody, and that's the way it is. I could have, as it so turns out, there's 1,000 or 2,000 or 5,000 or 10 or however many similar nonprofits in the region that by now I'd probably be qualified to go work for. But I have to go to those jobs. People don't want to leave their hometowns. And that is you see the reports from the JOLT survey, there's 7 million job openings. What's going on? And it's like, but there's 7.6 million people jobless. What's going on? Well, a good chunk of that is regional, the job, you live here, but the jobs are over there problem. The other is that people who are already unemployed have a really hard time getting back into the workforce. Employers, what ends up happening is people quit their job when they find the next job. They go, so you're working for your boss, but really secretly you're looking for a better job. And then you go find that job. And so what the JOLT survey is just simply reporting is what the turnover rate is from people who are job flipping. It's the job flipping rate. And, a lot of economists and politicians and bureaucrats, they point to it mistakenly saying, oh, that means that we could solve our joblessness problem if everyone could just find those jobs or if they were just willing to work. But it's not, I don't think it bears with reality. Once you've been out of the labor force for, say, 2 years or 3 years, the odds of you getting back in start to drop markedly. And so,
and that scares the shit out of me because I was supposed to be in school for only 2 years. And with COVID and the way shit's going on for me, dude, I had a good state job. Do you have any idea how fucking, dude, I do my best to like put on that happy fucking smiley face, but my life was set. I was never going to be rich, but I was going to be okay. And I quit that job because I knew, and see, the thing is for me, like, I don't go around bragging. I can do a lot of stuff, and I don't even talk about all the things I could do because the fact of the matter is nobody else cares, but I know what I could do. And I quit my job because I knew I was worth more. And I went to school to become an aircraft mechanic, and I've gotten nothing. I've gotten nothing but A's. I'm like 30 classes into the course, like, 30 sections into the course. I'm one class away from getting my airframe certification, and COVID. And I mean, sorry,
are you able to finish now? I mean, I guess,
well, the problem is that the school district, the LA school district, they pulled a bunch of weird stuff, and so they're forced. Like, my class, there was only 14 students, and they said you can only have a maximum of 15 students in the class. Well, we're lucky, but the power plant class has 30 students, but they've had to break up the week into 2 classes, and then on top of that, because it's been mandated that the classes have to be hybrid, even though how the hell do you teach, how do aircraft mechanic, you teach aircraft mechanics to be aircraft mechanics over the computer? Yeah. And these teachers, even if you could, these teachers are not computer savvy. They're mechanics. They're very good mechanics, but they're mechanics nonetheless. And so as a result, they've taken a day off of us. So instead of going to school 5 days a week, we're going to school 4 days a week because one day has to be considered, for hybrid learning. Even though we're not doing any hybrid learning, we have to take that one day off anyway, so the school district can say that we're doing hybrid learning. And so then that's another day that we don't have. And if we had that extra day over the course of the time since we came back, because we came back, I think, in April-ish. Yeah. And if we had that one day, that one extra Wednesday every week until summer vacation, I would already be done and ready to take my certification.
Well, I will say that the school system, at least here locally on the East Coast, is where my son goes. He's going to go back 5 days. And that's assuming that these variants are just, not a big problem going
That's
forward.
What scares me, because I quit my good state job. I'm a hard worker. Like, my supervisor, my old supervisor, he retired. I didn't not like the new supervisor. He's one of the reasons I instigated me to quit. But my old supervisor, he was incredible. And I will say this one thing. Like I said, I don't like to talk. I don't like to brag because I know I'm the only person that cares. Everybody brags. Everyone thinks they're the greatest shit in the world. And I don't really care. But I will say that something that he told me meant a lot, because he started working for Caltrans when he was 21. And on the day he retired, he said to me, "You're the hardest worker I have ever met in my life, ever." 35 years working for the state of California. And he said that to me. And that being said, what the fuck do I do next? Right? School, it's going to take me 5 years to finish a 2-year school.
It took me 8 years to finish it. 4 years.
but that thing is,
it took me 7 years because I switched majors. I was going to be a fine artist. I was going to be a comic book artist. I went to school explicitly to learn how to draw people and things that go boom. 3 years into it, because the side plan was to get an art education degree, and I got so many credits on the art side, and I'm like, I need to get a real degree. I don't know, by then 9/11 had happened, and I said, politics seems important. Maybe I should go study politics. So I quit art school, and then I started over again. And even if you get a later start than you intended, it's not the end of the world. And you're a hard worker, like you said, so you're not going to have a problem. Just get your certification and just do what you got to do. If you have to go to Kansas afterwards to, work on planes.
I would like to. That's the goal.
There's
like
plenty
I said,
of planes, and there's airports everywhere. There's agent. You can go anywhere you want. Go to a lower cost state. Get the fuck out of California while you still can.
The thing that is interesting, actually, what most people don't know, and why they need to look more into the trades is aircraft mechanic certifications supersede all other federal certifications. So I can work on spacecraft, satellites, airplanes, tanks, submarines, ships, roller coasters, you name it. I'm certified to work on it. Now, of course, there might be, some classes that have to be taken or whatever, but I can apply for a job as a, cargo ship mechanic and get the job because I have the appropriate prerequisite. So it's more than just working on airplanes. It's really a golden ticket to work on anything mechanical. And I think that
You'll be fine. Don't worry.
I just think if more people knew it. No, but but you said the thing about the 2 years.
If you're going to be out, you're in school.
Well, yeah. Oh, you're talking about nothing at all.
No. If you're in school, you just graduated, you probably still have. If you have the right certification or you have the right degree, you're in demand. As long as your profession's in demand, then you'll have less of a hard time breaking it. I'm talking about people who had jobs and they're like 40, and then suddenly they don't have a job, and suddenly they're 45 and they're still not working. Like they're not coming back to the workforce. Like they're going to be like that until they're 60 if they don't get moving. And what employers do is they have a bias against people who have been fired or been unemployed for a longer period. They prefer to hire someone who still has a job. It could just be kind of human bias, like, oh, why are they doing that? They should hire the unemployed people. We could solve the unemployment problem. But those people who are unemployed may just not be as good workers after they've been out of the labor force, and you develop bad habits. You can become lazy, or you're just out of shape, or you're depressed. You're like, oh, I can't provide for my family, and oh, what am I going to do? So if you're in school, I don't think you have any. And in fact, this is a great time to be in school. I would much prefer to be in school right now than be unemployed right now. So you're not in a bad place.
All right, cool. Because I've heard people say that, and it was never really clarified.
Oh, no.
So hey guys, I want to hear what Brotep's got to say on some of these bigger topics here. You haven't got to really talk that much, bro. What do you think of this 2030 shit?
I hope you guys are wrong, because I got things to do.
We got plans, man.
Me too, buddy. Me too.
I gotta make this paper, son. Like, I can't have these people starting the actual apocalypse. I'm here waiting on the comic apocalypse so I could, do my part in taking over the game. So I ain't got no time. Ain't nobody got time for the state or these elites to be doing all this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like that. I'm
telling you, Robert's website, man, that thing is a diamond in the rough.
Yeah.
Do you think we're in the same world? That we've been in a lot of our lives. Do you think anything's changed recently? Anything like that?
Well, I mean, can you rephrase the question?
Maybe so. That whole clown world analogy. Yeah. It's a meme series, been going around for a while, but it continues to go around because there are an inordinate amount of people sharing the same experience that they feel like literally just reality just went crazy about just maybe a few years ago, a year ago. It's different for different people. Like just everything up is down, down is up now. It seems like socially, politically, business, economics, you name it. Everything's fucked. Everything's chaotic. this is a large consensus. Now, are there other consensuses? Are there people saying, nah, it's always been that way? Because I hear people say that, but they can't really offer any
there's no proof
anything significant that can really make me think they have anything other than opinion. Because the evidence is things are a mess. What do you think about all this?
Things were clear cut, back in our father's day, our grandfather's day. And even let's say a guy who'd stay home at work, right? Let's say it's a guy who draws for a living, or Jack Kirby or somebody like that. Even though he's not outside getting the bread, he still has his masculinity with him, like the masculine position's there. And then the wife, let's say she has a nice little nursing job, she's an RN or whatever. When she comes home, she still respects him. There's still that, belief in like a masculine and feminine. Just around the time when we had Jordan Peterson? Jordan Peterson refused to use all those damn pronouns, and then those college kids surrounded him at that campus. That's when things veered off kilter. Up until then, things were going towards that direction, but they were still on the track. But then suddenly it jumped off the track, and even the crazies from when the world was normal. Those crazies start to make sense now. Like they call those crazies TERFs now. The trans exclusive trans, whatever the fuck the acronym is.
Transgender, they, the.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Nobody
Those
important.
crazies. They used to be nuts. They used to be out there motherfucking minds. But
they still
now
are.
they make sense. And, I don't know, compared to this shit, they make sense because at the very least back then, those crazy fucks, they used to do things like, well, women are better at everything. Males are broken because it's the Y chromosome. It's just a broken X chromosome. That's batshit crazy. That's crazy as cat shit. But at the very least, those people, they acknowledged the feminine. They wanted to stay within the feminine. It's just that they thought the feminine was superior to the masculine. But at least they acknowledged that shit. Now, the new crop of crazy we got right now, when things went off kilter, they're trying to lynch the feminists. They're trying to they call them TERFs. So even the old school crazy is normal by comparison now. When you have these people like the parents of Desmond is Amazing, having that little boy strip for men at a gay bar, strutting around in women's clothing, in Midtown Manhattan as a drag queen. Was he 7 or 8? 8-year-old drag queen? Really? That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. And then he showed up on the morning show, Good Morning America or whatever. And those two fucking guests were sitting there. That big black dude with the fucking gap between his teeth sitting there. Like, I was trying to figure this shit out. Like, what the fuck are you people seeing? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? That you sitting here looking at this 8-year-old boy dressed as a grown-ass woman with lipstick on and glitter on his fucking cheeks and eyeliner, and he just strutted down and he, in the middle of his dance, he laid on the floor like fucking not Madonna, but the one Madonna used to emulate, Marilyn Monroe, with the fucking high heels on and shit. This is what you're promoting. That's what I think. Like now it just went nuts. Like when those privileged kids accosted that lady who's just sitting there trying to have a meal. And let me see if I still have the image. Probably not. I'd probably have to upload it again. But everything that they got from the old world, the bad old days, they're bringing it back as a fucking instruction manual. 1984, warning, no. That's a blueprint.
Yeah.
the fucking Great Leap Forward, whatever the fuck Mao and his fuckheads were doing over in China, where they had students eat people's dead bodies.
Oh
To
yeah,
prove their worth. You guys remember reading
I
that
know
shit?
exactly what you're talking about
Yeah.
because they oh god, that was so bad when he said, well, if we can have this much rice, you know, in this amount of area, if we put the rice in twice as deep, we could have the rice twice as close. And so they had this whole thing. And I've seen pictures of like people walking across the rice crops because they were so dense you could walk across them. So then like you get the pests and you lose your food, and then all this shit happens, and it gets so bad that they're having to like have little networks where when my child dies, I give it to you. That way I don't have to eat my own child. And then when your child dies, you give it to me, so that way you don't have to eat your own child, because his shit was so fucking whacked.
Okay, here's the thing though. That's survival cannibalism. I'm
Oh
not
yeah.
that. See, that's survival cannibalism. Even though the cause of it, the root cause of that led to that shit, which was Mao's fucked up system, that was still those peasants doing that shit. That's survival cannibalism. I'm talking about these students who, in order to prove their dedication to the communist ideal, they went and they started hunting down their professors.
That one I know you're talking about. The social revolution, I think.
Yeah. See, their professors were part of the elite, and they were
Cultural revolution.
Cultural revolution. Thank you. Cultural revolution.
Yeah, they were the representative of the bourgeoisie, and they were, all these different things. And there was not only news, but like solid news, like fucking newspapers and everything, of these teachers getting killed, hung upside down, so that the students can walk up with a knife in the cafeteria. So there'd be bodies hung up as if they're fucking beef slabs or turkey, and the students would come up with knives and cut from the teachers' bodies. This is what they want to bring. The bad old days. See all the things that led to that. We see all the signs of that shit right now. All the things that led to that were things like struggle sessions, where you find someone who's not in touch with the communist ideal, and then you corner them, and it's a gang of you. You ritually humiliate them, and you bark expletives at them until they grovel and supplicate to you. I'm so sorry. Now I believe. All these things led to that that final stage of those bodies being hung up. And there were interviews of villagers where, people were saying right after that stuff happened, and that madness went away. They're like, I have to walk to the market every day and go past the house of a guy who ate my son.
Yeah.
But you know what? Let's just ignore all the signs that led to that.
I think even too, on American Uncensored, one of those, I forget, Shelley, I think she was saying that her parents were in China for when that happened. If I caught what they said correctly, and regardless, she was saying that basically people that were alive and there at that time when that went down,
yeah,
it's like something snapped in their head, and they're all so ashamed of it now that it's kind of like want to forget that it even happened.
Mm-hmm. Fucking madness.
Yeah.
And we're supposed to ignore all the signs, all the warning signs that led to that shit.
Yeah, it's happening. It's gonna. The signs are here. The signs are here.
Yeah.
Ignore the struggle session. Ignore the credit system, because remember, China's going toward the credit system now, where if they don't believe that you're adhering to Chinese traditions and communist law and all these different things, you're no longer trustworthy. Therefore,
You can't have money in banks. You can't have a card to buy food at the supermarket.
Right. They shut you down.
You know what nobody gets that I think is so hilarious? You know who invented that?
Oh,
we did. It's called the credit system. But
No,
you see,
but this-
we have
no,
different values. We have different values in this country, right?
Yep.
So we have different values. So the way our credit system manifests itself is as a financial system. But if you think about it, if you don't have good credit, you can't get a house. You can't get anything.
Yeah, but here's where that's different, though. The credit system is based upon your past activities in terms of it. Did you borrow money? Did you pay it back? Based on that based on that track record, we will see if it makes sense to give you more credit. But you can still have money in the bank. You can still buy things in solid cash. You can go purchase a house, in cash if you like. But with these people, what they're doing in China, it's a social credit system. Where
I know the social credit system.
It's not based on economic or financial track record.
Oh yeah, absolutely it is. Very similar. Very similar.
The credit system makes sense to me.
Their implementation is very similar to what Spike's talking about. It's absolutely nuts over there.
If you don't have a good credit score, if you don't have a good social credit score, you can't use the trains, which means that
not over there in China or not
out there in China, you can't use the trains because they shut you out from it. But it gets down to what is important to the country that's coming up with a system. And see, the Chinese feel that they want control of the people. And then two, as they point out, there's a lot of people in the country who don't have credit. So how do you have a normal credit system?
A buddy of mine that lived over there last year when this shit went down, he was over there teaching English. You know, a lot of people go abroad and teach English in different countries and they get to tour around. So he was in China when all this shit went crazy last year. He was suspected of being a spy because he was an American that was there. And they shut down, they froze his accounts. He wasn't able to do a bunch of stuff. I've talked to him many times, voice chats and things like that, where it gets shut down. You know, like it just gets shut down. Then later on, 10 minutes later, he'll come back on. He'll be like, yeah, I went somewhere else, whatever. Yeah, the motherfucker shut us down. That happens quite often. And the only other place that I'm experiencing anything of the like is in Facebook and Twitter. The way that they control and manage people in Facebook and Twitter, you have to go along with their narrative or they shut you down. They cut you off from advertising. In my case, when I'm suspended, I'm cut off from advertising my comic book, except for YouTube. I'm suspended on 3 different accounts right now on Facebook. You know, not for hate speech as I was claimed to be. I can't appeal it. There are class action suits who have won. That Facebook has settled out for a lot of money and moved on several times now, where people were able to prove discrimination here in the U.S., discrimination based on their political affiliation and all of that. And I've got a lot of that evidence myself, that kind of evidence, and I've talked to several other people. Think about starting a class action suit maybe this year. You know, fuck it. Hit these motherfuckers. They're hitting us every day. They're working for these scumbags.
Fund brain cage, bro.
What's that?
Get that paper and fund brain cage.
That's what I'm saying. Fuck it. They want to attack us. I mean, you know what they're doing is actually illegal in this country. All of that stuff they're doing is a lot of it's felony level even.
Yeah.
A lot of it, and that's the stuff on the surface. They're doing a hell of a lot more under the surface. Some of that's came out, you know, bubbled up to the surface that as things do, you know, over time. But these are criminals, guys. These are criminals being, you know, that are working for foreign powers that are being allowed to operate within our country and completely change and sway the public opinion and views to the point that they are destabilizing our country. So I ask again, is this the United States of America or is this the United States of fucking China? Is this the United States of Russia, the United States of Israel, or all of the above? I don't know. No fucking clue. What do you think, Bob? Is this USA still?
Yeah, it's still America. The fact that you can have the conversations and still ask questions, it tells you you're much further away from the abyss than you fear being there, but we're not there. You know we're not there because you're not in some labor camp, or you're not in that situation.
Oh, I have been in other ways though, just like millions of Americans. The family court system destroys lives and splits up families and does a lot of horrible shit. Now, I would put that up against, your child being kidnapped from you, and then your economic survival being completely removed from you all in one shot. I would say that that's very similar to being on a chain gang. I've had to work stupid conditions. I've seen countless men out there who have had to work inhuman conditions to make like $7-8 an hour, breaking our bodies. You know what I'm saying? Just it's unreal what's going on in this country. The human rights violations. Honestly, the family court system is guilty of no less than kidnapping, attack on the very U.S. family unit, and on the surface, it's for profit. That's the obvious that anybody can see. But the rabbit hole goes deeper. That rabbit hole is the one that led me down. When that court system was fucking me and all these people around me, I'm like, what is going on? I thought this was the fucking U.S. of A. Was that a lie? Because I wasn't as studied back in those days, and I didn't get, like what the fuck goes on here. These are all profit industries on the surface. The legal system, all of it. It's a joke. There's no justice. We're not represented in government. Almost nobody is represented in government except extremists these days. Okay. I mean, this isn't a government. That is not a functioning government. This is really not a functioning society. We got people go in to try to work even just something simple like a coffee house, and they run out all the customers with their politics or something. All they're supposed to do is sell people coffee. And they can't eat. They destroy businesses just by being mere employees there, entry-level employees. And you see this all over the place. People on drugs, completely destabilized. You try to work labor jobs side by side with these idiots, and they get you hurt. They can't function. These job sites are not functioning. These plants, they function on the surface, and they kind of function at what they kind of do, but. All of this shit it's not working, guys. It's really not working. This isn't hippie shit. It's not conspiracy theorist shit. This is reality.
Institutions are failing.
Yeah, every one of them.
Listen, man.
No, it's gonna. They have to replace that expertise when people retire. So watch out for the baby boomer retirement. Listen, guys, I'm gonna hit the sack here. I got to go to work tomorrow.
Thanks for joining us, dude.
Shoot.
I'm on the East Coast here, so anyone on the West Coast, God bless you. Go to fucking bed.
Go, man. Go.
Thanks for joining us, dude.
No problem. Check out comicsgate.org, the gateway to independent comics, and maybe one day I'll get to my own project, Children of the Grave. Keep your eyes peeled. Take care, guys.
You better.
All right, bro.
Later, bro.
All right.
I definitely want to say that it's nice being able to have these conversations, and like what you were talking about earlier, Brotep, being able to just discuss. And when I first came on, I'm very gun shy because I don't trust social media. I don't trust a lot of what's going on. I know that I have unusual viewpoints, not good or bad, but unexpected viewpoints that I feel that people are not ready for me to say the things I say, and they're expecting me to have a different view. And so it becomes hard to have a conversation.
Yeah, man. I feel it. I do.
So it was really a breath of fresh air when I came on and started listening when Tank gave me the link and I started listening, and I'm hearing what you guys are saying, and I'm thinking, man, these guys have a good conversation. They really got their heads on their shoulders, and there's a lot of divisive stuff going on in the world, and there are a lot of frankly, I'm gonna be frank. I got this problem with just saying what I'm thinking. And there are a lot of white people who right now are afraid of talking to black people. There are a lot of black people who are angry at white people. There are a lot of Mexicans. I almost lost my best friend. The 15 years that we went to high school together, you know, all that. And I almost lost my best friend recently over this stuff because it's so divisive. And so it's really good what you do here. I know it's about comics, but I think we all really need to sit here and talk. We've been talking for almost 8 hours, you know, and I think that it's something that the people in here who have been talking for 8 hours, I think it's something that we need for our own mental health. And so I really appreciate you creating that forum for us.
Oh, definitely, man. Anytime you guys want to discuss anything. See, the thing is, I have it as free speech zone, right? But the only thing is, if we're gonna say stuff that will trigger the algorithm for like YouTube, then the channel gets taken down. That's the only restriction here, But anything else,
don't get shut down.
Well, we can't talk real topics like this without that happening. It's just, unfortunately, it's a given. It's one or the other. We got to tone down the content, or we just got to expect they're going to shut down like they did the other night.
Yeah, that was funny. But the thing is, though, we've gone for a while now without being shut down because we kept it. We gave it what do you call that stuff when you have the sack and you have it on you have the liquid and then the tube and your intravenous. It's an
IV.
Yeah, it's an intravenous IV. All right, so you don't get the whole thing at once. But I think if we do, put all that stuff out at once on these platforms, it trips up the YouTube algorithm.
Do you think?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Do you think somebody comes in here and listens to us? Because there's 6 people watching right now.
Yeah.
And I don't know who they are. I mean, we've been going for 8 hours.
Well, here's the thing: is these videos get hundreds of views later on.
Yeah.
Like we do this like late at night, early morning, and then there's hundreds of people that tune in because of the topics.
Okay.
I think it's what it looks like from the analytics.
Yeah.
But I was just wondering, because if not, that means that there is an AI program which is understanding context, and that is the creepy stuff we were talking about earlier.
Well, here's the thing: is it looks like there is, but it's imperfect. Like it sometimes reads things. Like the thing I got suspended for on Facebook, that was like an automatic thing that happened. I wasn't reported or anything like that. It wasn't an admin doing anything. It was like this automatic function. So it was like the algorithm kicking in. But what I said was very clearly not any sort of Asian hate or anything like that. There was no hate speech involved at all. And it just picked up on it just because the word Japanese was in the sentence.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty goddamn broad. Manga is like the big topic. And indie comics. I wish it wasn't, but that's been the big topic. I can't say the word Japanese in a topic in a comic book group on Facebook without getting suspended for 30 days. You fucking shitting me? It's insanity.
They're trying to sell the platform, and so they're probably trying to appease to whoever they're selling it to.
I think they're teaching the AI. I think they're letting it learn and experiment on us, and by doing this shit, so that maybe by 2030 it'll be ready to fucking run shit. Is probably it's probably the most likely scenario. I think it sounds crazy. I know it sounds fucking ridiculous. I didn't make it up. Neither did anybody like Alex Jones or anybody. Klaus Schwab is the man that you could track this to. And you can go and listen to this guy talk. You can see who he is working with. It's namely all of the fucking governments on the planet, damn near. All the economic institutions, the medical institutions. Come on. They're all working with this guy. If they thought he was as crazy as we do, they would have distanced themselves from him, right?
Yeah.
Why are they going along with him? Why are they saying they're submitting to Agenda 2030? That's his program, guys. It's highly detailed. I really ought to just go out and get the books and read them. What I've been doing instead is there's the Great Reset and the Fourth Industrial Revolution. And he may have wrote one, a third one too. I saw a while back. I forget. There's just too much shit going on. But there's the Great Reset, and then the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Now, the Great Reset is very incriminating because he describes the exact scenario that's happening right now, where a global pandemic happens. This was 4 years ago. His book was released, and global pandemic happens, which opens up all shit. My headphones came out. Which opens up all of these different laws that are, can be put into effect in all these different countries and the UN and all this different shit, right? And then that makes it possible for all these countries to completely restructure their societies.
Richard Florida, right?
Klaus Schwab.
Klaus Schwab, okay.
Klaus Schwab. Remember that name, guys. He's like a Bond villain. I'm not shitting you. You'll think it's fake as soon as you watch. You won't think this is a real guy. It's literally right out of a Bond movie. And he sits there. He's proud of his work, like any fucking Factor 2 pathological, who's accomplishing his goals. He's laid out the ground map. It's frightening that it's all in front of our faces. I'll tell you, there's a YouTube channel that's followed a lot of this stuff. And the thing that made me really follow his channel, because I don't typically like to get any data from YouTube videos, but what he did was he simply, when he would talk about what these world leaders are saying, he wouldn't edit, he wouldn't clip, you would get the whole thing. And you would see right there clearly what these guys are saying. They're all saying the same thing. It's like from the same script. It's so weird seeing all of these countries united, the world leaders of all these countries united under the World Economic Forum and the World Health Organization. Unreal. And the UN. It's a whole new game now, guys. It's a whole new world. I think that we're along the way. We're going to be going the way of China very soon. I think that's what it is. No more middle class, like you were saying. It's going to be outright slavery, abject slavery. That's what they want. We're being pushed into a corner. Right now, they have set it in place in various parts of the country to where kids can have their own consent to get injected. Okay, and they can go to school and they can right there say, okay, I want to be injected. And then they'll get injected right there. This is what's going on. They're attacking, they're going right to the schools. And and they're always targeting children between these different age groups. Targeting. It's just, it never ends, guys. That last show, dude, the reason I brought up targeting again, for people who missed that last one, right there on the show, I said, look at how they use the word target. Because I've seen them use it this way. World leaders use this word, right? And corporations use it, of course. And I literally said, all right, I'm going to do a DuckDuckGo search. I just typed in, that phrase, bam, right off the bat. Biden and Fauci are targeting children between the ages of 8 and 12. And I even said right before that, I said, if you do the math right now, how many years between now and Agenda 20, the year 2030, they're probably going to go after something like 8 or 9 or 12 or 11-year-olds, keep them, get rid of the rest of us, And
yeah.
And you look at DuckDuckGo, and these are the age groups they're programming right now. They only have to do it temporarily, a few years. They don't have to do this for the next 10 years, guys. They only have to do it for a little while. So they're really hitting them hard right now. And I did that search, and the first thing that came up right off the bat, Biden and Fauci are targeting children between ages of 8 and 12 with the vaccine. And then I went down the list, and it was all that. It was all written positively, of course, that, this is a good thing, guys. But literally, that was what came up. And I mean, it's after a while, you get tired of being right about these kinds of things because they do the same shit over and over. It's not really about being right. It's just knowing what they do.
Well, it's like I said about keeping the old generation subdued and comfortable while they teach the young generation socialism. And getting back to what Robert said before, he said, you think they really do it? And like I made the comment about North Korea earlier, and I said some of these North Koreans that escape from North Korea, they go back because living a life in freedom where they're responsible for their own actions is difficult. And I think there's a lot of kids out there who they just want to be told what to do. Just
it's the same with inmates. It's the same with inmates with becoming institutionalized. They get out in the street and they decide to pull another crime just to get back in.
Yeah,
they can't exist out here.
They don't know what to do. And so I think if you teach children to live this way and to act this way, and if you give them everything, then they will long for socialism. They will long to just be told, just give me a job. Just, I went to school, I got my bachelor's degree, just give me something that pays me money. Because, like I was saying earlier, when I was going to be going into college about the same time the .com boom was, or the programmers that were going in, to program computers, it was starting to get saturated. And what I really saw there was, I've been in computers my whole life and grew up with computer engineers, and there's a bunch of kids right here who don't know shit about computers. They're fighting with me about things that my father taught me. Maybe I don't know everything in the world, but my father, who's been working on computers for 30 years at this point, sure as fuck knows more than you, 17-year-old kid with parents that don't know anything about computers. And I realized that these kids are going to school to become programmers because that's the cha-ching, that's the money. And they were just following what makes the most money. And I think what they really want in the end is these kids just want their degree. They want to go to school. They want to get their job. They want to make money. They want to have their nice things in life. They don't have a drive, motivation for a passion. And so they get out, they find out they don't have a job, they get angry, and they say, just give me something to make the money that I was promised. And they don't care how they get it. And that's where socialism creeps in, when they say, just give me what I want. I don't care how. Well, do you have the merit? Are you good at what you do? Does it matter? I did what I was supposed to. I got my bachelor's degree. Give me my money, give me my job. There's no merit anymore. It's just give me. I want. And society starts giving the generation and the next generation more and more and more. And the more we give people, the less they can take care of themselves. Like, you get into helicopter parents, you get into bulldozer parents. It's the same thing. Bulldozer parents and helicopter parents raise children that can't take care of themselves because they don't know how, because they were never forced to. Kids are not your friend. They're your kids. You're training these little people to be adults someday. You can't do things for them. If you teach a kid, if you do the dishes for a kid every day, they never learn how to do the dishes. They grow up and they hopefully live on their own, and they don't know how to do dishes, or they won't do the dishes because they never got used to that habit. And it's sad. I actually probably learned more of my basic skills from my friends' parents than I did for my own, to be honest. That's how the world is going. I cared enough to learn. I wanted to know, I wanted to have these essential skills, the things that they'll teach you in the military, how to make your own bed, get used to the habit of making your own bed, don't leave shit around, put away after yourself. I'm not very good at that one. But these are skills that you're taught when you're young. And if your parents do it for you, you grow up to be a person that does not have these traits within them. And then as you get older, it becomes far harder to acquire them.
Hey, I'd like to read an article I found. I was looking up, I did a search, I just typed in World Economic Forum, and I found an interesting article on Forbes written July 27th. That's 3 days ago. Okay. This was written by Enrique Danz, senior contributor, leadership strategy guy, it says, for Forbes, teaching and consulting in the innovation field since 1990. I see. Okay. So here's the title. What are we going to do with the anti-vaxxers? Okay. There's a lot of really interesting. This is stuff like, once again, I didn't expect to see for about another 6 months or so. And here it is. they're already starting that language in the media. Like I was talking about, I saw some articles before. Well, right here's Forbes doing it. Right here it says, it's becoming clear in some countries that we have moved from a problem of supply to one of demand. A significant group of people who refuse to be vaccinated or who do not have their second jab, putting at risk the goal of herd immunity. Technology denialism has been studied over the years, but in a world where access to information is increasingly easy, it's unacceptable that millions of people, seemingly influenced by a small group of irresponsible idiots, have decided to endanger not only their own lives, but also possibly eradicating the pandemic. So let me skip. There's a bunch of drivel. There are some outright lies. Right here, he says, another myth is that the vaccines are experimental. He says, wrong. They have been exhaustively tested, nor do they modify our DNA, which they do not cross the nucleus membrane. Okay, so check this out. We've got a outright lie and a half-truth and a half-lie. So they are absolutely experimental. All of the companies had admitted that they've only been in trials for months, okay? They are absolutely experimental. Aspirin needed 10 years, guys. Aspirin, okay? Tylenol and shit like that. It needs like 10 years or more.
Oh, look at Zyrtec. I remember when Zyrtec came out and it was originally a prescription.
Well, this is right here, a confirmed lie in this article right here, okay? Then he says, they do not modify our DNA. Now, what I've read of the mRNA is it doesn't modify your DNA. It modifies your mRNA, which is part of your blueprint. So what he's saying here is, it doesn't modify the DNA, but what he's leaving out is that it modifies the mRNA, which is confirmed, by the way, even by the people using this technology. They've all confirmed that's what it absolutely does. Now, right here, he says, denialism must be countered, and if necessary, anti-vaxxers need to be shamed. In the United States, some people are using sites like Yelp to single out bars and restaurants that require proof of vaccination, while a growing number of organizations are considering obliging their employees to be vaccinated, and the law is on their side. A judge threw out a lawsuit brought by 117 employees of a hospital in Houston against their employer, who were suing the hospital system over its vaccine requirement, and went further, knocking down their arguments one by one in his ruling. Well, that's because it's all unconstitutional. It's all illegal, what they're trying to do. So he says, as always happens with denialism, the arguments are exposed as false as time goes by. But in the case of the pandemic, time is precisely what we don't have. Denialism must be tackled, isolated, and neutralized as the uncivil and unacceptable behavior it is. Enrique Dans wrote this, writing for Forbes. That's what they call journalism now. They're not even on. They're just on the nose about everything, guys. Like,
well, if you change the facts, like about Webster Dictionary changing some of the definitions of words.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So that's the thing is, if you change the definition of something, it's not wrong anymore, right?
Or you deliver it in a different way.
Or like when Dr. Fauci said, the virus definitely came from a bat, and later on to come to find out, because they do the they do the testing inside the bat. They don't put it in a petri dish and then do the testing. It's in the bat the whole time when they're doing the gain of function research. So to say that, oh no, it didn't come from a virus, it came from a bat. Well, technically it's a 100% true statement that it came from a bat, but it's a I'm tired too. I can't think of the word. It's a
half truth.
It is.
Really, it's a distraction. They're giving useless data in response to what you're talking about as a counter. They might as well just be saying, oh yeah, well, oranges are purple, pink polka dotted, motherfucker. They might as well just say something like that, because the data that guy gave right there, Enrique Dans gave right there, was irrelevant to the actual concerns that are being presented by real scientists, doctors, nurses from around the world, biologists, you name it. This is thousands of professionals across biology and medical industry, okay, that have these concerns, and they're being told they're not being given the proper data, that nothing acceptable is being passed down. If there was a real pandemic to fight, they would have to be armed with that data that they've been begging for and not being given. So there's just so much shadiness, and it's global. There's these massive market controls. Johnson & Johnson, Amazon, Walmart, my God, they've just taken over the biggest parts of the economy just within a year.
I do think that, as I mentioned earlier in this, I'll go almost 8-hour stream, that
Yeah, I have to close it down, and then you guys can continue the conversation off the air.
I'm talked out, man. Was it hours
I think
ago?
I'm going to go to bed, but I definitely will say the last thing is, I think the Communist Party, I think we thought that we were going to change the Communist Party in China and make them more democratic by associating with him and dealing with him, and all we did was catch the virus of socialism, and we're now seeing the end effects of it. And on that note, I think this is a good time to call it.
Yeah, might as well.
Like, comment, subscribe, hit that bell for notifications. If you're on any social media platform, go ahead and link this 8-hour stream to the platform and link this channel to that platform as well. Come back with a friend or 2 or 10.
Later, guys.
All right. Night.